Hello and welcome to Victoria Votes. Polls have now closed across the state and counting is getting underway.
The opinion polls have the government ahead, but is that lead going to be in the seats where Labor needs it? Matthew Guy's coalition has a mountain to climb if it's to snatch majority government for the first time since 2010.
To set the scene like only he can, let's bring in the ABC's chief election analyst, Antony Green, who's at his trusty touchscreen here at the ABC's Election Centre. Antony, where do we start tonight?
Well, let's start looking at the chamber and the 88 seats of the Legislative Assembly. Now, if we look at the current position, and there has been some changes since the last election, which I'll explain in a moment, but Labor starts with 56, 3 Greens, 2 others, 6 Nationals, Liberals 21. There's been a major redistribution, caused some adjustments of seats. If you see a seat tonight with an asterisk after it, it's changed party. There's been a few resignations. So that's our starting position, and basically Labor can survive a uniform swing of up to 7%. The Coalition need a swing of between 10 and 11% to get enough seats for government. But I have the suspicion we're not going to see a very uniform swing tonight.
Could be choppy. Let's take a look at our tally room board now. Here it is, every seat displayed over on the board. And through the night, it'll give us the state of play. Our starting point are the results from 2018 and taking into account the redistributions Antony just referred to there. So the ALP's on the left of the screen, the Coalition on the right, and the current crossbench is in the middle. Now, each party's most marginal seats are towards the centre of the screen. The safest seats are out on the edge. But let's wipe the board clean now. And as the night unfolds, these seats will start to light up again with the colour of the winning party. So the Coalition will need to start taking seats from the ALP side if they have a chance. And the more blue we end up seeing there, the closer they'll be coming to forming government.
Joining us tonight on the panel, Deputy Premier Jacinta Allan, the Shadow Treasurer David Davis, and Greens leader Samantha Ratnam. Jacinta Allan, welcome. The polls have been tightening in recent days and the pollsters are saying Labor will lose a few seats and there's likely to be a few nasty surprises. What are you bracing for?
Well, Tam, I would agree with Antony's introduction. Probably a good way to start an ABC election night panel is that I think we will see patchy results in different parts of the state. In previous elections, like the one I was elected in 1999, there was a big swing in the regions against the then Kennett government. When we won government again in 2014, there was a big swing in the southeastern suburbs. I think we won't see those geographic shifts. I think we'll see shifts that are more based on very much what's going on in the local community. It will depend on the local candidate, the local issues and, of course, the demographics of each individual seat.
And how are your election night nerves playing out at the moment?
Well, as I was just saying earlier, this is my 7th election as a candidate or a member of Parliament, and I always feel this same way at this part of the night. It's always a little bit of the nerve-wracking in-between period. The polls are closed, the die is cast, and we look forward to the results rolling in, hopefully reasonably quickly.
You look calm enough.
Oh, bless.
Is Labor going to win?
Well, obviously, that's what I'm barracking for and I'm hoping for. And I think based on the feedback I've had I've been on the booths pretty much all of the last 2 weeks, both in my patch in Bendigo and also in some other parts of the state, it's felt quietly positive.
Okay.
Quietly positive.
All right. Sound quietly positive. David Davis, what are your expectations at the start of the count tonight? And what is a successful night for the Liberals? Is it a victory or something short of that?
Well, I think there's some points of agreement with Jacinta. I actually think it will be patchy across the state. I don't think there will be a uniform position. But notwithstanding that, we are obviously hopeful that we will do well, and doing well, obviously government is government and not being in government is the alternative, and neither is, I mean, we want to win government, that's the point.
I appreciate you want to win.
Yeah, and we've striven to do that.
Do you think you will?
Well, let's wait and see, but I'm, hopeful that there will be some significant movement, but it will be patchy, I agree with that, and we'll see what transpires with that.
Now, Samantha Ratnam, we'll only have you for the first hour or so of our broadcast this evening. As I understand it, you're expecting to go and speak at some victory parties. So I guess that gives us an indication as to how confident the Greens are feeling. What are your expectations tonight?
Well, we're really hopeful of increasing the Greens' representation in both the lower and the upper houses, retaining our current seats of Melbourne, Brunswick and Prahran. Hopefully adding to that list is Northcote and Richmond. We've run really strong people-powered grassroots campaigns there, knocked on thousands of doors, and we might be within reach in Albert Park, you know, Pascoe Vale, are really interesting seats as well.
So and Pascoe Vale you're hopeful of as well?
Well, you know, we hope to increase our vote in those areas. It'll be really interesting to see what the mood shift is like. We're getting lots of positive feedback at the booths and at the doors, so I'll be keenly watching those seats as well as the upper house, which is going to be really important in the next term of Parliament.
Bit of caution I'm detecting from everybody at the start. The county is underway, and if you want proof of that, we've got some live pictures coming in right now. This is from the Mildura South Primary School, I'm told. There you can see the count is underway, and that's, you know, that's hasn't changed much over many decades, the process of counting those votes. So they'll be bringing those results to us, and Antony will bring them to you as soon as they hit our system here. And you would expect in the next half hour or so we might see some of those very early results come in.
Now, the ABC's state political reporter Richard Willingham is also here on the panel to help us make sense of the result tonight. Rich, what will you be looking for in the early figures to help get a sense of which way tonight's likely to go?
We've heard from everyone that there's going to be patchy results, there's going to be swings. So what's really important is to look where the swings are happening. Now, Labor has been worried about their outer suburban seats, their heartland seats. If there's big swings there, are they big enough to topple it? So I think the really key areas to watch are east of the Yarra, in the eastern suburbs, seats that Labor picked up from the Liberal Party in 2018 during the so-called Dan slide. If the Liberals can start to make some ground back there, that might actually change the shape of this election. But again, on top of that, you would have to look at what's happening to the Liberal vote in the inner east and what's happening to the Labor vote in the inner city, in the inner north, inner south. So it's going to be patchy, and it's where the swings are happening that is most crucial to tonight's result.
Well, also helping us dig into the data tonight, our state political reporter Bridget Rollison, who's followed Daniel Andrews and Matthew Guy on the campaign trail in and out over the last month.
The former Deputy Campaign Director of Victorian Labor and Director at Redbridge Group, Cos Samaras, joins us too. And the former Deputy Director of the Victorian Liberal Party, Tony Barry. Bridget, you've been travelling with both major party leaders. Where have they been spending most of their time on the campaign?
What I think is really interesting about where the leaders have been is it shows that both parties are pretty worried about threats from minor parties and independents. So the seat that Daniel Andrews, the Premier, has visited the most is actually the seat of Northcote in inner Melbourne. So he's been there 3 times in the last 4 weeks, and that's facing a serious challenge from the Greens. And I think it shows they're pretty worried about holding on to that seat. In terms of Matthew Guy, he's been around the state to a lot of different places, particularly in the regions. He's promised billions for hospitals there. He just 2 days ago went to the seat of Benambra, which its main town there is Wodonga, and that's facing a serious challenge from a community independent there. Now, he has been to that seat 6 times since he became Liberal leader last year, so it could be where we see some of the trends tonight.
Could be, because before we get started, we do need to declare that Redbridge was engaged by Climate 200 to do some polling during the campaign. You've also conducted dozens of other polls and focus groups across the state in recent months. So what's all that research told you about the mood of the electorate?
I think, as the panel has touched on many times, it's going to be a very patchy result tonight. And it's going to be driven by a number of different contests. So we have independents versus Liberal Party in Melbourne. We have independents versus the National Party. We have the Green versus Labor contests, and so on. And the other point I would like to make is also at this election, the millennial cohort, as I like to describe it, will have the biggest impact on the election result tonight. They outnumber every other demographic in Melbourne in particular, and they will have a significant impact, particularly in the Green versus Labor contests, but also in the rest of the state, which should favour Labor.
Interesting. Tony, you were a senior member of Matthew Guy's team this time 4 years ago. Do you expect him to do better at this election?
Yeah, I think net 12 seats is a pass mark. I'm not sure we'll quite get there, but I think Labor won't do great tonight. The Liberal Party, relatively speaking, won't do great. I think the Greens will do well. The Nats might be the beneficiaries of a couple of seats, Shepherd and Mildura and Morwell. But I think the big thing to watch tonight is the combined vote of minors and independents. It was 22% at the last election. I think we could be seeing something in the high 20s this time, and of course that means the preference flows and the preference strategies will become critically important, and the Liberal strategy of put Labor last might be a significant difference in some of those key seats.
Well, just to underscore that point, have a look at this chart. I mean, this goes back 30 years, right, to about 1992. You can see the combined major party vote up above 90%, nearly hitting 95%, but it's been falling since then, and right now it's below 80%. Tony, just further to your point, where's it going to get to tonight, do you think?
I think it could be high 20s. Certainly, if you look at
high 20s for the minors and independents,
and so all-time low combined primary for Coalition and Labor combined. And what that means is it really brings in the preference flows, and so that strategy is going to be incredibly important. And whilst news poll and indeed our own polls statewide a good indicative measure, a good diagnostic test, it's no longer Labor versus Liberal contest anymore, or Coalition versus Labor contest. There's, as Cos said, the Teals versus Liberals, Nats versus Independents, ALP versus Greens. So
makes it complicated, and it's going to keep Antony on his toes tonight, because just one more question at the outset here. I mean, we mentioned COVID. How does that play out tonight, the experience that Victorians have been through?
It will have an impact on the election result, is our prediction. So the suburbs, particularly Melbourne, that were hardest hit from the lockdowns and hardest hit from a health perspective as well, will potentially show the most volatility. So this will obviously affect the government's seats, particularly in Melbourne's outer west and outer southeast. Whether that actually transfers to votes for the Liberal Party is another question that needs to be answered tonight. Our research indicates they're opting for other parties, and hence there's this massive competition between the two major parties to try to solicit the support of that other vote through preferences. Hence the Liberal Party's call to arms, which is put Labor last.
Let's bring in our reporters Ben Knight and Leanne Wong now. Ben, you're at the Village Green in Mulgrave, where Dan Andrews will speak later in the night. Are people in the Labor camp expecting him to be delivering his third victory speech?
Well, not anyone in this room, because there's no one really here yet, Tam. And the booths, as you know, we've just closed. In fact, apart from those of us here in the Fourth Estate who are setting up and doing our thing, the Labor crowd's in single figures at the moment. I don't even think the bar's open yet. But, of course, that will change. So the people I've been talking to throughout the day are people who've been on some of the booths, and particularly in those inner-city ones, and the feedback's been that, look, yeah, they're seeing some support for the Greens there. And I think just, it matches up with what the panel's been saying. And I think the sense from people I've been talking to is that when it comes to particularly the outer suburbs, where they know that there is some really vitriolic dislike, anger against Daniel Andrews, who has made himself the centre of the campaign. Of course, he was such a central figure throughout the pandemic. That's bedded in. That's not going to change. They know that that's coming. And so what you have is the other flank, of course, which is the Greens in the inner city. And as we heard, I can't remember the last time I saw a Premier campaigning in Northcote 3 times in the one campaign. And I can tell you 2 days ago, Kevin Rudd was there handing out how to vote cards at one of the booths there. So, look, that's where the concern is. But there's also some hope that they can hold on to those seats.
Whether it's a good night or a bad night for Labor, I'll predict that bar will open at some point. Leanne, you're monitoring Liberal headquarters, Doncaster Bowling Club. They need 18 seats to form majority government. Big mountain to climb. Are they optimistic?
Look, David, I'd say there's definitely a sense of quiet optimism here. It's still quite early in the night, as you can see. This function only officially kicked off as of 10 minutes ago. But from what I'm hearing from people here is that at least they're feeling that at the very least the coalition will be able to pick up several seats as well as shrink Labor's quite considerable majority. They're eyeing off or feeling slightly hopeful about seats, particularly in Melbourne's eastern suburbs, such as Box Hill, Hawthorn, where John Pesutto is running again, as well as Caulfield. Caulfield in particular, which is currently being held by David Southwick. They're saying that on the ground they're feeling quite optimistic about his chances about being re-elected. Today we heard Matthew Guy speaking when he cast his ballot about Victoria needing a fresh start, and there are certainly people in the opposition who believe that by essentially making this election a referendum on Daniel Andrews and his past 8 years in power. We've seen the state go through a pandemic in the past 4 years. There's been several extended lockdowns. There's also a health crisis that, particularly for people who may be heading to the polls and who may be a bit less politically engaged than other people, that may be a contributing factor for them to vote for the Liberal Party. That being said, it is still quite early in the night, and we'll be hoping to see several more people arrive, at least at this function. We've seen Matt Bark arrive so far, but still a slow trickle of Liberal Party members arriving here.
Leanne, thank you. David Davis, Matthew Guy has likened his challenge this election to climbing Mount Everest backwards. Tony Barry reckons it'll be more like doing it in thongs and a T-shirt. What's the mood in the party?
Look, he's absolutely right when he says that. It is a very, very big task. It's a huge task. But he's set out to do this, and we've all set out to do this, and we've put in the work. The party organisation, people on the ground, there is actually a high level of activity and enthusiasm. The fact that it's a tough task doesn't mean you shouldn't work and try. You've got to do the work, and that's what we've done.
Do you think it would have been easier if somebody else had have been running as leader?
No, look, I think Matthew has put in a very good campaign. I think he's worked very hard. I think he's presented very well. I think there's an added maturity to him 4 years later. I think he's been prepared to, sort of embrace the whole state and focus on what we need around the state. So I think, I think he's done a very good job. Whether it's a sufficient job, that is obviously out to the voters now.
Good job or otherwise aside, if it doesn't go well for the Liberal Party tonight, what's likely to happen to Matthew Guy?
Well, I'm not getting into any of those sorts of points. I think the reality is that we're focused on the outcome and we're focused on the results now. So Matthew has put in a massive effort, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for that.
Well, we're yet to see any results yet. We'll bring them to you when we do. But in the meantime, Jacinta Allen, if Labor's unable to hold on to its majority, we've heard the Premier indicate no deals. What would happen in the event of a hung parliament?
Well, let's say in the hypothetical, we're in the realm of the hypothetical, obviously, but as we've heard the Premier say, it doesn't matter whether it's in the context of outcome of elections or indeed delivering election commitments. He keeps his word. And I think Victorians know the Premier is a man who keeps his word, and that's what he would intend to do. We have to first wait and see the parliament that Victorians give us, whether it's in the lower house in the upper house. In our first term between 2014 and 2018, we had a very slim majority, and we didn't have a majority in the upper house, and we were able to govern successfully. So let's wait and see.
But if you don't have a majority and you're not doing deals, are you just expecting the Greens and others to offer you supply and confidence support?
Well, Samantha's better to answer this. The Greens have already shown their hand on that front and have already put a stake in the ground. Please don't interpret that comment as banking that. What I'm saying is the Premier will stick to his word. No deals will be made, no deals will be offered, as he has said consistently and repeatedly throughout the course of this campaign. Indeed, I've heard him say this now for 3 elections in a row. We will prefer to wait and see the parliament that the Victorian community have voted for, and we'll go from there.
So, Samantha Ratnam, if the Greens are in a position where they're holding the balance of power, how does that then look if Daniel Andrews has been adamant that no deals will be gone into whatsoever with the Greens? He's been saying it right up until today.
Well, this is ultimately about respecting the will of the voters. It's in their hands, the shape of our next parliament. And should the voters decide that Labor can't form government in its own right, we have been very upfront in saying that we're willing to work constructively and cooperatively with the future Labor government to get a really progressive parliament, get stronger action on climate change, tackle housing affordability, strengthen integrity from day one. And I actually think, and I heard this feedback on the booths today, people don't like this type of adversarial contest and politics to be about a fight at all costs. They want cooperation, they want collaboration, they want constructiveness. And that's what I'm really proud our team has put on the table in the last parliament, and certainly will put on the table in the next parliament.
Well, we do have our first figures, which have just come in. Antony, what have you got?
From the election of Euroa, polling place, I think it's called Baddaginny. I don't know where it is, but it's a very small polling place, and the Liberals are leading the Nationals in one very small polling place, so it's not very meaningful figures at this stage. But as far as I'm concerned, the minute I see votes arrive, it means we're actually getting them from the Electoral Commission, which is always a great relief. I will say one very important thing to stress with people tonight. It will be a slow count. There's several reasons for that. One is there are 14 and 15 candidates in some seats. It will take a long time for them to sort those votes. It will then take a long time for them to figure out the preference count from that. It just takes longer. And the third thing to say is the sheer size of the pre-poll votes means there aren't many votes taken today. We may get lots of votes early, and then it may tail off while we wait for the pre-poll votes.
When will they come, Antony? Do you expect those pre-poll? Because it is going to be a big batch, right, that drops into the count. What sort of time can we expect that?
Some of these counts are 8, 9, 10,000 votes, and they've started at 6 p.m. So it may be 3 to 4 hours before some of those are reported. And some of the smaller ones may come earlier, but it will be a significant delay. And it may be that we see a picture emerge early. And then, I mean, last Victorian election, pre-polls and postals heavily favoured the coalition over Labor. Now, I don't know whether that will repeat, because that happened in 2019 at the federal, and it didn't repeat in 2022. So we don't know what change there will be when the pre-polls and postals, so it could be a while.
Given the complex nature of the count tonight, Antony, can you translate that into how long it might take?
How long it takes to determine the winner depends on how close the result is. If it's a clear win, we'll probably know earlier. The closer the result is, the more we have to wait for a preference count. I mean, you might see first preference votes come in from a seat like Werribee or Mulgrave, where there's 14 candidates, but you can't make sense of them until you get some preference counts, and that will take a while.
Thanks, Antony. We've got reporters in the field in key parts of the state. Iskandar Razak is monitoring a number of the Labor seats in the outer southeast of Melbourne that are at risk of being lost by Labor tonight. Seats like Pakenham, Cranbourne and Bayswater. Isk, where are you starting?
Good evening, Tam. I am in Bayswater right now. Bayswater is ultra marginal. We're saying that the difference between the two parties is less than 1%. But what makes this electorate so interesting to watch is that it is an electorate being fought out between two sitting MPs. We have the current member for Bayswater, the ALP's Jackson Taylor, and he's been out there campaigning about the things that he's been able to do. He's a former police officer, former police prosecutor, and he's had 4 years to become a local leader and a local face. And he's facing another sitting politician, the member for Ferntree Gully, which has been abolished. But because of redistribution, he is now contesting this electorate. And Nick Wakeling has his own portfolio. He's on the Shadow Minister for Workplace Relations, Industrial Relations, so he's on that inner shadow cabinet, shadow front bench for Matthew Guy, and he's been able to use the last 4 years to be a leader himself for his own electorate of Ferntree Gully, which is now abolished. But because of that redistribution, he is now contesting here, and he brings with him a sizable chunk of Liberal voters, or at least people that voted for the Liberal Party at the last election. That's why notionally we are saying that this is a Liberal seat, even though the sitting member is from the Labor Party. Despite that, though, having spoken to a number of people just before they went in for the vote, it was issues such as COVID and COVID lockdowns that were dominating the main issues that were in voters' minds, and this is what they had to say a little while ago.
I believe the Labor Party's done a better job for the state, but out here, I believe Nick Wakeling, the Liberal guy, has done a really good job out this side.
Oh, I think they're all much of a muchness, really. Really looking after the little bloke and helping him through the world, downturn would be what I'm really
the economic
about.
crisis we're going through at the moment, really taking care of the community and putting back into that.
Yeah.
I actually didn't mind, is it Taylor Jackson? Taylor Jackson, I think his name is. He's Labor. However, I'm not really greatly happy about Daniel Andrews. I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, because the whole lockdown thing, really not sure.
So people here do know who the local candidates are because they've been local leaders and sitting members of Parliament for a while. But that COVID issue, lockdown, coronavirus, really playing in as a factor here. Interesting to note, spoke to a lot of small business operators out here and saw a lot of people in workers' boots coming in from tradie jobs. And out here, about 15% of the population are tradespeople. So A lot of diverse votes here, a lot of issues in the mix, and really hard to tell where this ultra-marginal seat will end up going at the end of the night.
All right, Isk, thank you. Margaret Paul is on the other side of Melbourne in the outer western suburbs, where Labor's under threat from independents in Point Cook, Werribee and Melton. Margaret, where are you beginning the night?
David, I'm about 50 kilometres west of you. I'm in Melton. I'm on the side of a highway, just standing in front of a pretty new school. And those are the kinds of issues that we've been speaking to voters about today, because Melton is one of the fastest growing areas in the country. And with that growth, it's put enormous pressure on infrastructure like the roads, like the schools, like the healthcare system. So the long-promised Melton Hospital is something that voters have raised with us again and again. Now, this is traditional Labor territory. Labor holds this seat. Steve McGee is the sitting member. He's on about a 5% margin, but he's under pressure from several independents. There's actually 14 candidates in the field here in Melton, so we may not get a result until quite late tonight. Let's hear from some of those voters I spoke to earlier today.
Look, counted all the factors, what happened in the past, and obviously what has been done in Melton. Just looked all the factors, so yeah, voted accordingly.
It's not Labor and it's not Liberal.
I'm more going to go with the health system because I'm a nurse, so I want to support the nursing. I really want the hospital to be built so I can work there. Otherwise, yeah, I'm just still sort of deciding. I need to look at the people who are running, and yeah, so yeah, I'm pretty excited to go in there, really.
So I'll be reporting from Melton tonight, but also from other parts of what's called the Red Wall, Labor's Red Wall across the western suburbs of Melbourne, places like Point Cook and Werribee that have similarly been traditionally Labor-held areas but are under threat from local independent candidates. So I'll be reporting from across the west all night.
All right, Margaret, look forward to it. Thank you. Let's get some more of the early figures that are coming in from particularly small booths in regional areas.
Where is it?
Anthony, what have you got?
I didn't get a message then about what I'm going to look at, so I think I've got a list of seats which are popping up here. Here we go. It's Mildura first. Very tiny votes. There's only about 50 or 60 votes. I haven't looked where they're from. But just to say that these numbers are coming in. I should point out there are a number of seats like Mildura where there's an independent. Ali Cupper's the sitting member. There's Shepparton, Benambra, where there's an independent challenge. So there's a number of these seats where will these sorts of contests, but they're very early figures. You can't make much sense out of such early numbers, but they are coming in. As soon as we've got something significant, I'm sure we'll be letting you know.
Proof of concept, Andy. We're showing that the system works.
That's right.
All right. Well, obviously some more meaningful figures we'll rely on shortly, but perhaps we can just go back to our data desk because an interesting question when we talk about the pre-poll bucket that will dump in a few hours from now, we expect. Traditionally, there's been a bit of a difference between the pre-poll vote and the on-the-day vote, more conservative voters pre-poll. Is that still the case? Do you see a big difference between those who voted early, given that that number's grown so much, or is it not much difference now?
I think the difference is narrowing, but it's still there.
Right.
And we do know that predominantly those who do pre-poll are much older, less diverse and have the financial capacity to vote early, usually speaking. There are exceptions to that. The on-the-day vote, particularly today, and especially of yesterday, is largely made up of people who are much younger, under 40, and I think that the on-the-day vote will definitely favour Labor and the Greens, and depending on what the contest looks like. And may I add, in independent seats, particularly in country Victoria, that's the vote you've got to look for. Because what we do know is the under 40-year-olds have been driving the election of independents in country Victoria for some time.
It's huge numbers, 1.9 million people this time around pre-polling. Why is that happening? Is it sort of just the equivalent of people preferring on-demand rather than appointment viewing, for example? What's behind this shift?
That's pretty much it. I think it's about just convenience. When you can vote, you go and vote. And hence also it goes back to the point that I was making, which is those who are voting on the day, as in today, have no other option but to do so. So they tend to be people who are restricted in terms of their time that is available to them during the weekday when others are pre-polling.
We're just looking at some live pictures now of votes being counted in Mildura as we speak. Tony, where are the pre-polling votes being cast in general? Is there any data to suggest which particular areas of the state favour pre-polling?
Yeah, mate.
They're largely sort of, it's largely indiscriminate. It's generally up across the board. But I think the real thing to look for, to Coz's point about the millennial vote cohort, which is going to be sort of flexing its muscle tonight, I think, because they're also using their vote tactically. And if you go back to the electoral roll 10 years ago in 2012, the millennial cohort made up 18% of the electoral roll. In 2022, it's 36% of the electoral roll. So it's a significant increase, and they're using their vote tactically. We've seen that in the so-called teal seats, the green seats, and they're making their voice heard. And as pollsters, how do you actually take the temperature of that part of the community? Because I dare say they don't have a landline to answer. Yeah, well, we segment them in focus groups. We do just millennials, then we do Gen X, then we do boomers. In terms of quantitative analysis, look, these days it's best to do a basket of methods. So Caddy, which is the old telephone operator, online, which is sort of probably more successful with the millennial cohort, and then your robo-polling. So each method individually is becoming less and less reliable. So you've got to combine them, the three of them.
We'll take a look at some more meaningful results that are coming in. The seat of Ripon in, regional Victoria, Western Victoria, Antony, held by Louise Staley, the Liberal MP, but the redistribution has made it a marginally notional Labor seat. Yeah, and so so people know where it is, it's to the west of Bendigo and Ballarat. It's the rural seat between Bendigo and Ballarat and Lowan and the Western Districts. So Louise Staley won it in 2014. She hung on with only by 15 votes at the last election. 15. The redistribution has turned it into a notional Labor seat with a margin of 2.7. If you look at the first preference, this is from Tarnagulla, I believe the place is called, and it's Martha Haylett's ahead, again, very small numbers. But what we're able to do is compare that polling place by polling place, and at the moment that's turning into a 5.6% swing to the Liberal Party. Now, you can't call it on one polling place, but it is expected that with a sitting member in Louise Staley, she has a good chance of winning that, although she does need a swing to her because of the redistribution. Samantha Ratnam, I'm aware of the fact that we are going to lose you in about half an hour. Just wanted to bring up, though, that the Greens have had a particularly uneventful and smooth campaign, relatively speaking, when we're looking at the previous election. It's been reported that you brought in Griffith MP Max Chandler-Mather to try and help replicate the party's federal campaign strategy. What was his advice to you?
Well, the Greens have had a long tradition of talking to as many voters as possible, grassroots, people-powered campaigns.
But what have you changed this time around?
Well, we've talked to more people. Every election we try to talk to more people, and we're constantly reflecting after each election, learning the lessons and applying those lessons to future elections. So we've got incredible candidates. We've got a whole new generation of candidates, actually, who are standing for the Greens, bringing in a lot of excitement, bringing in their peers, you know, talking to different groups of people who are moving away from the major parties. And what we saw at the federal election, as was reflected before, record low vote for the major parties. And that's a sense we're getting from people as we talk to them as well, particularly as the major parties don't touch on the issues that really impact them. They're really worried about the future with climate change. They're really worried about housing costs, with renters doing it really, really tough, yet neither major party made any announcement or commitment to support renters despite the housing affordability crisis. And with integrity at rock bottom, you could say, in Victoria, with scandal after scandal, a real commitment to strengthen it, build trust and confidence back in Parliament.
One of the seats that you'll be watching very, very closely tonight, of course, is Northcote. Antony's got some early figures. Let's go and have a look. Well, Northcote there is in the inner northern suburbs, running from I think it's Huffington to Bell Street. It's the seat, one of those four inner city seats the Greens don't currently hold.
Cat Theophanous won it at the last election. Campbell Gomez, the new Green candidate. If you look at the first preference, this is Preston South, which I think is a small external booth, and it's at the top end of the electorate, so Labor does well in that area. But when you look at the change in vote that's occurring, there's a 5.2% swing to the Greens in that one small booth. So a lot more figures to come, but just shows the power of being able to compare the results polling place by polling place.
Yeah, that's interesting early number there. Samantha Ratnam, how important will the Liberal Party preferencing the Greens ahead of Labor be in seats like Northcote?
Well, we've always worked to win these seats in our own right, talking to as many voters as we possibly could have, and that's always been our strategy right till the polling places closed. And ultimately, preferences are a decision of each individual voter. We saw some pretty desperate tactics used on the ground in Northcote, and some pretty unethical tactics as well. We saw flyers that were authorised by the ALP using Liberal logos in the dying days of the campaign, which was really misguiding voters about where that information was coming from. So we saw some pretty desperate tactics, but I'm really hopeful that Campbell and his team, who've run an incredibly strong, positive campaign, can prevail.
OK, but just back to the question, are those preferences from the Liberals going to be important in those seats?
Well, we've always worked to win it in our own right.
I appreciate that point. You've made that point.
And look, they might ultimately, but that's a decision that voters will make on their own. And we work very hard to increase people's primary votes to the Greens,
and David Davis,
directly to them.
Why is it better to have a Green MP than a Labor MP?
Well, we took the decision statewide to preference Labor last, unless there was an extreme exception. And,
so why are the Greens better than Labor, in your view?
Because Labor have been so bad for the state over the last 4 years. The Premier has been a divisive figure, an unhelpful figure, and we made that clear decision. And Samantha was quite right. Some of the matters that occurred in Northcote, the handing out of how-to-vote cards that were clearly in Liberal colours, designed to mislead voters and indeed, sort of direct them. No, but this is actually quite important.
Well, you both made the point. Well, just to write a reply, Jacinta Allen, they're both getting stuck into you here.
Oh, David.
Has that been happening?
Well, the Liberal Party had our Premier on their how-to-vote ticket. For the last 2 weeks, including today, the Liberal Party have been standing on every single booth with the Premier's face on the back of their how-to-vote ticket. So I think, let's take it a grain of salt.
And a very clear message.
Let's, put the Premier
last.
Well, if I can respond to that point about the approach that the Liberal Party have taken, on one hand, preferencing the Greens, something Ted Baillieu refused to do a couple of elections ago, and then on the other hand, preferencing some pretty groups with some very extreme views to the far right. This put Labor last strategy has been all designed to basically block Labor's pathway to get into government. You might say, OK, well, that's their political strategy. Ted Baillieu knew where the line was when it came to the Greens. John Howard knew where the line was when it came to extremists, particularly following the 1996 election, putting One Nation last. Clearly, Matthew Guy's Liberals in 2022, there is no line that they won't cross.
Could cost you some seats, though.
Well, we'll see. Again, the votes are still being cast.
Let's go to Leanne Wong, who is at the Liberal Party headquarters tonight. She's speaking to Matt Bark.
That's right. I'm currently here in Doncaster, which is in the electorate of Bulleen, which is held by Matthew Guy, who's our opposition leader. And I'm currently joined by Matt Bark, who is the current member for the North Eastern Metropolitan Region, as well as Shadow Minister for Youth Affairs. Matt, thanks so much for joining us tonight. First question, how optimistic are you feeling about the coalition's chances tonight?
Look, I'm really nervous and I'm anxious to see the results. I'm hopeful, though, Leanne. The early indication we get is that across a range of seats that we currently hold that have been under threat from independents, seats like Caulfield and Brighton, well, we're getting good indications that we may well hold those seats. And I think as long as we do, well, then we're in the game, because there will be a swing against the government in other parts of the state. I think quite significant swings. It'll be patchy, though, so I think it'll be about just whether those swings happen in the right spots to enable us to win enough seats. But I am hopeful.
But the coalition isn't just facing a challenge from the Labor Party, it's also facing quite a strong contest from Teal independents in seats such as Hawthorn and Kew, as well as, country independents in regional Victoria. Are you worried about them?
I'm concerned, of course, that things are changing right across our state. And I think all lower house members, whether they're Liberal members or Labor members, a feeling at this election that things are different. Seats that historically have been really safe for Labor, say in the West, like Melton and Werribee, are no longer safe. Under threat from not only the Liberal Party but also independents, like you say. But also, I agree with you, seats that historically we've held are under threat. So am I concerned about that? Absolutely. I think and I hope, Leanne, we're going to hold the seats that have been under significant threat from very well-funded independents. And as long as we do, well then we're in the game, because there will be swings in other areas.
Millennials now make up Victoria's largest voting bloc. I think they're about 36% of the electoral roll. Do you think that the coalition has done enough to appeal to younger voters when they do traditionally tend to vote, against slightly more conservative parties?
Well, I hope so. We've run a really positive campaign focusing on issues that all of us as members of parliament hear from our constituents are issues of significant concern for them, and I know are of significant concern for younger people. I used to be a school teacher until just 2 years ago, and I always heard from young people that I taught that they were desperate to get into their own home. So we've announced a whole series of really positive policies to help young people get into their own home. We've got really progressive climate change policies. We've got strong policies on cost of living more generally, fixing the health crisis. So I hope so.
Thanks so much, Matt, for joining us. That was Matt Bark, the current member for the North Eastern Metropolitan Region in Victoria.
Through these doors and onto the floor of Victoria's Legislative Assembly, a record 740 candidates are vying for 88 seats in the lower house. As the count goes on tonight, we'll get a clearer picture of who will make up the 60th Parliament of Victoria. It's time now. It is 6:40. We haven't got that many votes counted, but we will keep you posted. This is Victoria Votes. Let's check in with some early figures with Antony Green. What have you got for us, Antony?
I've got some figures from, let me think, this is Canterbury Gardens and Wandon East in the electorate of Monbulk, where James Molino is retiring. Daniela Di Martino is the new Labor candidate. Gareth Ward for the Liberal Party. Let's just look at the first preference votes at this stage. Again, not huge numbers, but there's 2 polling places. The Liberals are ahead, but the magic of comparing the figures booth by booth is we've got no swing, 0.0% swing. So again, they're early figures. So those numbers will change through the evening. Next up, we got Mornington. Now we have no meaningful figures in. There's only about 50 votes, but Kate Lardner is one of the 4 teal independents, so-called teal independents, and she's contesting in Mornington. This is a very small joint booth next door in Frankston, Durinya. So it's not a reliable number, but that's a seat we may be coming back to later in the evening to work out whether this independent will do well in that seat. There's lots of talk that she will. And the third seat, we've just got some new figures in for Ripon. We've got 4 polling places. Again, we don't have first preferences on these. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring here, there's a big drop in the Labor vote and a rise in everybody else's vote occurring in that electorate. The swing now is only 2.2% swing, which means it's in doubt. But again, there's 43 polling places. We're using an estimate here. There's a lot more counting to come. But just so happens, Ripon tends to be one of those seats with lots of little polling places. It's marginal. It comes in earlier. So it's a sort of godsend for us trying to talk about early figures.
Well, it's an interesting early figure, though. Yes, it's early. We need that caveat. But I think the primary vote swing at the moment was 6.5% down for Labor. Jacinta Allen, is that a bit of a concern?
Well, the point I'd make about the results coming in from Ripon, it's the neighbouring seat to mine, I know it pretty well, is that these are the parts of the electorate that the incumbent currently represents. There's been a big redistribution with Ripon, and a big part of the outer suburbs of Ballarat has come into the seat. And so those bigger booths won't come in for a little while yet. Okay. These are very small communities where often incumbency in small communities goes to your advantage, and I think that's what we're probably seeing reflected in these results. Is there still a chance, do you think, of
actually winning Ripon?
I think we are. We've had a terrific hard-working candidate in Martha Haylett. She has been working incredibly hard for 12 months more in that area. But importantly too, she's been focused on some really positive issues for the community, like supporting early childhood centres, supporting schools. The incumbent there is known to be a little bit more on the negative side of the ledger when it comes to the combativeness of our political discourse. But Martha's been really hardworking. She lives in the local area, and as I said, I think these results perhaps more reflect the small communities where incumbency policy does particularly play to your advantage in those small communities.
Jacinta, the data shows that the drop in support for Labor has largely been driven by female voters aged between 35 and 54 because they bore the burden of the lockdowns with home learning, etc., closed playgrounds. Why has it taken until the last couple of weeks of the election campaign for the government to actually cotton on to that and start making some pledges and promises targeted to that part of the community?
Oh, Tamara, I actually couldn't disagree with you more on that. The Premier has for some time now driven within the broader party.
But it really did gather
women.
some pace, though, in the final
Let me come
fortnight.
to that. We have more women sitting around our cabinet table than ever before in history. We have more women in our party room. But in terms of when it comes to policies, I take you back to some months ago now, where the Premier stood up and announced significant reform to early childhood education. As a mum myself and having had kids go through the kinder years, the kinder years are a real challenging time. Women are wanting to get back into the workforce. Kinder's not always accessible. The hours are shorter. We are going to transform early childhood education.
Sure, but it really does feel like there's been a real rush to try to placate that sector of the electorate, and it's not a new idea necessarily that women have been turning away from the major parties.
Let's go back a few more years. We were the first in the country to hold a royal commission into family violence and are delivering each and every one of those recommendations. We've held a royal commission into mental health. We've been investing in schools, investing in health, issues that matter to women. I think it didn't matter where you were and what your circumstances were through the pandemic. We all had very difficult and different experiences.
But in this election campaign, even your own polling has shown that women are the weak spot for Labor.
Well,
so, you know, the free tampons, for example, got all of the big headlines last week, but it seems a bit late in the race.
Well, I've just given you a range of examples, Tamara, where we have been supporting areas that matter to Victorian women, and particularly that early childhood reform, free kinder, pre-prep year, helping women get back into the workforce and improve give an extra year of early childhood education. That's transformative reform that we have been working on. And I would also say this, why shouldn't women's issues be front and centre of an election campaign? We're more than 50% of the
in that case?
Well, as I've said, we have had a range of policy settings for some time now, for years. It is issues that are important to women have been at the heart of the work we've been doing as a government. But why shouldn't we have a conversation about issues like that we've been talking about, women's health, having more support for women to be able to access dedicated women's health centres to talk about women's pain and women's reproductive issues? Why shouldn't we have free pads and tampons in public places?
Not saying we should, just commenting on the timing of it.
I think it's absolutely great to be having these conversations right in the middle of an election campaign.
On that, Jacinta, though, you said right in the middle of the election campaign, we know that so many people voted early, and yet some of those announcements that were deliberately targeted at female voters came in the last week when we knew already 1 million people had voted. So why was it a sort of a panicked decision? Given your track record, but why wait till the last week of the campaign, given we know that it takes a while for policies to filter through to people to understand them?
Well, a couple of points on that, and I should have picked this up with Tamara's observation before. Our polling is not showing that there's this trend with the Premier being unpopular with women, that Labor's got a problem with women. I think that's been maybe a bit of misinformation that's been put out there for others for different reasons. But I think, you know, during the course of an election campaign, obviously there are issues that you talk on early in the campaign, some that come through a little bit later during the campaign. But I think the women's health announcements were all done at the start and the middle of the second last week, so some time ago, when still the vast majority of the Victorian community haven't voted for. But I do want to go back to that point. Why shouldn't we be talking about women's health as a mainstream issue in the middle of an election campaign that builds on all those other areas of reform in family violence, in mental health, in supporting more support for schools, issues that are particularly important? And then there's those early years reforms that are helping women's workforce participation. These are reforms that we've been delivering for some time now.
Jacinta, I can see Antony Green's screen coming to life. I think he's got some figures that he'd like to share with us.
Yeah, just to keep that early sense of numbers coming along. And sometimes you do these to explain a story. And I'll just do the setup here, of course. Chris Brain won this for the Labor Party last time. Nobody from the Labor Party knew who he was, but he won the P. And Sam Groth, of course, tennis player, journalist, he's well known. He's standing in the seat. Now, on these numbers, it looks like Sam Groth's home and home, 75.8%. I will point out this is the Portsea booth, so it's one of the best Liberal booths in the electorate. If you look at the change that's occurring, there's a 7.6% swing to the Liberals. I expect that there is going to be a swing to the Liberals in that election. It was such an odd result last time. But that just shows the power of comparing the booths, that you're not confused by the fact it's from Portsea. And the next seat to look at is Shepparton. The figures have just changed here. This is an interesting contest. Susanna Sheed has won this at the last 2 elections. The Liberals finished second last time. The Nationals have picked a very strong candidate in Kim O'Keefe, so this is going to be an interesting 3-way contest. I suspect it's going to end up Susanna Sheed against either the National or the Liberal candidate, but it's going to take a long time to sort out. And, of course, there's been a lot going on in that electorate in the last month or 2 with the floods, so there's a lot of local issues like that which will play into the contest up there, which may not be relevant in some other electorates in the state.
Let's get to another one of our roving reporters tonight. ABC Radio Melbourne Drive host Raph Epstein, who's keeping tabs on some of the inner city seats. Hawthorn, Kew, Liberal seats. They're at risk, though, from Climate 200-backed independents. Then you've got Richmond and Northcote. We've been touching on a bit tonight. Labor-held seats under threat from the Greens. Raph, this is very Melbourne. You're on a moving tram right now. Whereabouts are you?
We've just left the electorate of Kew, and right now we're travelling through the electorate of Hawthorn. Keep in mind, Kew is the seat that was once held by Dick Hamer, the longest serving Premier in the state, and of course a Liberal legend. The seat we're in, Hawthorn, that was held by Ted Baillieu. He's the last Liberal leader to actually win an election. No surprise to the national audience. This used to be Liberal heartland. It isn't anymore. Both of these seats, of course, are contained within the federal electorate of Kooyong, and we know what happened there in May. It's a pretty tight fight in Kew. A lot of people involved in those federal independent campaigns say that Sophie Tawney is the best of the Climate 200-backed independents. She's up against one of Josh Frydenberg's former staffers, Jess Wilson, the Liberal. A lot of people, Liberal, Labor and Teal, expect Sophie Tawney to be the winner tonight. The seat of Hawthorn is more line ball. John Pizzuto's trying to win it back. Everyone will remember him losing the seat live on ABC TV at the last election. And he's got a double fight, like a lot of these inner city seats. There's the sitting local member, John Kennedy, who's from the Labor Party, and then you've got Sophie Lowe, the Teal-backed independent. That, according to the Labor, Liberal and Teal people I've been speaking to, is a much more 50-50 fight, probably between the Teal independent and the Liberal who wants to get the seat back. What are they thinking? What are they saying? We had a chat to a few people at one of the Kew booths earlier.
I voted for Liberal.
Because?
Because I wasn't very happy with the outcome that what happened to us during COVID with Labor.
I just can't bear the thought of Matthew Guy being Premier tomorrow. It just horrifies me.
I think we need a change for sure.
I think the independent might win this time.
Why?
Well, he's got a lot of volunteers. I think the independents still did very well in the federal election.
You know, I feel like the Liberal Labor policies are a bit outdated at the moment and just things I don't really believe in.
One thing to remember about these seats, the young Jess Wilson, who's 32, and John Pizzuto, they are the people the Liberal Party needs in Parliament. It doesn't look like a Liberal majority is a high possibility or a high probability tonight. They desperately need people like Jess Wilson and John Pizzuto in the Parliament to rebuild the Liberal Party so that they can renew and focus on the future. It's going to be an interesting night.
Raph, thank you. Don't forget to tap off.
Thank
You
you,
don't
Raph.
have to tap off.
You don't need to.
You don't need to tap off.
Okay. He's all
Christian
good.
Silver is
Not on a
roving
tram.
tonight. One of our reporters. He's down on the peninsula covering seats like Nepean, Mornington and Hastings. Christian, tell us where you're starting tonight.
Good evening, Tamara. I'm here at the Continental Hotel in Sorrento, where the mood is pretty good. Here in the seat of Nepean, it is a seat that is held by Labor, but it is traditionally seen as a Liberal heartland. Next door to this seat, we have the seats of Mornington and the seat of Hastings, both very close races predicted. I'm joined now by the Liberal candidate here in Nepean, Sam Groth, former professional tennis player. Sam, what are the numbers that you're hearing?
Oh, Christian, it's very early in the night. We heard a little cheer actually from the crowd here behind us, early boos coming in, but we've had such big pre-poll numbers here. You know, 2/3 or more of the electorate voted prior to election day. I think it's far too early for us to call here, but I know there's a lot of confidence in the room. Although my palms are a little sweaty, I'm personally quite nervous.
You've played in Grand Slams. You must have been nervous for those. How nervous were you today?
I actually had this conversation with my campaign manager in the car driving around today. I was very nervous before going into a Grand Slam tennis tournament, but when I got on court, I actually still had control. With this, the control's been taken completely out of my hands. It's in the hands of the voters when they go to that ballot box. Look, we've done everything we could for this campaign. We listened to the electorate. We made commitments around what is needed. I think we couldn't have done anything more than what we've done over the last 9 or so months since I was pre-selected back in February, and hopefully in a couple of hours' time we can turn the PM blue once again.
Talking to people in this electorate, a lot of people say they feel like the area has been neglected for a long time. There's a lot of shortfalls when it comes to local infrastructure. Now, this seat currently is held by Labor, but it has been a Liberal seat for a very long time previously. If you do get up tonight and win, how can voters in the area feel confident that you'll actually deliver results for them?
We've got to remember, Labor's, as we all know, 19 of the last 23 years, they've been in government. We had a long-term member in Martin Dixon. I've put my hand up. I'm 35 years of age. I've come from a background where, yes, I like to win, but I work hard every day. I wasn't the best tennis player in the world. The constituents in the PN can be guaranteed that if they have chosen to elect me and the results come in tonight, I will stand up for them every single day. I will be there to listen. I will be a strong voice for them in Parliament. I've had that media career for the last 4.5 years since I retired, and I'm hopeful that I can use that background in being the best possible voice for what this community needs. If that's in opposition, which I hope it's not, I hope we're able to form government under Matthew Guy tonight, but if it is in opposition, I will be a strong voice for this community.
Thanks, Sam. Results still coming in, and it is early days, but we'll stay tuned.
Thindu Mawurak, Brack along work, Gunai work, Woolam, Il Bellam, Vulcan Wanik, Walat Tinkara, Biara Tungabi, Tat Yanar, Brau Kaligni, Yak Maui, Bullman Bata Bullum, Yaran, Jungara Tinkara, Duyidang, Wenwenduk Yirang, Karan, Dirt Yowan.
It's now 6:56 p.m. 1% of the vote is counted. This is Victoria Votes. Hello, I'm Tamara O'Dine.
And I'm David Spears. Let's check in with where the numbers are falling right now with Antony Green.
Yeah, no, I've got just a little explanation to people about how difficult it is to do it at this time of night. These are our projected percentages, and we're projecting Labor and Liberal at about 36-37%. There's no national there because currently their projections have a negative number, which comes when you project these numbers early in the evening. So what I'll do is show the raw numbers, and this is what just the raw numbers we've got at the moment look like, which is Labor on 26, Liberals 22, Nationals on 26. Now, the Nationals are only going to get about 6% at the end, which is why this projected number can be a bit strange early in the evening. So I just thought I'd raise that.
National Party takeover there.
Oh, yeah, I know. The swing is between 5 and 9%. It's bouncing backwards and forwards with each update. So it's a very difficult figure to do very early in the evening. But there's a swing against the government, but it's really completely unclear where at the moment. But I've got one really important figure to show, which is Bendigo East, and which is the Deputy Premier's seat here with us. I'll tell you which polling place it is even in Bendigo East. This is from. Where is it from? Oh, it's Eaglehawk North, Gornung, Raywood and Sedgwick. There we are. And we've only got one of them here, unfortunately. I think it's, if I change that, it might update. Yes, it does. So let's go back to the first preferences again. So Jacinta Allen's well ahead there on first preferences, 27% for the Liberal. One Nation, one of the few One Nation candidates to this election, currently running third. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring in those polling places, only a small drop against Labor, a rise for well, those numbers don't quite add up because there's other figures which aren't there. But let's look at the two-party swing that's occurring there. There's no particular swing in Bendigo East. So that's one of those things to watch for, is whether there's a variability in the swing from area to area across the state.
Well, Jacinta Allen, does that make you feel breathe a little bit easier at the start of the night, but you're going to be okay, do you think?
Quelled now.
Well, I'm hoping those results have made the team at Bendigo Trades Hall feel pretty happy about their hard work these last few months. Look, again, they are, other than the Eaglehawk North booth, they are the smaller booths that have come in. Great small country communities that I'm really proud to represent. And I think this is perhaps also an important point. The 2018 result was a particularly high watermark for us across the board. It was, you know, we've had 2018 and 2002 were big swings to Labor governments, and so you do from, you know, the 3.4% swing in primaries in my seat is probably reflective of a little bit of coming back as a result of that.
And a pandemic, of course, as well.
Look, I think, again, the pandemic will feature in every seat. It didn't matter who you were, where you lived, what you did. The 1 in 100 year upheaval that we all lived through, the most difficult of times, the most unprecedented of times, is of course going to play out, but in very, very different ways, depending on how you personally experienced it. And so I think I wouldn't necessarily always see the pandemic as a negative factor in the results. I've had so many people in the past 2 weeks on the early voting booth come through and say, we are so grateful that your government made the hard decisions. Of course, you always do. But I think what we've seen over the course of this campaign is there has been a really sharp focus on the opposite, on the negative. The Liberal Party even early on ran anti-vax messages in their own political ads at the,
when we're
at the
looking
start
at
of the
seats
campaign.
outside of the ring of steel, for example, obviously they might not be impacted quite so much as lockdowns may have impacted seats within Greater Melbourne.
Oh, look, again, it goes back to the fact that it depended on what your circumstances were. Most undoubtedly, if you were in hospitality, it didn't matter which part of the state you were in. If you know, I remember speaking to local publicans at the time. You know, it was really difficult, but then there were others that understood and the very, very difficult decisions that were made to keep our community safe. And we've seen, as I mentioned, that the Liberal Party chose to use the anti-vax messages and images in their own political ads as a point of political weapon. They've chosen to use the health pandemic, the crisis that was the health pandemic, as a political weapon over the course of this campaign.
All right, let's head over to our data desk now. Bridget Rollerson, you were on the campaign with both leaders at various points. Let's run through the strengths and weaknesses of both leaders' campaigns. What were your observations?
Well, I think for Labor, one of their strengths was probably their flagship policy, the SEC. So they really made the State Electricity Commission, bringing that back, that government-owned power back, the focus of their campaign. They made it the absolute focus of their campaign launch. We saw Daniel Andrews, the Premier, replace his North Face jacket with an SEC jacket. So they obviously think they're on to a vote winner with that. A weakness, I would say, for the Labor campaign was probably having the Premier, Daniel Andrews, front and centre. He was the front and centre of all the campaign ads we saw, and I feel like there's maybe a bit of oversaturation, especially when we know that he's not popular in particular outer suburbs. A winner for me from the coalition is debt. I think they were really strong and really cut through with their message on debt. So we know Victoria has the highest debt levels in the country, and Matthew Guy has a line that he said almost every press conference. I swear I heard it every day for 4 weeks, and that's that Victoria will have more debt than South Australia, New South Wales and Queensland combined. And I think that that's really cut through to voters. That's what people are actually saying to us out on the street. I was at a candidates forum in Ripon and people were bringing up the debt levels to me. So I think that's something that has cut through. And we even heard that at the People's Forum, there was 3 questions about debt. I was actually surprised about how many people were really concerned about our debt levels. So that's something that has cut through. A weakness for the coalition is probably the pre-selection of candidates. That's something that was continuously in the media. And that was something that the coalition was warned about back in 2018 when they did a review as to why the coalition lost in a landslide. One of the reasons was that they weren't rigorous enough with their candidates. And it's like they hadn't learned from those lessons. And we did see coalition having to dump candidates that were linked to right-wing conservative churches.
Bridget, you've raised a couple of good meaty issues that we're going to explore with our panel, debt and the selection of candidates. Cos and Tony, let me just come to you quickly. Anything jumping out in the early data you've seen over the first hour of the count, Cos?
Yeah, it's pretty clear that some small booth results that are coming in within the COVID-impacted or lockdown-impacted electorates, which we talked about earlier.
The Western
Melbourne seats, the more safer seats for the Labor Party, very significant swings against them.
Right.
So that's pretty clear. I think this pattern will continue throughout the night.
That's not surprising you?
That's not surprising me.
Tony?
Yep, the Labor heartland booths agree with Cos, and also the Greens seem to be doing very well.
On that, let's take a look at a few seats that the Greens are targeting. Anthony, let's start with Footscray.
Well, Footscray, Katie Hall's the sitting MP, Elena Pereira. Pereira is the Green candidate. This is the inner western suburbs of Melbourne. Now, some significant numbers there. I just warn, I don't expect the Victorian Socialists to end up with 15%. So this may not be a very good sample of that election.
They have been knocking on a lot of doors, though, I might say.
They may have been knocking, but we'll wait and see on that one. The two candidate preferred swing that's occurring that month is 20%. That's compared to last time, but they're getting very strong preference flows. It's two very small polling places. It's a big swing. Let's see if that carries through to the rest of the night. The other seat to talk about is Albert Park, and at the moment the Greens are in second place, and on those numbers the Greens would go on to win. Now, the one caution I would make is we're able to look at the first preferences and where they're from. This is from St Kilda, and based on that primary vote swing in that polling place, the Liberals will finish eventually ahead of the Greens in second place. So the one polling place has the Greens ahead, but on the primary swings, that may not flow through to the rest of the electorate. So at this stage, we're not calling that. If you look at the change in vote that's occurring there, big rise in the Greens, small fall in the ALP. Of course, this is, if I go back to the setup page on this one, this is where Martin Foley's retiring. Nina Taylor, who's an MLC for South Metropolitan Region, is running. Lauren Sherson is the Liberal candidate, and I think so. I have to go back to the candy bars to remember the name of the Green candidate. Kim Samiotis as I said, is finishing second there at the moment. I'm just not sure that will flow through to later in the evening.
All right, Samantha Ratnam, that's an immediate up-to-the-minute update from Antony Green there. What are you making of those figures?
Well, it's really welcome to see some of those early results and some of the swings towards us. I understand, however, they are very early results, and we'll see what happens throughout the course of tonight. But it does match what we were hearing from the conversations we were having with voters. I was on the booths today as well, and it certainly reflects what I was hearing from voters themselves, wanting change, wanting stronger action on issues, feeling like the major parties are taking them for granted. So it is in keeping with what we've been hearing. OK,
another seat that you're watching very closely, of course, is Richmond. Anthony, you've got some figures on that one too.
Yes, one polling place. Richard Wynne is the retiring member who's fought off many battles against the Greens over the last 2 decades. Lauren O'Dwyer is the new Labor candidate, and Gabrielle de Vietri is the Green candidate. If we look at the first preferences here, this looks like Labor's well ahead. I would warn, this is the Richmond 110 booth, which is in one of the Housing Commission blocks, or next to one of them. So this would be a good Labor booth. And at this stage, that's projecting as a two-party preferred swing of 22% to the Greens. Whether that flows through to other polling places or not, I'm not sure. But as I said, you can't take gospel on one polling place, I would warn. But while Labor was ahead, in fact, they're behind based on the swing in that polling place. That's an estimate of preferences. We're presuming the Liberal preferences will flow strongly towards the Greens. We'll find out later on when we get an actual preference count.
That's quite a swing. Jacinta Allen, let me just ask your thoughts on Richmond and Albert Park we saw earlier. You've got two retiring, well-known local Labor MPs there. How worried are you about these seats falling to the Greens?
Well, again, context is important, as you've pointed out. Both Richmond and Albert Park, in Richard Wynne and Martin Foley, had very well-known, well-established local members of Parliament for some time. So at any point when someone retires and you want to hand over the seat and to another member of your own party, that is always a fragile time in terms of the party's representation for that seat. I can say in both Lauren O'Dwyer and Nina Taylor, both of those candidates have taken nothing for granted and have worked incredibly hard in both of those seats. And I think let's follow Antony's advice and let these early results just sit for a bit.
OK, Samantha Ratnam, before we lose you to your other engagements this evening, any final thoughts from you?
Well, I'm really proud of the campaign that we've run. Incredible candidates, campaigners, volunteers, thousands of them who've joined this campaign to really champion issues that they care about will shape their futures. And wishing everyone well tonight, and it's great to see some of those early results come in.
Thank you so much for coming.
Just one question if I can. One of the things you've said during the campaign is that if it's a hung parliament, you'll back Labor, not Liberal. Was that a bit of a mistake? Do you rob yourself of some negotiating power, or is this a blanket, you'll never, ever go with the Libs?
Well, we've been very clear that we won't work with a Liberal government or help the Liberals form government, because you just have to look at their track record of the things that they have prioritised, lurching further and further to the right, undoing so much of the progressive reform that has been hard fought and won in Victoria. So we've been very clear that we can't work with the Liberal government. They are lurching further and further to the right. We want to form the most progressive parliament possible, and it's going to be really interesting to watch what happens in the upper house, where it's unlikely that any party will hold majority, that Labor could hold majority even if they gain majority in the lower house. We've got micro-parties, this group voting system really distorting democracy, and that's going to have a real impact on what we're going to be able to achieve in the next parliament.
All right. Samantha Ratnam, thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of the evening. Appreciate that. David Davis, in the meantime, let me get a reaction from you on that. You're lurching further and further to the right.
Well, clearly we're not. We've got clearly very sensible policies, broad-based policies that are absolutely in the middle of where Victoria is and Victorians are. And I think that's been a very important point. Debt was raised before. We obviously have made significant statements about debt, and you know, Matthew and I have certainly worked hard to get through the message that Victoria does have a significant problem.
Just on
there.
that, what are you really doing much about that? I know your bottom line figure, which you couldn't announce when you actually unveiled the costings.
I've got the,
we got the number.
The Prime Minister
You've got the scoop. You've got the number.
I think,
what happened there?
Well, I think the Prime Minister might have forgotten a number once upon a time, and I was in the same
So
zone.
that was a bit of an Anthony Albanese moment.
An Albanese moment, I think that's right. Let's move forward as a human mistake.
Well, what's the number?
Well, it's 28 billion in round figures, and around the 38 billion, bringing us 10 billion into.
And you're only doing that because you're raiding the Future Fund.
No, there's a several.
You're taking $10.2 billion out of the Future Fund.
The Future Fund is a fund that we see as very exposed into the future for Labor raids to, you know, spend
You're the one
in an unwise. No, we're actually paying down debt with it.
What happens
directly
though?
paying
Well, you're
down
emptying
debt.
it out though.
But paying down debt.
So is that
it's
not raiding
there
it
for the
to
future?
pay down debt?
We're paying down debt to get rid of the debt
Yeah,
for
but
the state.
taking the money from the Future Fund
and putting it to pay down debt.
And what are you
That's a key
losing
point.
in lost earnings?
We think on balance it's actually a positive.
What are you losing though in lost earnings?
Well, we think it's actually... It's very hard to calculate into the future, obviously, because you are looking at 2 or 3 years or 4 years down the track, and who would predict where interest rates are at that point exactly. But leaving that aside, it's clear that it's in the state's interest to get that debt down and not leave it there for a future government to raid and misuse.
David Davis, given you are drawing into the Future Fund, what then happens in the case of a rainy day? For example, what we've all just lived through in the past
The Future Fund is a fund that has been put there recently. It has never sent in an annual report. It has never been transparent in many of the decisions that are made with it. We say it's a fund that should be used to pay down debt and actually cut the debt of the state. We think that's in the state's interest. We think that that's the right way to go, and that is the decision that we made. It's a policy decision. I accept that. But we also made a number of other significant steps, including the use of the assets of the sewerage works to actually bring in billions of dollars and to use that to support our activities and also bring debt down as well.
All right, then let's go to Antony Green, who's got some more figures for us. Anthony?
It's the electorate of Hastings, down on the eastern side of the Mornington Peninsula. Neil Burgess is the retiring member, Bryony Hutton, the new Liberal candidate, and Paul Mercurio. People will know the name certainly, but 30 years ago, of course, he was the star of
Strictly Ballroom.
Strictly Ballroom.
Anthony.
Ruined my line, Strictly Ballroom. So there's Paul Mercurio. He's on one of the councils down there, so that's he was being recruited to be a candidate. Now, interesting, let's look at the first preference votes here. We've got 3 polling places. Paul Mercurio is ahead at this stage on first preference, substantially ahead. When we look at the change in vote, and this is corrected from where it's from, it's one of the few seats we've seen where Labor's vote's up. Now, this is 3 polling places and Liberal votes well down. This may be a peculiarity of those polling places, but that's the most positive result we've seen for Labor yet at this stage. The two-party preferred swing at this stage is an estimate is 3.1% towards Labor. Now, it's only 2.4% counted. It's 3 primary booths out of 16, but that's certainly an encouraging result for the Labor Party on first figures there. Now, the next seat I'm going to look at is Hawthorn, which is, of course, interesting. John Kennedy, the surprise victor from last time, John Pasuto, who's decided not to appear on our panel tonight. I think he had enough experience with losing. I can understand why he'd be a bit gun-shy, though. Yeah, after losing your seat, you'd sort of think twice about appearing on a panel. And Melissa Lowe is the teal-backed independent in that seat. Now, when we look at the first preference votes at this stage, John Pasuto is ahead. And Melissa Lowe is third. Now, if she's third, that's we haven't got a preference count at this stage, but John Pasuto's ahead, and we've got an estimate of preferences from the polling places we've got at this stage. That's the preference count has just come in. I'm sorry, that's not what I was expecting to see. They are counting between Liberal and Independent in that seat. That may. Let's go back to the candy bar, the first preferences. So, later on in the evening, if those numbers change around, that will be a relevant preference count. If Melissa Lowe stays in third place, she will pick up preferences from the Greens and Animal Justice, who've handed out how-to-vote cards. So having corrected my memory of how all these things work, if that flows through, and we've only got... That's a preference estimate we're estimating through from there. So that will be interesting to watch later in the evening. The third one I want to set up here is Kew, where Tim Smith is retiring, Jess Wilson is the new Liberal candidate, and Sophie Tawney is running as an independent. Now, we've only got 1 polling place at this stage, so I won't do too much projection from this. But at this stage, Labor's just ahead in second place. Again, the Green preferences and some of the others will favour Tawney over Skelton, which would get her into second place. So at this stage, it's difficult to make further predictions on that one. But that's just showing that we are getting numbers, and there are some interesting-looking figures already in some of these seats.
Andy, thank you. Well, it's just over an hour and 15 minutes since the polls closed. Just to give you the state of play, we are looking at about 2% of the vote counted statewide, and Labor's the swing is against Labor of around 6.6%. Now, admittedly, a lot of that's coming in from these regional areas. Let's take a look at the tally board. You can see so far only 1 seat has been lit up there. That's the seat of Lowen, which is a very safe National Party seat. Across the state's largest seat, Richard, isn't it? On the border with South Australia, is that right?
Gippsland East?
Gippsland East,
right,
on the other side of the state. So,
okay, yeah. Anyway, so that's the only one to light up so far. You'll see the rest of that tally board light up as more of those seats are confirmed on one side or the other. What we're looking for is where the seats are changing sides, whether the coalition can snare any of those on the left of screen, on the Labor side of the screen. They will need 18 of them if they're going to form a majority government. Labor can afford to lose 11 before losing their majority. Then we're into the hung parliament territory we've been talking about, and what happens then, we don't know. But right now there is a bit of a swing against Labor across the state. When you break it down and look in Melbourne itself, it's only 1.3% of the vote counted in Melbourne, and the vote's down about just over 8% for Labor. Very early figures, though, at the moment. But right now, there perhaps would be a few nerves for the Labor Party, but too early to tell, Tam, whether this is actually going to push their majority into contest. Absolutely. David Davis, just wanting to ask you, after the fairly disastrous result at the federal election, we've been looking at the inner city seats in Melbourne with Antony. Do you suspect that Matthew Guy might experience the same kind of problem in inner city Melbourne?
Look, we'll wait and see. I should say in both, and if you're thinking seats like Kew and Hawthorn, we've got some fine candidates there. Jess Wilson is a very active and hard-working candidate. I think you can, really feel that she's engaging with the electorate. And John Pesciuto has done an amazing job. His work ethic, his ability to engage, and I was on both Kew and Hawthorn booths today. I went to the Auburn booth and saw both John and Betty, his wife, and their campaign effort has been remarkable.
It's interesting too to note as well, sorry to interrupt you there, but a lot of people have said to him at polling booths, I would never normally vote Liberal, but the way that you conducted yourself as you lost your seat live on air in 2018 has made me flip my vote. So his graciousness in defeat has actually won him a few fans.
He's a statesman in many ways, and I have huge respect for John, and I think that will stand him, as you say, in good stead. I don't know obviously the results, and I think many of the results in those seats where early voting has been very high and the postals are also very, very high indeed, are important, and I think we'll see how this night progresses. But Jess, I know, has been engaging very hard in Kew as well. Some of my family members have been on the booth with her in the pre-poll time and so forth.
Have you been campaigning with Jess Wilson? Because you, of course,
sure have.
Went up against her for pre-selection for that seat. She beat you for that. But you reckon she's the right choice?
And I came out the night after that pre-selection, fronted the media pack and said I lost, and I will get in and support Jess, who is a fine candidate, and that is exactly what I have done.
And I think you just called John Pesciuto a statesman.
He is. He's a great
future
person.
Leader, indeed.
Well, he was once my chief of staff, so I'm perhaps But look, he and Betty are an absolutely fine couple.
If he does well, though, do you expect we could be looking at the next?
No, that's not my point. I think that he is a person who is engaged with the electorate very strongly. I'm talking to Betty about door knocking that they've done together today. And I think that will stand them in good stead. Jess has run a slightly different campaign, but her and her team have been out relentlessly. I've sort of been out there Saturday mornings with them often. They're really, I think, been very, very visible, and I think they've made a strong point. Kew is, as was said before, was Sir Rupert Hamer's seat and Jan Wade's seat.
You need to hold that sort of seat.
Yeah, and it's obviously an area of the city I'm very fond of, having lived there for 40 years.
All right, let's bring in Ellen Sandell, the Greens member for Melbourne, who's taking the seat that Samantha Ratnam's been with us for the last hour or so. Welcome to the coverage tonight. You presumably spent a fair bit of time on the booths, for the last couple of weeks, but today as well. How are you seeing some of these early results, not only in your own seat, but some of those others the Greens are targeting?
Thank you. Good to be here. It's actually my birthday today, so I'm hoping for a good night.
You should have brought a cake.
We can only offer you lollies, unfortunately.
Look, the positive swings to the Greens are obviously heartening, but it is super early and we're just getting little dribs and jabs from different booths. We have had our scrutineers report very strong preference flows to us from all candidates, including the Liberals in Richmond. So that is heartening, and I'm very hopeful that we'll see some really good results for us tonight. But it is really, really early, and I don't think we should count any of our chickens before they hatch.
Well, what better way to spend your birthday night than sitting here going through the results as they come through?
We're going across now to David Southwick in the seat of Caulfield. David, welcome to the program.
Good evening, everyone.
A high degree of pre-poll and postal voting in Caulfield last election made for a very, very long and drawn-out process. I don't imagine much has changed in that respect this time round.
No, absolutely. Last time around, I think Antony Green shot me out of a cannon election night, and it's caused us all kinds of traumatic syndrome for my wife that's eagerly sitting at home now. She won't come to this party just yet. So it's early days for us, but we do know that the Caulfield is one of those very unusual seats. We have a very high postal vote. In fact, we have the highest postal vote in the state, 21% of postal votes, some of which half have only been received. I think 5,000 votes have been received. There's still another 5,000 to actually be received before they could be counted, and that will probably go into next week. So it's a very tense period for us, but we're just very happy with the work that all of my volunteers have done.
David, Richard Willingham here. How much you've been outspoken throughout the campaign about allegations of extremism on both sides. How much of that overshadowed the campaign and actual focus on policy issues?
Yeah, look, Richard, I think this was probably one of the dirtiest campaigns that I've seen. It was all about kind of name-calling and people. I hate that stuff.
Something your party engaged in as well, though. Do you accept
certainly, that? Yeah, look, I mean, just at the end of the day, I think the thing that, you certainly hear is people are sick of it. And I think that's probably a third of the people that I've been talking to on the polling booths today are not engaged. And I think that's probably one of the big things that needs to change in politics overall. We've got to get away from the name calling, get into policy and just do better. We've all got to do better. And that's probably the one thing more than ever that I've learned from this campaign is people are absolutely sick of that. And we saw it particularly in a seat like mine. I mean, Richard, the whole kind of Nazi word was thrown around a number of times during this campaign, and it was just hard to deal with along with everything else.
How did Matthew Guy has said that if elected, Renee Heath, one of your candidates, won't be able to sit in the party room, mainly because of her religious beliefs. How has that played out in your electorate? Is it damaging, or are people concerned that Liberal Party is actually cracking down on someone because of their beliefs?
Oh, look, I mean, I think it hasn't really factored too much in this seat. To be quite honest, I've been out on pre-poll for the last 2 weeks. Every day, other than the times when I've had to do media. And, a lot of the stuff that's being reported is not really being brought up with the voters. I mean, voters, a lot of the big thing about this campaign is we saw a lot of people turn out early, and I think the people that had turned out early had made their minds up and were very determined one way or another to actually cast their vote, and they made their decision. I think on election day, there's been more people that are a bit more iffy with things. So it'd be interesting to see how those results play out. But I've got to say, a lot of people, whether you're on Daniel Andrews or off him, a lot of people I think had made their minds up quite a few weeks ago.
You've got several challenges in the seat. The Caulfield, as you said, is very complicated. Climate is an issue for some people in that seat. The coalition are focused on gas as part of the recovery and a part of the transition. Did that, I guess, hamper your pitch for local votes when there is, I guess, a Climate 200 candidate in the field?
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, it's interesting. I spent 2 hours at the booth in Ripponlea Primary School, literally asking each and every person for their vote down the line, and most people were actually focused on climate in that particular booth. And some had heard about our policies, and a number hadn't. So I think we probably needed to do a little bit more in terms of getting our message out there. But certainly, I think I don't think the Teals campaign really resonated as strongly. I mean, I think.
So who are you most worried about then in Caulfield?
Probably. Yeah, look, I think the Greens will probably do okay, and Labor, but I don't think the Teals have necessarily had the same campaign as we've seen at the federal election. And some of the early voting that I've heard from our scrutineers is suggesting that the Greens are outpolling the Teals.
David Southwick, thanks for your time and good luck for a long night, no doubt.
Pleasure.
The seat of Bulleen in Melbourne's northeast. It's held by the Liberal leader Matthew Guy with a margin of 5.5%. He's held the seat since 2014 when he made the move from the Legislative Council to the lower house. Bulleen has been held by the Liberal Party since it was first contested in 1985. This is Victoria Votes live from the ABC Election Centre in Melbourne. It's now 7:26. We have 4% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest now on the state of play with our Chief Election Analyst, Antony Green.
Yes, and let's have a look at... This is just those raw numbers of party totals again, just to give a feeling of what the actual numbers look like. Labor will do better than 32. This is just the raw numbers because the Nationals will not get 12.3%. I'm just bringing this up before I show this one, which corrects for where the information is from. And on this one, Labor's trending towards 36, Liberals 31, the Nationals 2. The Nationals will get more than 2, it'll be 4 or 5, which probably then gets the coalition up towards roughly equal with Labor. So that's what we're trending to see. The Greens are on 12% and others on 17.8%. The change in vote that's occurring at the election is the Labor vote's well down. The Liberal vote's only up slightly, the National vote down, though again, I think that National thing maybe depend on where the figures are from. The Green vote up and others are up, which is with so many candidates and so many third parties that have appeared at this election. That's not surprising. Now, I've got a seat run here, which is the first one is Bass. So let's look at the setup page. Now, Bass covers those areas around Port Phillip Bay. Now, the last election, it also included most of Pakenham and was won by Labor's Jordan Crugnale. And she's running again, but the seat is now a notional Liberal seat, having had Pakenham excised. Aaron Brown, who's the son of the former member down there, Alan Brown, former Liberal leader. So Aaron Brown's the candidate. If you look at the first preferences that are going on there, Jordan Crugnale's ahead. We've got 4 first preference polling places. Now, the complication here is the Nationals, Brett Tesseri, I think he's on one of the councils around Wonthaggi from memory. And that's where the end of where the figures are from. Big vote there for the Greens. That's sort of translating into a 2-party preferred swing, which looks good for Labor. But this is quite a diverse electorate. I'm not sure that will flow through to the other parts of that electorate. The next electorate is Bayswater, and that requires some explanation. People might remember it last time because Jackson Taylor won it. It was a bit of an upset victory. Now, Nick Wakeling is the member for Ferntree Gully. And basically, the old Bayswater and the old Ferntree Gully have been merged into a new electorate called Bayswater. It is a notional Liberal electorate with a margin of 0.6%, but has 2 sitting members contesting it. Jackson Taylor, who holds Bayswater, and Nick Wakeling holds Ferntree Gully. Now I've confused everybody. I'll go on to talk about the results. The Jackson Taylor is ahead on these figures. We've got 4 first preference votes, polling places in Nick Wakeling second. Not a lot of votes with other candidates. There's sort of a smattering amongst the other candidates. The change in vote that's occurring there is Labor votes roughly static. The Liberal vote's down and some of it's gone to others. So all those other third parties that are contesting this election have sort of complicated the count there, and whether that flows through to other figures. At the moment, we're seeing a swing to the Liberals at 2.3% out of that. That is based on 1 polling place, so that's probably not exactly reliable. But again, it's showing that there's a bit of a variability in swing. This figure also shows the drift away from the Liberal Party to third parties on those earlier figures. And the next seat I've got is Yan Yean, which again, I'll do the setup page for that. Danielle Green's retiring. She's been the member up there for many years. Lauren Cathedge is the new Labor candidate, and Richard Welsh, who contested much of this area as a candidate for McEwen. At the federal election, he's running for the Liberal Party in Yan Yean. Now, first preferences, we've got 5.7 counted, 4 polling places. Lauren Cathedge is just ahead on first preferences. There'll be strong preferences from the Greens to Lauren Cathedge. Now, I'll have a look at the 2-party preferred swing that's occurring there. It's saying a 13.6% swing. I think there's some new polling places and things. There's some unreliable figures there, so I would not take that. I think maybe the change in first preference might be more reliable. Again, the Labor vote is down, significant drift to others. It's showing one of the difficulties of this election. We're trying to sort of assess what's the change in first preference vote and what's the change in those third-party preferences flowing. And when you get a disconnect, we've got 4 first preference polling places and only 1 with a preference count, you get that disconnect between the graph. But it's just showing that there isn't a clear trend occurring at the moment. There's not a clear sign the government's losing. There's not a clear sign that it's exactly been re-elected yet. So it's something we're waiting on. I'd also point out tonight, we have actually made our predictive software more cautious because of this issue with a huge pre-poll vote. Because many of these seats will be indeterminate until we get the pre-poll vote later in the evening.
Thanks, Antony. So we were seeing a big swing against Labor there. I'm curious to know what you think of that, Cos Samaras, over on the data desk.
Yes, basically what we're seeing is swings to the Labor Party in what I will call the class of 2014 seats. So these are seats that the Labor Party secured to win government in 2014. Mainly what we define as the Frankston line seats. That's Mordialloc, Bentley, Carrum and Frankston. These seats, and we'll go back to that demographic conversation we were having earlier tonight, these seats have changed over the last 20 years, but particularly over the last 10 years. Very much now what I will describe as again, millennial central. Lots of young professionals have moved into these electorates. The local MPs, Labor MPs, are what on the Labor side of politics people will define as Labor's Praetorian Guard. So unless the Liberal Party can take these seats off Labor, I can't see how they can get to government, because this is a very significant road to victory for them, and it looks like it's actually bucking the trend. The other point I'd like to make is that it looks like the swings across Melbourne are very similar to what we saw in May. So areas that were hard hit by lockdowns are swinging very much against Labor, but those votes are going to Greens and other parties, not to the Liberal Party. And areas that clearly were less impacted economically are swinging to the Labor Party, and the Liberal Party is having a rough time across the board.
Well, a similar seat that Labor has concerns about is Melton on the outer west of Melbourne. I want to go to Margaret Paul, who's there. She's talking to the Labor MP, Steve McGee.
Yeah, hello. I'm in the Melton Country Club, where the party pies and sausage rolls have just been refreshed for the Labor faithful who are here to support Steve McGee, the sitting Labor MP. He joins me now. Now, we heard earlier discussion about swings against Labor in the outer suburbs. We've spoken to a lot of voters today and throughout the course of the campaign who are concerned about local infrastructure and the pressure that the population growth here has put on local infrastructure, things like roads, transport, schools and the hospital, of course. Do you think you've done enough here? Are you worried?
I think there's always more that can be done, but I've worked extremely hard over the last 4 years to improve on infrastructure build, and I've brought in over $3 billion of infrastructure bills right through that 4-year period. You know, that includes the money committed for the hospital that will start at the end of next year. Many new schools, upgrading of schools, land for new schools. We're going to be building the TAFE College in 2024. So, and then there's rail and bus lines and bus services and things like that, let alone supporting our local sporting clubs and community groups with infrastructure build. So I think I've done a lot. But
do you think you've sold it, though? Because there is that anger out there about the services.
Oh, well, I think I've sold what I've done so far, but there's more to sell. And we'll continue to do that, and I'll work extremely hard.
Now, there are 14 candidates on the ballot. That's going to make things quite tricky. What impact do you think that will have on the vote?
Oh, well, clearly people spread their vote over those 14 candidates, and a number of those candidates didn't even appear throughout the pre-poll period and things like that. So I think in some cases, you know, some people will gravitate towards the one-liner or things like that. So I think what it does, it will spread some of the vote, and that'll have an effect on all of us, so, you know, the major parties and the senior independents.
Those how-to-vote cards that those independents were handing out, they didn't favour you. A lot of them, the vote went to the Liberal candidate before you. Do you think that could cost you?
Oh, well, certainly that will favour the Liberal Party. Obviously, the independents haven't preferenced me. I'm a bit surprised with some of them in doing that, given that they know that we're delivering on some of the things, in particular the things that they are advocating for, you know, health, education, roads, jobs, and we're delivering on that, and they didn't preference us.
We heard Cos say earlier about the impact that the lockdowns had, particularly in parts of Melbourne. That certainly was a factor here in Melton, wasn't it?
Oh, well, it's been a factor across the state. But again, it was about keeping people safe, and we've kept hundreds of thousands of people safe, you know, and reduced the numbers of deaths and things like that. So it was important that those sorts of things had to happen. There will be some people that are angry, but today I felt pretty confident on the polls today that there wasn't a great overwhelming anger about the lockdown.
Steve McGee, thank you very much for joining us. Back to you in the studio.
Margaret Paul, thank you. The Labor candidate in Hastings, Paul Mercurio, is standing by to talk to us from the Somerville Hotel tonight. But first, let's go to Antony Green.
Yeah, we've got 4 polling places in Hastings. And if we look at the first preferences, Labor's on 35.9%, the Liberals on 34.1%, the Greens are on 16%. It's a very strong, well, they got roughly a vote like that in that part of the seat election last time, though it dropped once pre-polls and absence are added. If you look at the change in first preference vote that is occurring in this electorate, you're seeing the story. The Liberal first preference vote is well down and then drifting across to others. Now, we don't have a first preference, a preference count in this electorate. This is an estimate we're doing based on the how-to-vote cards. But at this stage, we're seeing this is one of the few electorates where there's with a significant count. One of the few we're seeing with a swing to the Labor Party, swing there of 3.9% to Labor. We're not calling that. We haven't got enough votes in yet, but they would say for the Labor Party would be very encouraging first figures.
There you go, Paul Mercurio. Early figures looking quite encouraging. If you win tonight, please tell me you'll be playing Love Is in the Air at the party afterwards.
Well, I think we've got the CD or the DVD of Love Is in the Air here at the moment, and we'll put it on. But someone did say I would definitely win if I had a truck going around just playing it around the neighbourhood. Maybe might have driven people crazy as well. I'm not sure.
Paul, Richard Billingham here. Did you consider Hastings for Hastings as your slogan?
Look, they call it the Battle of Hastings, so that's fantastic, but Scott Hastings for Hastings, it's a no-brainer. I always should have run. I guess this is my life's work from now on, I guess.
I guess being more serious now, why have you got engaged in politics? Why have you put your hand up to run for Parliament after your previous career?
You know, sometimes I think as a dancer, you're so used to being out there in front of the public, and as an actor, and I have a voice, and you're using that voice to help people, whether it's a play, a movie, a musical. You're giving something to people. So that's sort of who I am. So when I find something or that I feel like I should put my hand up and help change, such as this community. I mean, the electorate of Hastings has been ignored for a fairly long time, and I think it's time it sort of got its fair share. I see that, and so I go, right, I'll put my hand up. I don't necessarily, want to be a career politician, but I certainly want to work and help this community to become, the community that it can be.
It sounds very much like an independence pitch you've just made, but you've put your hand up for the Labor Party. Why them?
Look, I wouldn't have had the career I had without the Labor Party, because the Labor Party, both federal and state, are the only people that really support the performing arts. So I've always been Labor. I completely love their. Well, it's a very generalisation. I love their policies, but the way they treat women equality, the whole mental health. There's all of those reasons that I align with Labor. On the street, it's all about the relationship between people one-on-one. So if that sounds a little bit independent, that's fine, because it's about talking to the individual and listening to your community.
You're a councillor in Mornington Shire area. That area was part of the lockdown, and there was a lot of resentment there because some people are quite rural communities. Has that been a challenge for you to try and convince people in that area to vote Labor given lockdowns?
Look, there's certainly that anti-lockdown. People are scared about going back, and I don't think we will, and it'll take another 100-year sort of event, I guess. But at the end of the day, there are people that were upset and angry about that, and perhaps how the Labor Party dealt with it. But as equal as that, there are plenty of people out there that said we needed a strong leader, we needed guidance, and we needed to have someone keep us safe. So, I'm not sure if it's making a big difference, and some people are saying the figures are looking good for me and Hastings and Labor, and I think that speaks volumes to answer that question.
Paul, thanks for your time.
David Davis, why is the Liberal vote down 9% plus in a seat like Hastings?
Well, let's wait and see, but I think there's an important thing to remember here, and I did allude to this earlier on, the huge pre-poll and the huge postal sweep in many areas. And
you reckon it'll come back once you get that?
I actually think that the pre-poll was very, very strong for us, and you could feel it on the pre-poll. And I think that there will be two classes of votes here. I think those cast before voting day, here's my prediction, will be sort of more strongly our way than the ones on voting day. And I think that will be broadly true.
The other point too is in a seat like Yan Yean, when we've seen a big swing against Labor so far, Libs aren't really picking that up. It's going elsewhere. Your vote's up a tiny bit, but...
well, it's certainly true, and I actually agree with some of the comments made on air before, that where there is a large number of parties, the vote will obviously splinter. Now, the question is, where do those preferences go? And that is obviously a seat-by-seat proposition. In the case of Yan Yean, I think we think that there's been very significant move there. Richard Welch, our candidate there, is very impressive, hard-working, and we think there's been a significant, before the election, we could actually feel there's a significant move, and now our polling was showing that. And I actually think, even informally, stuff that filtered back to me, Labor thought there was a significant movement. Now, whether it's the exact number that's required to change the seat is a different question, but certainly significant concern registered out in that area. and we'll see where the preferences go from the different seats. But I think more broadly, I mean, Hawthorn, Kew, those areas, and going back earlier, Ripon, there's, you know, I think there's a reason for hope in the Nepean situation. There's significant movement we're getting on the phones. In Brighton, I'm hearing a significant movement towards us as well. So I think it's worth just putting some of those on the radar as well.
OK, we said at the start of the night that we might see a patchwork of results, and it really looks that way. Let's go to Antony Green for the latest.
Yeah, I just thought I'd bring this up. This is a trend we're seeing. Everything north and west of the Yarra, big swing to the Liberals. But there's very, very few seats in that. There's only one seat under 5% in that part of Melbourne. So a big swing in Western Melbourne doesn't deliver seats to the Liberal Party, though we haven't seen some of those Meltons, Werribees, Point Cooks yet. But virtually no swing in Eastern Melbourne. So that shows you two Melbournes in terms of swing. Of course, the two Melbournes have very different voting patterns as well, but it's showing up in differences in swing at this election. Now, I think it's time to look at the overall projected votes we're seeing at the moment. So that's Eastern Melbourne. It's gone and chosen that because that's what I asked for statewide. There we go. 35.5 for Labor, 29.9 Liberals, currently 4% for the Nationals. That error is correcting up. So that's getting the Liberals and Nationals, the coalition, up towards 34%. That's sort of like what we saw with Newspoll, but I think with only 7.3% counted, there's a lot more counting to come. 12% there with the Greens and 17.7% with us. Let's just have a look at those party totals again, which break it up a bit more. 2.4 with Animal Justice, 1.8 with the Freedom Party, 3.2 Family First, and 9.4 generically with others. So there's a significant vote there. Newspoll picked up a big number on those in the poll today. It said it had something like 11 for Greens and 12 for others or independents. I think the independents has picked up a lot of the for others because there aren't enough independents to get that polling result. So that's we haven't got a full story. What's like the statewide two-party preferred that's going on at the moment? It's a 3% swing, which is not enough to deliver a change of government. But I would warn that it's a lot of early figures. There's no sign yet of a change of government in these numbers. But it's also not exactly clear what we're seeing in terms of who will form the government. And there's a lot of seats where there's a lot of candidates, you know, your Mulgraves, your Meltons, where we're seeing very few figures.
Andy, just remind us what it would take, the swing, for a change of government. It's
7%. Now, the one thing I would say, if all that swing is west of the Yarra and 9%, then the swing, whatever the statewide swing is, a lot of it's going to be concentrated in seats which do no benefit for the Liberal Party. Labor may waste some of its vote, waste some of that swing, use up some of that swing in seats it's not going to lose. We saw at the last election, the reason the swing was so big, the margin is so big, was the swing was much higher in the Liberal marginal seats, which delivered the Labor big majority, but it was much smaller elsewhere. So the pattern of swing can have a big impact.
So at this point in the night, there's not enough of a swing for a change of government. David Davis is suggesting once that pre-poll comes in, that will change, or they'll be better for the coalition. Is that about right? That at the moment the swing's just not enough.
The figure I'm seeing at the moment, 3%. That's what the swing looks like now. That is a match swing that projects in the fact that the pre-polls were so good for the Liberal Party and the Nationals last time, but it doesn't factor in. There's a lot more of them this time.
Oh, that's right.
And so that's why it's very hard. You can't. It's very. If you remember the federal election, there wasn't a big swing early to Labor. It came in later, and the reason it came later was Labor did better with pre-polls in the previous election and WA. So that's why the figure. It looks like you sit here normally and say, well, Labor's not going to lose from here, but I think it's a much patchier result. So I think we're just going to have to wait.
Antony Green, patchy seems to be the word
the word
of the night,
evening,
doesn't it? Now, the level of voter disengagement this election is something that's been remarked on quite a bit, particularly by our pollsters. So let's head over to our data desk. I'd like to start with you first, though, Bridget. Which of the campaign pledges actually cut through to voters, even though there was this real sense of disengagement?
I think for the coalition, probably the biggest one and the most easiest one to remember was the $2 public transport fares. So we saw the opposition leader promise to cut all trains, trams and bus fares in Melbourne to $2 a day and also halve V-Line fares. I remember on the day that was announced, I headed to Flinders Street Station to ask people what they thought about that policy, and 4 people told me that they would change their vote to vote for the party that had this policy. So I think that could be a real vote winner for commuters. Another one that was probably an easy to remember cut-through one was free school lunches. So Matthew Guy's promising free school lunches for all public schools, and that's one that they've been really pushing this campaign. In terms of Labor, I did mention the State Electricity Commission earlier. I think the reason why that is a vote winner or is going to cut through is because it's something that they can talk about in the inner city. They're bringing back the State Electricity Commission to have it all renewable energy. So in the inner city, they can talk about how they're doing this stuff for climate change. In the outer suburbs, in the regions where the State Electricity Commission was and where a lot of people were employed by that, that's also a vote winner there as well. And another one that's cutting through is the $250 power saving bonus. The Premier announced this first last year. It's obviously worked in their minds because they've brought it back again this election, and on their campaign launch they announced that they would bring it again next year. So we're going to see 3 rounds of that. So that's an easy, simple one that will probably cut through to voters as well.
Thanks, Bridge. Tony Barry, the sense of apathy has been palpable. Is it lockdown, exhaustion, or a Daniel Andrews and Matthew Guy a turn-off for voters? What's driving this real sense of voter disengagement?
Look, in some of our research, it was basically their perception of the campaign was it's a bidding war of promises, trying to outbid each other on different announcements. So there was no sort of connecting theme to all those announcements. It was just unconnected, without a sort of narrative or story behind it, which was sort of driving some of this apathy and disengagement. On the theme of the pre-polls, and I know that's been something we've all talked about quite a lot tonight, but if you look at the Mont Albert branch in Box Hill, in 2018, 1,531 votes were cast there. Tonight, 860 were counted. So it's a fall of 45%. In Hastings, their Balnarring branch, Balnarring booth, 1,246 were counted in 2018. Tonight, 518. That's a drop of 60%.
Yep.
So while some of the numbers aren't looking great at the moment for the coalition, the pre-polls have to come in yet. We would have to come home with a really wet sail in those pre-polls, but I think it's premature to be sort of jumping to any conclusions just yet.
Cos, we were talking earlier with Margaret Paul in Melton, and we've been talking about that tonight in terms of the drift away from Labor. It might be the first brick in the red wall to fall. The other big change in Melton has been who lives there now. Can you talk to the demographic change there?
Yep. Basically, Labor does well, or has done well historically in these sort of growth corridor seats where there are younger people that are moving into the electorate from diverse backgrounds. And where it's beginning to lose ground is amongst communities that have been living in these same areas for a very long time. So established communities within Melton that have been there for 20 years are the ones that we're finding are moving away from Labor, and the constituency that Labor is relying on to actually survive in seats like Melton are, Indian Australians, for example, and over 4,500 of them have moved into Melton over the last 4 years. So if Labor does hang on in Melton, it will be off the back of that new migration.
Right, and also the way that Labor responded to those outer suburbs during the pandemic will really make an impact too.
Yeah, that's right. And it is a little bit diverse in terms of the feedback that we get from those communities in terms of whether people agreed with the health measures or not. We do know that amongst migrant communities, there's significant support, particularly amongst the Indian Australians, for the measures that the government took. So I think when we go across that sort of northwestern part of Melbourne, which Antony Green just touched on, it will be this community that will deliver most of the seats, hopefully seats like Melton for Labor.
Let's come to some of the data that's just come in some important seats. I want to start, Anthony, with Hawthorn in the inner eastern suburbs. Labor's John Kennedy won the seat at the last election, a bit of an upset. John Pesutto trying to win the seat back for the Liberals. We've spoken a bit about him tonight. With the independent in the mix there too, Melissa Lowe.
This is interesting when you look at the first preferences. Currently the independent is third. Now, my opinion is on those numbers she will probably reach second place on preferences. John Kennedy's projected to finish lower than that later in the count. and the preferences will probably favour Melissa Lowe. And on the numbers we're seeing at the moment, that produces a swing. Let me see, we've got a preference count, which is indicating a 6% swing, but we're not doing any projections in that electorate, so it's a little difficult to determine. But at the moment, certainly the Teals are not doing the roaring numbers we saw at the federal election. So that's the big difference here, is we're not seeing a big Teal breakthrough like at the federal election.
OK, let's go to the seat of Nepean now. Sitting member there, we've spoken about Chris Brain tonight. Sam Groth, we also spoke to him a little bit earlier, the Liberal candidate.
And this is the seat we can definitely chalk down as a Liberal gain. We've got 15% counted. We've got preferences in 5 of the 20 polling places. So we've got a really reliable projection here. We've got a swing to the Liberal Party. Sam Groth will defeat Chris Brain. He's well ahead on first preferences, even with a strong Green vote there. Now, if we look at the swing that's occurring there, I think we're seeing a swing of 8.2%. This was quite a freak result last time. This is not the seat that Labor normally wins. They won it just on that general swing that occurred to Labor. This time, I mean, the Liberals, Sam Groth is probably the highest profile recruit the party's got at this election, and it's paid off for them, and they will win Nepean.
And let's have a look at Ringwood in the outer eastern suburbs. Dustin Holtz, the Labor MP, is retiring. He won the seat only at the last election, but he's leaving. Will Fowles, the Labor candidate, he's the MP for the abolished seat of Burwood. And the Liberal candidate Cynthia Watson's the former mayor of Bundoora. Yeah, and Will Fowles has moved across the eastern suburbs to contest here. And as you can see, he's ahead on first preferences and well ahead. Cynthia Watson, the Liberal primary vote, and we've got 16 polling places, is down 11%. Labor's vote's down only 4. The Green vote is up 4. When we look at factoring where the preferences are from, we've got 8 preference counts. At the moment, we're seeing a 4.7% swing to Labor. Now, remember that graph I showed a few moments ago? No swing in the eastern suburbs, big swings in the western suburbs. And the figures there in Ringwood back that up. And at this stage, we're predicting Will Fowles will win that. Now, I've got to say, again, with his big pre-poll vote, I'm always a little bit concerned, but we've got a quarter of the vote counted in that electorate. You've got 10% of the count as a 2-candidate preferred count. So there'd have to be something very different in the polls, because there's a 4.7% swing to Labor in those polling places. OK,
Antony Green, thank you. Richard, what are you making of all of that?
I think the Ringwood result is really significant so far in what we've seen. We talked about at the start of the program that the Liberals need to win ground back in the eastern suburbs. This was a seat that was picked up by Labor. It looked a little bit different in 2018, and it was one that the Liberals needed to pick back up. And as Antony's pointed out, there's no big swings there yet against Labor. So it makes that path for the Liberal Party to form government all the more difficult, and Labor would be very happy with that. I think that they feel like they've won that seat, and that is quite significant. An early sign that perhaps they will hold on and be able to form a majority at this stage.
David Davis, what do you have to say about that?
I think we'll wait for the postals and the pre-polls. I think it is a seat with a lot of postals and pre-polls, and certainly Cynthia Watson, a mayor in Burundara, but also very engaged locally. I know she's put a mighty effort into that seat. We'll just wait and see with the pre-poll and the postal votes.
Just on pre-polls and postal votes, the Liberal Party has been saying as the election has gone on, it's been better for them. So if you're banking on pre-polls and postals, doesn't that sort of go against what you've been saying, that the Liberal Party's coming home with a wet sail if people have cast their votes 2 weeks ago?
I've always been of the view that where party people are reporting hugely positive pre-poll like that, that usually means deliberative decisions by voters, and you're left as you move forward, and especially where in some electorates you've got 60% of people voting before or with postals, you're left with 40% that are making the decision on the day. I think you could feel some change on Friday afternoon.
Let's go from the Shadow Treasurer to the Treasurer. Tim Pallas is standing by for us in his seat of Werribee in Melbourne's outer southwest. Let's get an update before we talk to him from Antony on how the contest is going there as Tim Pallas tries to hold on. Well, look, we haven't got very useful figures. This is the Woodville booth, which is an external booth next door in Tarneet. So they're pretty tiny figures, so we haven't got much to say about Werribee when we've only got sort of, I think it's about 172 votes counted. So at this stage, I think Tim Pallas is still waiting for some realistic figures. Well, Tim Pallas, how nervous are you? And have you got any more data at hand yourself as to how that contest is going?
Oh, well, I'm by nature nervous, and of course we've got to wait till all of the votes are counted. But I think I'm getting increasingly confident with the word that I'm hearing back from my scrutineers in a number of boos, Iramu, Manor Lakes. They're looking very, very good, very strong. So we're happy with the numbers as they're coming in at the moment. We're not seeing any substantial deterioration in our primary vote. We're not seeing any substantial shift to the independent candidate. In fact, they're in a neck-and-neck race with the Australian Socialists, as I understand it. So it's they're not really figuring as prominently as we'd anticipated in at least those boos that we're getting reports back on at the moment.
Treasurer Richard Willingham here. Did all this, I guess, hype about potentially independence make you have to fight harder than you've ever had to fight before in Werribee?
I don't need a lot of incentive to fight for my political life, Richard. Every election is a contest of ideas and a contest of hopefully opportunity. And I think that in no small part the Premier and the package that he put together about what the future looked like. Yes, we got a lot of delivery, a lot of achievement, but he helped put together a package that gave Victorians some confidence that we had a clear vision of the future, and it seems to be resonating in my community. It's certainly, we're seeing no particularly adverse numbers coming in at the moment, and whilst I'm not at a point where I could say I'm resolutely satisfied that we've got the numbers. What I can say is that there's been a pretty solid vote turnout on primary vote for Labor in this electorate, and there's no substantial deterioration in our primary from the three boos that I've had data from our scrutineers on.
The Coalition went after the Labor Party on debt. You've obviously the Treasurer. Did you get the financial settings right? Did you create a problem for the government?
Well, I think there's absolutely no doubt that if people's concerns were about economic management, they'd have had no choice but to look at what the opposition were proposing, which was really quite shambolic and not a serious offering. Essentially what they were proposing to do was to sell down a future fund and incomprehensibly use it to run a one-off surplus, run a $6.5 billion savings strategy, undeclared, except for 2 days out, and then to privatise our sewerage system. I don't think that resonated particularly well with the people of Werribee or indeed the people of the western suburbs.
If the government is returned tonight or this week, will you engage in serious budget repair, which as economists have been calling for?
Well, of course. Look, I'm the Treasurer who's delivered the highest average surpluses the state's ever seen, Richard. Yes, we had to change our priorities to look after the well-being of the Victorian people throughout the pandemic. And yes, that had an effect upon debt. But people can be under no doubt, under no misapprehension, that our priorities were to look after the well-being of communities, families and businesses. Of course, governments will need to turn their attention to ensuring that we return the budget to surplus as quickly as we can, and 25-26 will be the year in which we expect that will occur, and we will continue the hard work of growing the economy because, Richard, the only way really to pay down debt is to grow the economy.
Treasurer, thanks for your time.
Hawthorn Warranjeri Biktu, Bikal Waibu, Ngurakpa Barnburndun, Warrakupulo, Mundanai Hawthorn, Hawthorn Gurren, Camberwell, Surrey Hills Bar Canterbury. Gurren Galambariam, Mundanai, Birrarangdui, Winna Burung, Narga Banyut.
This is Victoria Votes, live from the ABC Election Centre in Melbourne. It's 1 minute past 8 p.m. and we have 11% of the vote counted. Hello, I'm Tamara O'Dine.
And I'm David Spears. And let's go right now to the Chief Election Analyst for the ABC, Antony Green, who's got the latest for us.
Well, we'll look at that overall vote at the moment, and then I've got a few comments on where I think it's all going at the moment. Labor's on 36, Liberals on 28.7, Nationals on 4.7, so 32, 33 point something for the Coalition, 12.9 for the Greens, and a big vote for others, a wide variety of votes. The change in vote that's occurring is there is a significant drop in the Labor first preferences. But as we've been pointing out, it seems to be occurring in seats which Labor holds very strongly. So the comments that were made during the lockdown that it was people who lived in Labor seats in insecure employment who fared worse, and middle-class seats where people could work at home were less affected in that way by losing employment and like. So you're seeing some of that play out in the numbers. I think there's a lot more counting to come before you can be absolutely certain on, but that's what it looks like to me. I just wanted to bring up the chamber and make some comments about where things are going at the moment. Now, the numbers which are at the bottom of the screen are Labor 30, the Nationals 7. I don't know where the Liberal one's gone there, but it's disappeared momentarily. There we are, Liberals 12, Nationals 8, Labor 32. Now, at the moment, there's, I don't know, 20, 22, 24, 56. There's 32 seats not included in those totals. But of the seats which we haven't given away, haven't got enough of a count, a lot of them are Labor seats. At the moment, it doesn't seem like Labor will lose its majority. Now, if I was somewhere on the internet or on a sort of a community radio station doing this coverage, I'd call it at this point, but nobody would notice it. But I'm here on the national broadcaster, and I'm cautious on this. Now, at the moment, Labor has a strong pathway to power. The Coalition it's harder to see their pathway to power, but there's a lot more counting to come. But at this moment, you would rather be in Labor's shoes than the Coalition's. I would also say at the moment the Greens are ahead in 6 or 7 seats, so they may end up with 5 or 6 seats, which means that comes off, that makes it hard for Labor to get a majority if they lose other seats. But also, as I pointed out, Labor are doing well in a couple of seats in eastern Melbourne, which were expected to be amongst their first losses. Now, the next up is I have a seat run, and the first one is, let's deal with this fixture first. Daniel Andrews, Michael Piastrino is the Liberal candidate, Mulgrave, down in the southeast of the city. Here's the candidate bars, the first preference votes. We got 5 polling places in. Dan Andrews is well over 50%. And in second place is Ian Cook. I'll let the locals explain who Ian Cook is. He's had a legal problem with the government on some issues to do with his business, which I won't comment on. But he's way ahead at the moment. Now, he did draw number 1 on the ballot. There are 14 candidates on this ballot paper, and you can see they diminish away towards the bottom of the... Andrew King, who was apparently trying to get 50 people to sign up to run, has finished bottom at this stage. So at this stage, they have good figures for it. Let's have a look at the change in vote there on first preferences. Only a small loss of vote for Daniel Andrews there, and the Liberal vote's down as well. So on those numbers, it's highly unlikely Dan Andrews will lose his seat and he should be re-elected. The next seat I have is Point Cook. Matthew Hilikari is the new Labor candidate, replacing Jill Hennessy. The seat was called Altona. Now, Joe Garra is the independent. Now, at this stage, he's not doing very well at all. There is an argument that he was better known at South Werribee, which was in the seat of Werribee, where he stood last time. But that's a bit disconnected from the rest of the electorate. At this stage, he's not polling very well. Very low Labor first preference vote. I'm not sure. Let's look at the change in first preference vote that's occurring here. Labor vote down, Liberal vote up, but if those changes in first preferences flows are reflected later, I'd be surprised if there's a change. I don't think I've got a two-party preferred. I've got 2 polling places showing a small swing to Labor, so there's not much movement in Point Cook yet. And the one other seat I wanted to do was Melton. We've got some figures. We've got only one polling place, unfortunately, with Steve McGee. Graham Watt is the Liberal former member for Burwood, who's moved out there nowadays. Ian Birchall is the doctor. And this looks like the election result. Jared Bingham, who's the snake charmer from Snake Catcher, sorry.
Important distinction.
It is. Very different things.
So you can see that there's just a spray of the votes around all the other candidates. And it was that spray last time that allowed Steve McGee to win. The other point I'd make is that some of the candidates are directing to Bingham and some are directing towards Birchall. So I'd expect there'd be a bit of a change there. And I haven't got too many votes. Let's look at the change in vote that's occurred. That's one polling place. The Labor vote's down, the Liberal vote's up. Birchall's vote is down in that polling place compared to last time. So it's a bit of a mixed bag there. So at the moment, the stories we're hearing about those multi-member seats, aren't playing up. But certainly Daniel Andrews looks fine.
Antony, I can well understand that you're reticent to get too far ahead of yourself here, but do you think at this point the coalition has any path to majority?
Look, the Liberal primary vote's down at the moment. Now, some of that is flowing off to this huge increase. Like the other vote is up 6.5% to 17.8. Now, clearly, a lot of that vote is flowing off from other parties and back, and I suspect some of that is coming back to the Liberal Party. The coalition's primary vote is down, but the two-party preferred swing to them is about 3%. But 3% is not enough to see a change of government, especially if that swing is occurring in the western suburbs where there aren't seats falling. So at this stage, I'd say Labor's on track for victory, but I think sensibly, given the sheer size of the postal and pre-poll vote, it's a sort of formal decision you wait a little bit longer for. I'm a very cautious person by nature.
We respect the caution. Better to be right than first, Antony Green. But I can see Jacinta Allen nodding along. As you say, the path to victory is very difficult for the Liberals. Take a look at the tally board. I mean, it tells you the story as well here, right? So you can see more of the seats starting to light up as they are called. And while the Liberals have picked up the seat of Nepean from the Labor side, Sam Groth, as we heard from earlier. You can see over on the other side, Labor's actually at the moment snaring a couple of seats from the Liberal column. Hastings, Paul Mercurio, who we heard from earlier, and Bayswater as well, that Antony's been talking about. More of the seats filling in as we go. So it is getting harder and harder for the Liberals, you've got to say right now, to have any prospect of getting to government themselves. Tam?
Let's go now to the Liberal Party's safest metropolitan seat. Michael O'Brien, the Shadow Attorney General, will join us in just a moment. But first to you, Antony.
Oh, so I thought they were telling me Morwell, and I was saying, why Morville? Morven.
Malvern.
No, it's full-frame graphics, I think. This one. Yeah, Michael O'Brien. This is one of the Liberal jewels in the state. Oddly enough, for a seat which has normally got a margin of over 20%, after the last election, it was the safest Liberal seat in Melbourne at 6%. So I think there was room for improvement on the last election result. And if we look at the, I'm not sure what graphic I'm about to look at, but two-party preferred swing, it's a 2.2% swing to Labor on the numbers. Now, I can't see where there's 7 preference counts. So again, here's that pattern we're seeing of Labor holding up in the eastern suburbs and taking a bath in the western suburbs. But in the moment, I would say Michael O'Brien's going to win Malvern, but at the moment, it's not an overwhelming victory.
Michael O'Brien, thanks for joining us. Not looking terrific for the coalition at this stage of the night. How much better do you feel the Liberal Party would be tracking tonight if it had just stayed the course and kept you on as leader?
Look, I don't think about hypotheticals like that. I very much operate in the here and now. And the fact is, not quite sure where Antony Green got his numbers from, but our booth scrutineers are coming in. We are winning Malvern, or we're winning Malvern with a swing to us. We've run the best campaign I think we've ever run with the best team of party volunteers we've ever had. And look, I'm very focused on serving the people of Malvern. It's been the honour of my professional life to represent them since 2006, and I'm delighted that it looks like they're going to give me the chance to serve them again.
Michael, Richard Willingham here. Did the Liberal Party put too much emphasis on Daniel Andrews in this campaign? Did it underestimate his potential popularity with, I guess, a lot of quiet voters?
I beg your pardon, sorry Richard, would you be able to repeat that?
Yeah, I'll just ask it again. Did the Liberal Party underestimate the silent potential popularity of Daniel Andrews? Did the Liberal Party put too much emphasis on him?
No, I don't think we should be talking about the popularity of Daniel Andrews. Conversations I've had with thousands and thousands of voters over the last couple of weeks in particular, Daniel Andrews is not somebody who can unite this state. There is a lot of quiet anger towards Mr Andrews from a lot of people who are hurt by his actions, who are hurt by his government's actions. So no, I think that focusing on Mr Andrews was absolutely appropriate. But of course, as a party, we need to make sure we can appeal to the majority of Victorians. We are a mainstream party. We need to appeal to mainstream Victorians, and we need to, if we are falling short in any way, we need to do better.
And if you do fall short tonight, there's already been made that the path is looking increasingly narrow to form government. Does the party need to have a good hard look at itself and I guess maybe clean out the playing list?
Look, we're going to see some, I think, very talented people come into the Liberal Parliamentary Party today. Sam Groth, clearly one of them, and hopefully there'll be quite a few more before the end of the night and before the count's finished. So the party obviously does need to renew itself, but after any election, any professional party has a review, and especially so if it turns out to be a loss. If we do lose, Labor will have been in office in Victoria for 23 out of 27 years. That's unacceptable. That is actually dangerous, a dangerous level of control for one group of people, for one political party. And clearly the Liberal Party needs to make sure that we can put that to an end at the first available opportunity, be that tonight or be that in 4 years' time.
So far the board's showing that the Liberal Party has failed to win back seats like Ringwood, Box Hill, Bayswater. They're seats you lost in 2018. Why hasn't the message been able to get through to them? Is that an area that you would focus on in improving? Or are those areas now gone for you?
Look, no, Richard, I've never been one to say that we give up on voters who have traditionally voted for us. If people have left us at a particular election, you don't abandon them, you listen to them, you learn from them, you work harder. This idea that the Liberal Party needs to find a new heartland is never one that I subscribe to. We are the party for all Victorians who believe in equality of opportunity, who believe in the rule of law, who believe in a fair go, who believe in a strong economy, and for support for those who need it. They are mainstream values, they're Liberal Party values, and we need to be loud and proud about who we are and what we stand for.
One last question. Would you have another go at the top job?
Richard, look, this not the time, not the place. I'm just so proud of my volunteer team here in Malvern. We've run the best campaign we've ever run. We've had a really strong result against a lot of effort that other parties have thrown at us, and it's just time for me to be grateful for all the support that not only my team have given to me, but also grateful for the support people of Malvern have given to me.
How many people have told you that you would have done a better job? You could have been in a winning position tonight had you still been in charge.
Look, Richard, I'm a Carlton supporter, so what ifs just cause pain. I try not to focus on those.
Well, it can come back. As a Melbourne supporter, you can wait a long time and you finally get there. So, are you prepared to have another go?
No, look, I'm having another go as the member for Malvern, and that's the news that I'm focusing on and celebrating tonight.
Thanks, Michael.
Look, I'm impressed that we got to 8:15 for the first Melbourne Football Club reference to Richard Willingham. Quite miraculous.
Michael started it.
Just on that, Rich, though, non-answers on whether he's interested in another go at it, whether he's been approached about having whether he would have done better.
And also about non-answers about where the party went wrong. He sort of said it's unacceptable to keep losing, but doesn't sort of identify any problems.
On a micro level in that seat in Malvern, Michael's run a very good campaign, enormous depth of activity, polling into the seat on a level that has not occurred in the past, and I think that has paid dividends for us in that seat, and I think that will set up that part of the city very well for the future. So I do pay tribute to the work that he and his team,
Sounds
who are
like
part of
got
my
a
area
number
as
in
well.
the party room.
Interesting, though.
No, I mean, this is actually about a very strong local campaigning. It's a significant point.
And it's interesting, too, that Michael O'Brien says that the Liberal Party should be looking at renewal, also being very non-committal on whether he will run for leadership of the party again. Cos Samaras, I'm wanting to bring you in on this because you've got some strong views on that. Cos Samaras, do you think that the opposition would have won tonight if Michael O'Brien was at the helm?
That's a very good question. I think that based on research that we've done over the last couple of years, I would say that Victorians are looking for a far more centralist leader from the Liberal Party. I think this approach that the Liberal Party has taken to date, which is to pitch to what I would say declining constituency, which is largely baby boomers, is not a winning strategy. And we're going to see the results of this right across all of Victoria tonight, that they're going to go backwards in many, many seats where they are just simply failing to talk to millennials.
Would Michael O'Brien have done better?
I would say yes.
Tony?
Counterfactuals are always difficult. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Counterfactuals are always difficult, but I'll say this, that in June last year, Resolve in The Age and Redbridge in the Herald Sun both did polls, statewide polls, a week apart, and the coalition were 48 to 52 on a 2PP basis. And on the basis of that, the undermining campaign started on Michael O'Brien, and he was gone within a few months.
And what does that tell you?
Tells me that he was on 48-52 before the undermining campaign began.
Just David Davis, appreciate you giving Michael O'Brien a rap for his efforts in his own seat. But more broadly, let's zoom out. Is there a path to power still for the coalition?
I have not yet seen any significant input in terms of those pre-polls, and I think that's where we've got to wait.
So you're still holding out
absolutely.
for that?
We've got to see these pre-polls, and I think we have real strong reason to believe that. I mean, the number is huge. Historically, the number of postals is also...
Well, it's getting bigger. If you look at the tally board, you can see, you know, Labor's picking off more seats so far.
Well, not since I last looked, but nonetheless, we don't want to lose any, so we want to make sure that we actually go forward, and I think we will. I think there's a number there that we will pick up. I keep hearing good news on Hawthorn and Kew and seats like that, and also... you know, let's wait and see on some of these.
No, fair enough.
You'd want to win Kew, though. I mean, if you...
Yeah, no. I'm just noting what's coming through to me at the moment.
What about you, Jacinta Allen? How confident are you right now about Labor actually winning this?
Oh, look, I don't agree with David a lot, but I do agree with we do need to wait and see the big early voting numbers come through. But, you know, if that board is right and has Hastings and Bayswater coming to Labor, that's a very, very bad night for Matthew Guy and the Liberal Party. And we just heard the former leader, Michael O'Brien, talk about the Liberal Party needing to be mainstream. Well, there's nothing mainstream about chasing votes out to the far right and chasing extremists and preferencing those sort of people over the Labor Party, as we saw right across the state here. So, look, we can't get ahead of ourselves. We've got a little bit more time to come, but picking up, seeing that some of the seats that Labor is holding on to on that board is a very, very strong result.
Just picking up on something that Jacinta Allen said, David Davis, there's been concern in the electorate and within the coalition too about the infiltration of the party by the religious right. What damage do you think that that's done this time around?
Well, the Liberal Party is a broad mainstream party. And one way that I often respond to that is a branch that I helped form, the Liberal Pride branch. It was actually the branch that's won the record for successive years for the biggest growth in membership. So we are actually
That's at the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, no, but this is my point, is we are actually a broad and diverse party, and people join the party from a whole series of different backgrounds.
But should people who believe in gay conversion therapy be allowed to...
Well, my views on that are extremely well known from the time I was Minister to and more recently.
So what do you think should have been done to manage the Renee Heath issue?
We have to be very careful, and I'm not talking about Renee Heath here in particular, I'm just talking more broadly. We have to be very careful with candidate selection. There's clearly still a way to go on that, and that is a fair point that people point to. The need to get our processes right on a lot of that. So,
but there were warnings that were conveyed to Matthew Guy directly before her pre-selection, or about her pre-selection. Why were they not heeded?
I'm not familiar with the specific warnings that you point out, but look,
Two people emailed him directly, senior members of the Liberal Party, to flag their concerns and say that having her pre-selected would cause damage to the Liberal Party.
Look, we obviously have to get our selection right, and that is an important point for us.
What do you think of Matthew Guy's response that Renee Heath will no longer be allowed to sit in the Liberals' party room?
Well, he's certainly made a decision, and that is obviously a matter for the party room, but at the same time, I understand why he would say that.
Sorry to interrupt you there, David Davis. We do have some breaking news. We're going to go to Antony Green.
Yes, well, at this stage, I think we can say that the Andrews government is set to be returned. Now, we're yet to determine whether that's a majority or a minority government, but what we can't see is a pathway for the coalition to win enough seats to get into government in their own right, that Labor will end up with more seats than the coalition. I just wanted to explain why, and let's just look at the marginal seats on the two sides of the electoral pendulum. So this is on the coalition side, and you're seeing Labor's currently ahead in Caulfield, that'll bounce around, but Hastings, Labor's done very well in Hastings. I hadn't seen the national gain in Mildura, that number has bounced around a little bit, but you're seeing Red ahead in seats like Bayswater and Glen Waverley, and this is a sign that those eastern suburbs where you would expect the Liberal Party to pick up a whole bunch of marginal seats, Labor is not losing all of those seats. There isn't some sweep in the eastern suburbs. Where we are seeing big swings is in the western suburbs, where the Liberal Party is highly unlikely to make any gains. And when I look at the other side of this pendulum, the government side, that shows up as well. Now, Hawthorn, the independents ahead. That depends on the order of the candidates. A lot of counting in that seat. Liberals are gaining Nepean. We knew that. We think the Greens have gained Northcote. But Labor's currently ahead in Ashwood. We've got them ahead in Ripon. I haven't looked at those numbers for a while. South Barwon. You're expecting South Barwon to be in trouble for the government if they were going to lose. Box Hill, Ringwood. The National Party is winning Morwell. That was sort of taken. And the Greens are doing well in a number of seats. That's why we're saying we're not sure whether Andrews government is back in majority or minority, because we're not sure how many of those seats the Greens are currently ahead in or remain ahead in. But certainly we can't see, on the numbers we're seeing now, there's nothing indicate the coalition is going to make lots of gains unless there is something extraordinary in the postal vote and pre-poll votes. And we're factoring in the very strong pro-coalition swing on pre-polls last time. So if it's not as strong for the coalition on the pre-polls, then it's definite that Labor's back in power.
That's an important point. You've factored in some caution around that. But just to be clear, just to underscore this for everyone, you are saying Labor, one way or another, has won the election.
The Andrews government will form government after this election. There is nothing to indicate that the coalition is going to make the 13 or so gains that it needs to get into government.
David Davis, what do you make of all of that?
Well, let's again wait and see. I'm very cautious because of the large known chunk of pre-poll votes, the postals, and I think we're going to have to wait a little while.
Is that necessarily going to change the result for you, though?
Well, let's just wait and see a little while. I'm just going to be cautious for a while.
Jacinta Allen, are you still as cautious as you were maybe 10, 15 minutes ago? How do you feel about that call from Antony Green?
Oh, well, the call from Antony always does gladden the heart a little bit at this point of the night.
Depends which side of the panel you're on.
Well, certainly my red Labor heart. But look, we can see from the screen in front of us, there's 17% of the vote that's being counted. There is hopefully in the next hour, within the next hour, we get that big chunk of early voting votes come through. But the trend is there. You know, 17% of the vote shows a very clear trend. And that trend is not towards the Liberal Party. That trend is away from the Liberal Party, and it's a clear repudiation of the campaign that the Liberal Party ran.
To be fair, the swing at the moment is nearly 7% away from Labor on primary votes. The swing against the Liberals at the moment is just under 2%. Now, that's not going to be enough to cost you government, but there is a clear rejection of Labor in some parts.
I'm glad you brought this up, David, because I've got some figures in front of me from the 2014 and 2018 elections, where the 2018 election result was, you know, really one out of the box. It was a very, very big, strong result to Labor, where we did have just over 57% of the two-party preferred result. So seeing a coming down from that is not really surprising, given it was such a high watermark. But again, where the seats we're holding on to is particularly important. We are holding on to those seats in the eastern suburbs, according to the results we're seeing on the board here.
This is the new Labor heartland.
Well, this is a bitter blow for the Liberal Party. A bitter blow for the Liberal Party. If we can hold on to seats like Ringwood and Ashwood and Box Hill in those eastern suburb seats, that is a bitter blow for the Liberal Party. There was a lot of effort that was run in those seats, and it demonstrates both our confidence in the agenda that the Premier set forward. And on this point, David, if I can just finish on this point, there's been a lot said about the Premier tonight. The news poll that came out last night and into the papers this morning demonstrated by a country mile he was the preferred Premier. His preferred Premier ratings have been particularly strong throughout this campaign. Now, the Liberal Party chose to put him on their how to vote cards. That seems to have backfired. And to be frank, parts of the media didn't really focus in on some of those elements of the community, like, you know, the Liberal Party like to talk about the angry people they talk to. I've spent a lot of time talking to a lot of people, And there is a lot of people who have expressed really good confidence in the actions that the Premier's taken, not just during the pandemic, but indeed for his entire time as Premier, in terms of the strong, decisive action that we have taken in the state to support jobs, to invest in our hospitals and schools, to invest in our road and rail, to invest in the things that matter for the communities here in Victoria.
Just quickly, is this a bit of a told you so to the media?
No, well, you know, that's up for the media to have that conversation.
Well, it sounds like you're saying that it wasn't enough attention on the support for Dan Andrews.
Well, let's flip it around. There was a hell of a lot of attention, on those on elements that were unhappy, and undoubtedly in any contest, in any election, and particularly when we have gone through the biggest social upheaval that we've experienced in 100 years with the pandemic, of course there is going to be people who have views. There always is. But there has been a very big group in our community who have very quietly gone about their business, and we might be starting to see that in some of these results.
OK, Ben Knight is joining us now from the Village Green Hotel in Mulgrave. Ben?
Yes, good evening, Tam and panel. Well, as Anthony was speaking then, there were predictably some pretty big cheers going up here in the room, and especially when the time came to, well, essentially saying that Labor would form government. And it's been a bit like that since the beginning of the evening. Not quite what we're seeing at the moment, but as soon as the first busload of campaign volunteers came in, they were looking pretty happy. They were feeling very confident. They were looking closely at the results, particularly some of those early results in the inner Melbourne seats, places like Northcote, looking at Richmond and wondering what would happen there. But the mood really hasn't dipped. Talking to a few of the campaign workers, that represents or reflects what they say that they've been seeing on the booths, not just today, but throughout the campaign, that they were feeling quite positive. In fact, they said today was quieter than other days have been. The people, even those who were turning up at the last minute, making their vote, were engaging in conversation about the policies. One of the policies, interestingly, they say that came up, and we're not just talking about here in Mulgrave, we're talking about booths all over Melbourne and even into country Victoria. I think one of the policies they say that resonated was the return of the SEC. Not of course the old SEC as we knew it, but that seems to be one of the policies that really did sort of break through to voters turning up to the booths.
Well, we can see.
I must say, it's a very different. Yeah, 4 years ago, I was at the Veneto Club in Bulleen at the Liberal Party function. A very, very different affair. You just, as soon as it began, it was like they were getting hit for 6 off every ball. Not quite the same evening tonight, of course, but as I say, people walked in, they were happy, they were confident, and it's only built since then. And of course, in the past 15 minutes, watching our broadcast here, I'm happy to say, and listening to what Anthony had to say, it's a very happy room and getting noisy.
Yeah, we can see a few smiles behind you at this point of the night. Ben, thank you. Let's go to Leanne Wong. She's at the Liberal Party camp at the Doncaster Bowling Club. What's happening there, Leanne?
Well, the mood's certainly a bit more sombre now than it was just a few minutes ago. There was quite a number of Liberal Party faithful who were gathered around the screen right behind me watching Antony Green call the election in favour of Labor. Before that, it was actually fairly positive. There was a bit of a buzz in the room. It was almost from speaking to several Liberal Party members. It wasn't perhaps necessarily about winning the election outright, though that obviously was the ideal scenario for the coalition. It was more about just clawing back some of those seats from Labor and shrinking down that majority. There was a cheer that went up when Sam Groth won back Nepean from Labor, but there are also several seats that several people here are disappointed that they weren't able to win back. I interviewed Matt Bark just earlier, and he said off camera that one of the seats the coalition was most confident about winning back from Labor was Box Hill. That obviously hasn't eventuated. He was also confident about Ivanhoe and Bayswater. Also, they've been retained by Labor. So certainly some disappointing results there for the coalition. Now, next half hour, we're expecting Shadow Health Minister Georgia Crozier to join us here in Doncaster at the Bowling Club. There's still no word yet on when Opposition Leader Matthew Guy may come here and make a speech. We know that he's currently watching the results in somewhere in Melbourne's CBD, so we're certainly waiting though for him to arrive here soon.
Leanne Wong in Doncaster, thank you. Let's take a look at a few of the Green seats that are very interesting to watch tonight. First seat of Albert Park, where we have Martin Foley, who's retiring. Nina Taylor is his replacement. The Liberal candidate is Lauren Cherzon. Anthony.
Preferences there, because the Greens have slipped to third spot. Now, they're only narrowly behind the Liberals, but we've got comparison of polling places, and we're projecting the Green vote will slide from this point and the Liberal vote will rise. And there'll be a 10% gap later in the count. Now, if that happens, the Greens won't close the gap and Green preferences would go on to elect Nina Taylor. Now, at the moment, we're getting a Labor versus Green count, and that indicates that the Greens might win. But I'm not convinced that the Greens will get into second spot. Now, that looks, at the moment, that looks a little bit like the numbers from Paran at the last election. But looking at the first preferences, trends we can see in front of me here on the screen, they indicate the Green vote will slip from there, and I'm not sure that will be a Green gain. At the moment, we've got them ahead, but I'm not sure they'll get into second place.
Let's have a look at Footscray, another, well, hopeful for the Greens. Katie Hall, the Labor member since the last election, and Emete Josica for the Greens.
Yeah, well, it's the Greens, Emete Josic's the Liberal candidate. Still got 10% there with the Socialists, so maybe I shouldn't have doubted them earlier. Katie Hall on 42.5, a strong first preference on. She's projected to be about 42. The Greens projected to 26 and the Liberals 16. 70% of preferences are flowing to the Greens. And if you look at the two-party preferred at the moment, it's got the Greens just ahead. Now, what we don't have really is a lot of history of how the Greens do on pre-polls and postals. So we've only got 20% of the vote counted, all those pre-poll and postals to come. But at this stage, the Greens are just ahead, but the seat remains in doubt.
And the next seat we'll look at is the highly contested seat of Richmond. Richard Wynne, of course, is retiring there. Lauren O'Dwyer is the Labor candidate for Richmond. Gabrielle De Vetri is the Green candidate.
Well, it's worth pointing out here probably the reason that the Greens will win this is the change of the Liberal preferences. At the moment, the Labor vote is ahead and projected to be just slightly behind on first preferences by the end. So it's the change in Liberal preferences here which are now assisting the Greens to win a seat like this. This stage, we're predicting the Greens will win quite easily. That's an estimate based on polling places where we've got a preference count, 5 of the 15. Whether it's quite that dramatic a change, I'm not sure. But certainly at this stage, that we're projecting the Greens will win that seat. Some would say they should have won it at several previous elections. There's been discussions about whether they had the right candidate at previous elections. But certainly at this stage, it looks like the Greens are going to win Richmond.
Greens are gaining ground. Finally, let's check Northcote. The Greens did hold this briefly before the last election. Kat Theophanous won it for the Labor Party last election. Campbell Gome trying to take it back now for the Greens, Antony?
Yeah, and again, we're seeing the trend where the Greens are behind on first preferences. They'll receive Liberal preferences, they'll receive Socialist preferences, or the preferences of voters who vote for those parties. And the preferences we're seeing are flowing again, 70% to the Greens. So on those first preferences, it's very difficult to see how that would turn around. And Kat Theophanous, having won the election last time, has lost the seat to Campbell Gome from the Greens.
Antony Green, thank you very much. So, of course, that is before all of the pre-poll and postal votes come in, Ellen Sandell. But at the moment, Greens slightly ahead in Albert Park, just ahead in Footscray, probably will win Richmond. Northcote currently behind on first preferences, but it's still looking pretty good. How's all of that sitting with you at the moment?
Well, these are huge swings to the Greens. Who would have thought 18% in Footscray, 20% to candidate preferred in Richmond? This is huge, and especially when you look at seats like Footscray that we weren't even necessarily targeting at this election.
You've not even really been talking about Footscray.
No, nobody's even been talking about Footscray, and we're seeing big swings in places like Preston and Pascoe Vale, other seats that no one's really been talking about. So this is having a few more MPs in the lower house is a very nice birthday present for me. And the Greens, we've called Melbourne, Richmond, Paran and Brunswick.
What is the feeling around Pascoe Vale? You guys have been sort of flirting with the idea that that might also fall to the Greens.
We're seeing huge swings in Pascoe Vale. It is held on a very big margin by Labor, so I'm not sure where that will go, but it is looking pretty close at the moment. And I think the other thing to add is that we are seeing big swings away from the major parties and huge swings to the Greens. And I think that is a bit of the story of the night, really, and of the federal election as well, where we saw people wanting a bolder vision for politics And we were out there talking about climate change. And also, when we talk about cost of living, we were talking about housing, which no one else really was. And I think that's the biggest cost of living pressure for people. And that's why we're doing so well. And we're actually seeing swings to the Greens in regional cities, in rural areas, and right across Melbourne as well. So that's a great night for us.
Let's go to one of those seats where it looks like the Greens have taken from the Labor Party. That's Northcote. Our roving reporter Raph Epstein's there with the Labor member. Raph, how's the mood there?
The mood here, actually, I have to say, is pretty buoyant. We've had a series of cheers whenever Antony's been on the screen, and when the Northcote results came up before for Kat Theophanous, they were pretty happy. Let's have a chat to Kat Theophanous is with us.
Yeah, look, overall tonight I feel like I'm elated because it looks like we are going to return a Labor government to Victoria, and that is an amazing thing, a third term of a Labor government, and I cannot be happier about that.
Why do you think it's happened?
I think it's a testament for the last 8 years that we've had in government, and the fact that the people of Victoria have put confidence in us, that they have backed us, that they've heard our positive plan for the future, and that they want to see us return to government.
How nervous were you, though, during the week? How nervous were you about the seat, and how nervous were you about the government winning?
Yeah, look, we always knew that it was going to be a very close contest here in Northcote. We had a lot of odds against us, but you know what? Votes aren't all counted yet, and we're going to see what happens over the next hours and days.
Are you confident here?
We'll see what happens. Okay. It's, you know, we've still got votes to count, so we really don't know.
And the panel have been talking about this a bit. It's not the same vote as last time. It is a swing away from Labor. The Greens are pointing to that. They're pointing to the federal election. Is it a problem there's been a swing against Labor?
Look, I think that if the Greens win in Northcote, it's not because the people of Northcote chose the Greens, it's because the Liberal Party chose the Greens.
Well, it's about preferences, right? People get to direct their preferences.
Absolutely, it is. And those Liberal ones are going to play a key component in this election, in this seat.
I'll throw back to the panel in a moment, but I wanted to ask you about the Premier Dan Andrews. He's been to this seat 3 times. He's been criticised for not mingling with the public and not going out and about in crowds. How do you think he's found some of the vitriol that's been directed towards him?
Look, I haven't been the recipient or experienced any of that myself. Here in Northcote, he actually has quite strong support amongst our community. There's a lot of health workers that live in Northcote, in the inner northern suburbs, and many are very, very thankful for how we protected our healthcare system through the pandemic.
Okay, Kat Theophanous, thanks so much.
You're very welcome.
This is the seat of Werribee, west of Melbourne. The seat is held by the Treasurer, Tim Pallas, with 9.2%. But there's a challenge from car dealership owner Paul Hopper, who's running as an independent there. The Liberals have recruited their candidate from outside the party, local councillor Mia Shaw. You're watching Victoria Votes live on the ABC. With the latest on the numbers, here's Antony Green.
Yeah, what we're seeing, let's have a look at the first preference votes. We've got 21% count. Of course, this is this is all pre-ordinary votes taken today. Labor's predicted to be about 36%, the Coalition on about 35%, Greens on 13%, another 17%. So the Labor Party's still just ahead on first preferences. Now that's factoring in the pre-polls from last time. So that's a projection. Because if I have a look at the just look at the raw numbers without projecting, Labor's on 36, Liberals 27, Nationals 7. So there's a few other votes there for third parties. But I want to go on to look at the chamber, having discussed that, and fill that in a little bit. This is the seats we've definitely given away. Oh, surprises me, it's gone to 47. That includes some seats which aren't included in the bottom of frames. That's I didn't expect it to do that. We're currently showing 44 on the bottom of frame, which I can't see at the moment. And we think that Labor is on 44 pretty definite. 47, I'd have to go and have a look where that's come from. That surprises me. But I can't see that Labor's going to lose many of the seats it's currently ahead in. But I would like to go on and talk about where the coalition is doing well, and that's the Nationals. And it's a very good story for the National Party tonight. Shepparton, which is held by Susanna Sheed. We're getting a preference count between the Independent and Liberal tonight, which is indicating the Liberal win, but the Liberal is not going to get into second place. This is going to be Independent versus the Nationals. And as you can see, that the Nationals ahead will do very strongly on Liberal preferences. And if you look at the change in votes, the change of the... that's that one, this one. The national vote is well up at the expense of others. And so that's the choice of candidates clearly had an impact. And it's indicating an 11% swing to the National Party. So it's a defeat for Susanna Sheed in that electorate with 38% counted. It's not turning around from there. We don't have a preference count on those numbers. We've done an estimate, but that's if I use the Liberal versus Independent actual count, then the Susanna Sheed still loses. So the Liberals and Nationals are interchangeable in that sort of preference count. The next city is Mildura. Ali Cupper's held that for a number of years. We've got a quarter of the vote counted. But she's only just ahead of the National, 4% ahead. There's 17% with the Liberal. Now, Labor's only got 6%, and there's some votes for other candidates. We do have a preference count in that electorate. Let's look at the change in vote, actually, because I think Susanna Sheed's vote's roughly the same, but there's a big increase in Liberal, drop in the National. Oh, this looks a bit strange anyway. I'll have to look at the numbers when we see it. We're seeing a 2.4% swing, which we're projecting will be a national gain at this stage. A lot more counting to come, but independents don't traditionally do well with pre-polls and postals, and they certainly don't do well with absence. Just let me look at those first preferences again. Yeah, the National will stay in second place and should win that one on preferences. Now, the next seat is Benambra. A lot of talk about the independent Jackie Hawkins. Now, at this stage, with a quarter of the vote counted, she's well behind Bill Tilley. We've got 12% with Mark Tate. Now, we've got a preference count coming in for how many 14 polling places, indicating no swing. So there's no swing in the polling places we've got, which would indicate on our estimate that Bill Tilley should be re-elected. You'd normally expect the sitting member and the Liberal to do better on pre-polls and postals still to come. Independents traditionally do poorly on postal votes. So on those numbers, you'd think that Bill Tilley should be able to hold Benambra. And the last seat to talk about is Morwell, which was Russell North's seat, former National turned Independent. He's retiring. Now, Morwell became a notional Labor seat on the new boundaries, and with Russell North retiring. But Labor's vote is only 32, got 22% for the Nationals, 12% the Liberals. Says vote for One Nation and the Shooters. The Shooters, how the vote card was favouring Labor in that seat. But still, we've got preference counts, and they're indicating a 10% swing to the Nationals on 6 polling places. So at this stage, if those counts are correct, we'd be suggesting the Nationals, Martin Cameron, will win Morwell, and that's certainly the numbers we're working on at the moment. Just, Andy, coming back to where you started, what are the prospects, do you think, of Labor actually having a majority? Oh, they have a chance of getting a majority. I mean, the 47, there's a number of seats with a very low count that aren't currently included in the bottom of frame. They got included there, much to my surprise. I haven't looked at the figures for 5 minutes. We'll let you go, update. We'll let you go and do that. And we also need to keep putting that caveat that, where are we, 8:45, we still haven't seen that big bucket of pre-polls drop into the count yet. And obviously the Libs and the Nats are holding out some hope that that'll be better for them once those figures drop in. But take a look at the tally board right now for us. And this tells you the story of where we're at tonight. As you can see, the ABC is projecting Labor's won this. Whether it's in a minority or a majority government, we'll find out in the coming hour or so as more of those results come in. But you can see there Labor's held its ground despite a statewide swing against it that's currently sitting at 5.5% against Labor. But it's been in seats where they've got big margins, so they've been able to hold on to a lot of these seats. The ones they've lost there to the Greens, Richmond and Northcote. The Greens also holding Melbourne, Brunswick and Prahran, and still a bit of a chance in a couple of others as well. This is a great night for the Greens, no doubt about that. For the coalition, it's the Nats who've done well, and Libs in regional areas too, as you can see there. Morwell, Shepparton and Mildura in the middle there. Nepean as well for the Liberal candidates, Sam Groth down on the Mornington Peninsula. And then over on the right-hand side of the screen there, well, you can see Labor making some inroads, helped by some redistributions and so on, but Hastings, Bayswater and Glen Waverley adding to the Labor column on the ABC projections at the moment. So the story at the moment is a swing against Labor, a smaller swing against the Liberals, but not enough of a damage done to Labor to actually cost them government. Let me go back to the decision desk to Cos and Tony in particular. Cos,
what do you make of where we're at now with the results and, you know, some of your projections earlier in the night about where Labor would struggle? How's this playing out now?
It's pretty similar. I think that basically the outer western suburbs of Melbourne is where Labor has lost a lot of its support. But also, if you look at the gains the Greens have made, again, it goes back to the other point that we've made continuously through the night, and that is the generational change of the guard when it comes to who determines government in this state. And it is basically millennials are now doing that, and their impact is there for all of us to see, particularly when it comes to the Green seats. So we know that, for example, the Resolve poll that was published this week, the 2PP vote for the Labor Party for voters under the age of 35 was 67%. Now, we can see that expressed with the seats that Labor is holding on to, and also with the gains the Greens have made.
Tony Barry, curious to know from you, millennials seem to be featuring live and large tonight. What should the Liberals be doing to try and court that section of the electorate?
Well, I think it's more than just millennials, unfortunately, for the Liberal Party. I think there is just tonight's results are showing, notwithstanding there's a few seats that are probably still in the balance when pre-polls come in, but at the moment it's looking like a net loss for the Liberal Party in seats.
Which seats in particular are you most worried about?
Well, I think Bayswater, Glen Waverley, Hastings are notional Liberal seats that are gone. Well, Hastings in Glen Waverley. Nepean's a pickup, and there's a few other seats still in play. So, but we're looking at potentially net negative results.
But you reckon, so the Liberals, you reckon, will finish tonight going backwards?
I think that's potential at this stage. We've got to wait and see what the pre-polls, but certainly a long way from 45 seats.
If that happens, though, that's a shocker, isn't it?
That's a disaster, yeah. Yeah.
David Davis, any reflections on Tony Barry's
Well, if that were the result, it would be very bad indeed. Again, as Tony said, I think we've got to wait for the pre-polls. We've got to wait for all of those. I think they are qualitatively different, and you know, obviously I haven't seen them as yet, and nor have any of us. But certainly the reports from the booths through the whole pre-poll period were very positive and very different from the experience on the day.
So at this point,
now the scale of that, we've got to wait and see, of course.
At this point, obviously, we are still waiting for that huge bucket of votes to come in. Would forcing Labor into a minority be a win? Would you take that tonight?
No, a win's a win. Obviously, we want to make gains and make significant gains, but you do want to win government, don't you? And that is always the task of parties. And, you know, if we don't succeed in that, that's not a good outcome. So, by definition.
Mary Gearan is standing by. She's at the Greens headquarters at Perry's in Collingwood. Mary Gearan, hello.
Hello, Tam. It's a very excited Greens headquarters. A few minutes ago when it was called for Richmond, it was a scene of elation. There were people here who were literally shaking and saying they couldn't believe it. This is what they've been putting their effort into, their resources into. As you've been talking about, they've been around these inner urban seats for so long. They want to grow the green heartland that is already in inner Melbourne. And we've been talking about what a boost the Liberals' preferences would give to them, that they would have had this seat if Liberals' preferences had not gone against them before now in previous elections. Well, these volunteers here are saying, nah, they're not having any of that. This was about hard grift work. 16,000 doors they knocked on in Richmond. More than 4,000 meaningful conversations they said they had in this electorate that got them what their tally room is saying is a swing between 5 and 10%. And in the ordinary vote being called, in two-party preferred terms, more than 15%. So they're saying it's coming down to the grassroots of their campaign. We knew they were going to have a good crack at it because there was the very long-standing popular member, Richard Wynne, who was retiring from here. So there was a new ALP candidate up against Gabriella De Vietri, who's a former City of Yarra mayor, so with a good local profile here. And when I have been speaking to the people who've been volunteering here, they're saying there's been a lot of love for them out on the booths. And they point to
what we know has been that help from the federal campaign, the boot camps that have been put through by the people who made such a good campaign up in Brisbane, and that sense of discipline that has been introduced into the party since that disappointing result 4 years ago. Earlier in the night when I was asking for, their predictions, they were kind of cautious. They weren't getting ahead of themselves, and I think I very much got the sense that that was because of the lessons of 4 years ago. And right now, though, they've called in this room, keeping Melbourne and Brunswick, and now Richmond, they're feeling pretty happy.
Also, Mary, we're hearing stories tonight of other seats, such as Footscray, that hadn't even been mentioned as a possibility for the Greens to take.
That's right, Sam. So when I walked in this room, they were saying, look, there's Richmond and there's Northcote, and I saw it's still on knife edge, as Raph was reporting, in Northcote. That's where they really put their resources, and obviously it's been really hard fought right down to the last days in Northcote. And then after that, there was Pascoe Vale and Albert Park. Albert Park was where they put their resources into. Pascoe Vale, they don't know because the incumbent isn't sitting, and because they've got, they don't know where the incumbent isn't sitting, and also the person who is the number 2, an independent, is not going again. So they're thinking, look, they could actually get that as well if the anti-major parties trend continues. And then, as you say, after that, they're keeping an eye on Footscray and Preston as well. They're thinking that even though they might not have put so much of an effort behind those, they can see this wave coming, the demographic wave that we've been talking about, and maybe that will change the complexions of those electorates as well.
Mary Gearin, thank you. Ellen Sandell, the party looks like it's already started at HQ there.
I know, I wish I was there. No, it's lovely to be here. Oh, look, it is a fantastic result for us. It is this green wave moving out across the city. We've had fantastic candidates. We have won most of these, seats that we never expected to. Some of these seats we're doing amazingly in, and I'm just so happy to have Gabrielle as a colleague in the next parliament.
Well, a good night for the Greens. What about the Teals, though, and other independents? I mean, we're seeing the Greens take ground from Labor, but let's take a look at how the Liberals are going in their contest against some of the independents and Teals. We'll start in the seat of Brighton. Now, this sits in the federal seat of Goldstein, which the Teal independent Zoe Daniel picked up at the federal election in May. As you can see there, James Newbury is the Liberal MP, and Felicity Frederico, who I think tried to knock him off for pre-selection unsuccessfully. Is that right? And is now contesting as an independent, Antony.
Yeah, and we're getting a preference count in this seat between the Liberal and the Independent, and clearly the Independent is not going to finish in the top 2 from there. So James Newbury, now potentially a lot of preferences could flow to Labor, but I doubt Felicity Frederico's preferences. She had an open number 1. Given she came from the Liberal Party, I'd be surprised if those preferences flowed solidly to Labor. So on those numbers, I'd suspect that James Newbury will go on to hold this can't remember if Felicity Frederico was a Teal or not. I think she was just an independent. So I think that James Newbury should hold Brighton, and the scare he got at the last election should be right. We're projecting he'll end up with 42% on first preferences, which is still higher than the Labor and the Green vote combined. So we suspect that he should hold that seat.
Next seat we're looking at is the seat of Hawthorn. We've been talking about that quite a lot tonight. John Pizzuto has been campaigning out of his skin to try and win that seat back off John Kennedy, who took it from him by 330 votes at the last election.
Well, his problem is, you can see on the first line, his primary is under 40%. We have got a preference count in 14 polling places, and 80% of the preferences are flowing to Melissa Lowe. And with the number of votes left over, John Pizzuto can't win if he's only getting 20% of preferences. So he would have to do something quite remarkable on the postals and pre-polls to win that seat, because at this stage we're saying that Melissa Lowe is on track. She's on 53.3. We haven't got a polling place comparison in that one, but we are projecting that John Pizzuto will finish under 40%. And with 80% of preferences, he can't win from there, though we're not calling that seat yet.
Well, we're standing by to talk to Melissa Lowe. I can see her cheering. We'll get to that in a moment. But Q, we've all been fascinated to watch this contest as well. Tim Smith going at this election. Jess Wilson trying to hold the seat for the Liberals against Sophie Tawney, who definitely is a Teal candidate. Antony?
Well, this one is a close contest. Now, Sophie Tawney is in second place, but only just behind Labor. She will pass Labor on the Green preferences. And from that point on, the preference count we have, which is from 16 of 21 polling places. Now, we're not doing polling place comparisons in this electorate, but if you look at the swing and the two-party preferred we're seeing at the moment, it's 50.5 to 49.5. Now, I suspect postals and pre-polls will work in the Liberal Party's favour in a degree to which isn't factored in here. It's interesting to see there, but at the moment, Jess Wilson is ahead. The Liberal Party need Jess Wilson to win. They need more women, more talented women in the Parliament, and so they'll be very keen to make sure that she wins that seat. At the moment, in doubt, you just have to wait for the rest of the voting to finish.
And the next seat we're looking at is the seat of Mornington. David Morris from the Liberal Party is retiring there. The Liberal candidate is Chris Cruther, and the independent in Mornington is Kate Lardner.
And it's a very similar situation to Hawthorn. The Liberal vote is under 40%. The independent is in second place. Substantial vote there for Labor. I'd expect that the Green preferences, which were directed towards Lardner, will flow that way. Green voters are very good at knowing who they should direct preferences to in certain contests and pick that up very clearly. 80% of preferences are again flowing to the independent, and if the Liberal vote is under 40%, they cannot win on those preference flows. So at this stage, that looks like very strongly that Kate Lardner could win Mornington. So we're looking there at 2 seats that the Liberals could lose to independents and potentially a third.
Gee, that's a tough news for the Liberals, no doubt about it. It tells us, though, what many predicted, and that is an expanded crossbench. Let's go to one of those on track to win the seat of Hawthorn, deny John Pesutto a chance of coming back into the Parliament. That's Melissa Lowe, who joins us now from the seat. We saw you fist pumping just a minute ago as Antony went through the numbers there. Are you confident you're going to win this seat?
Excited here in Hawthorn at the moment. I can barely hear what you're saying, but the community has done such an amazing job, and yeah, that's all I can say.
Melissa, Richard Willingham.
Looking good.
Melissa, Richard Willingham here. How much of your potential victory tonight is built on the back of the federal campaign? How involved were you with that? You probably can't hear me.
Sorry, can you... No, could you say that again, please?
Yeah, it can get exciting in pubs. Just wondering how much of your potential victory tonight was built on the back of May's federal result. Did you use the same network?
Well, most certainly it's the same community, yeah, so of course. Yeah, we didn't like what the two parties were doing federally, and we don't like what they're doing at a state level, so it makes sense.
Throughout the campaign, the Teals did complain that the donations reforms, the donation laws were making it tougher. Does this prove that you don't need a lot of donations, or you need lots of little donations?
Well, I think that our donations ended up being lots of, small, mums and dads type donations anyway, from a lot of people, and a lot of elbow grease, as you can see behind me. A lot of hard work, a lot of, tread on the road, a lot of door knocking, a lot of conversations, and a lot of just honest community, working together. This is, we've become a stronger community, I think, over this time too, which is amazing.
And have you been speaking with your, fellow Teals across the border, particularly in Kew, within the Kooyong boundaries? Do you think that Sophie Tawney will win there as well?
I think she's looking strong over there, yeah, and look, we'd all be really happy for that. That'd be great.
What do you think it is about Hawthorn and Kew that has become, a problem for the Liberals? It's been their crown jewels for a long time. What have you identified as why people are shifting away?
I think that you can't... party politics are taking people for granted. And we're not getting what we want out of community. We're not seeing evidence-based policy. We're not having politicians talk to us. And, communities are having enough. And it's not just here in Hawthorn or Kew. It's in places like Benambra. And, people are standing up for what they want for their community, for evidence-based policy and fairness. Yeah.
Melissa, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Now we've got some breaking news. Let's go straight to Antony Green.
Well, at this stage, it's not only we've said that the Andrews government has been returned. At the moment, we're projecting that they're going to actually be returned with a majority. Labor is easily holding Cranbourne. It's ahead in Pakenham. It's not losing those seats in the western suburbs. So at this stage, the numbers are adding up for Labor to stay in power. Everything east and south of the Yarra is good for Labor. They're not losing some of the seats. There's a couple of losses, but they're doing really well in the east. All the vote loss is in Western Melbourne, and it's just not delivering any seats because they're all too safe for the Labor Party. So at this stage, the Andrews government is headed for a return. There's taken a bit of a hit in some seats, but not the sort of big hit you would have expected.
Yeah, so they've lost ground to the Greens, as we can see, in the inner urban areas. They're losing votes in the West, Antony, but not seats necessarily, and holding strong in the east. So they're not going to... Yes, there'll be an expanded crossbench, but Labor won't need them.
Yeah, the thing about, I mean, the Greens, it's a big story for the Greens, but you do not win elections in the inner city. You win elections elsewhere. The inner city is a small number of seats, and Labor has hung on to those outer suburbs. They've hung on to Cranbourne. They could win Pakenham. If those sorts of seats are staying with the Labor Party, then the Labor Party is winning office again. They do have to worry about what's happening in Western Melbourne, because if the Liberals start to get a foothold in Western Melbourne, it's problems for Labor long term. But at the moment, all the numbers are pointing towards Labor back with a majority government, lost some bark, but really to hold on to seats like Ringwood and Bayswater, as I think they do at the moment, to pick up Hastings, to pick up Glen Waverley, which they appear to be doing at the moment. If the Labor Party is picking up those seats in eastern Melbourne, the Labor Party does not lose elections when it's got several seats in eastern Melbourne.
Jacinta Allen, I take it those nerves have been quelled somewhat from everything that Antony had to say just then.
They are somewhat. I'll still temper, still very keen to see all those big early votes that are locked up being counted right now, but it is getting a stronger and stronger result. And I just did want to pick up those observations about the seats in the east. These are, again, very, very strong results. Like, I don't think we've mentioned Glen Waverley since it's popped on the board as a Labor pickup. Again, these are heartland, historical heartland Liberal-held seats where a lot of their effort went in this campaign in both wanting to hold and defend those seats. A lot of resources, a lot of effort went into those seats. A lot of campaigning went on. So, again, it does demonstrate that I could suggest there's a lot of support out there in the east for the suburban rail loop. Seems to be pretty popular out there in the east.
Yeah, but it's a different story in the west, Jacinta.
Well, again, I think the issues in the west, they're... And we've canvassed this quite a bit tonight. There is no doubt some of the real challenges that are being, those socio-economic challenges that are confronting the communities in the West, and they're not just pandemic-related challenges. Some job security, some employment security issues are big as well.
The hospital is a really big one as well.
Well, that's why Steve McGee's delivering it. That's why that hospital in Melton is being delivered by Labor.
It's still a patch of dirt when I last checked.
No, there's work. The early works are kicking off.
So what will Labor do to try and arrest that drift away from the party in the outer west? Well,
whether it's the west, the east, and I'll pick up on something that the interview with the Teal candidate from Hawthorn that Melissa, thank you, that we just heard. I would absolutely agree. If you're a good local candidate, a good local member, you work with your local community, listen to your local community, take their issues to the floor of the parliament, reflect their issues in those forums. I think we are seeing tonight, and again it's reflected in the seats that we have been able, by all accounts, hold successfully. That's come as a result of good local members supporting their communities, giving voice to their issues, delivering, whether it's the local school or kinder upgrades or different road projects. This is about listening and working with your community, not chasing votes out to different extremes as the Liberal Party's been doing.
Antony Green's called it a majority for Labor, right? You're back for another 4 years. Should Dan Andrews stay as Premier for 4 years?
Well, he said he will, and absolutely.
Clear answer.
Can I just ask, Jacinta raised the suburban rail loop. I might question to David. Coalition said it would scrap the suburban rail loop. The seats that are affected by the suburban rail loop have stayed with Labor. Was that a mistake to scrap such a big, ambitious project?
Well, let's just wait on seats. I've just got some information through on the pre-polls on Q. 47.5. No, but this pre-poll issue, the pre-poll is up 5 points on the in Q on the day that it has been put up earlier. So There's
is that just in Kew? Or
that's just Kew. No, that's the first lot I've got.
Okay.
So people will be interested in that wedge between the pre-poll and the earlier. But on the suburban rail loop, look, this is a project that is not properly costed, a project that has no funding source for 2/3 of the project. We know that now from what has been said. It is not clear how the government is going to pay for it. It is likely they're going to put taxes, significant taxes through that area, and it is also likely that they're going to have to borrow enormous amounts of money and likely raid the Future Fund to fund it.
That well may be the case, but your plan to scrap it obviously didn't go down that well.
Well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see how these seats come out.
It's your mantra for tonight, isn't it?
Well, I'm literally waiting, and we've got the first tranche of the pre-polls starting to break, and let's see how they go over the number of seats.
All right. We should hopefully see more of those pre-polls coming through. We are seeing some seats changing hands, and the ABC is projecting that the Nationals have picked up the regional seat of Shepparton. We're going to be talking to the incoming, it would seem, Kim O'Keefe there in a moment. Or there are the numbers there. Antony, can you just run us through those?
Yeah, and very significantly, if you know, it's 74%. So we've got pre-polls in that seat. 32.4. The Nationals are in the lead. Independent second. The Liberal third. Liberal preferences will elect Nationals Kim O'Keefe to take Shepparton back after 2 terms in the hands of Independents. So Kim O'Keefe, it will be the new member for Shepparton.
Well, Kim O'Keefe joins us now. Congratulations to you on that result. Pretty good night for the Nats, it would seem. Not so for the Liberals. What do you put that down to?
Yeah, look, it's a great night for us here in Shepparton. There's still some numbers to be counted, but obviously it's looking really promising for me. It takes an incredible team here in Shepparton and across the whole region. I've had so much support. And, of course, you don't do any of this alone. So I'm feeling incredibly proud of our team, our volunteers. I'd also like to acknowledge Susanna Sheed. But, obviously, it's still not over yet. But, yes, very happy that it's looking like the Nationals have actually secured this seat for the Greater Shepparton region.
Hi, Kim. Richard Willingham here. What's been the tenor of the campaign in Shepparton, in Melbourne? There's been quite a lot of vitriol. You've acknowledged Susanna Sheed. Has it been a different type of campaign?
Yeah, look, it has been a different campaign because we've had the impact of the floods very recently. For me, it's always been about the people and making sure that all people within our community are cared for. And yeah, look, it's been an incredible journey. I've really enjoyed my campaign. It's been a long campaign. Obviously, I was the mayor up until June, stepped out of my mayoral role, and have been really connected to our community as I've always done. So I feel, really proud to have the support, but really looking forward to what's next for all of us.
And what was
definitely brighter things ahead for Greater Shepparton.
And what do you think it was that resonated most for people in the Shepparton area to back the National Party back in?
Look, the National Party is all about regional and rural Victoria. What we do, we focus on regional and rural Victoria. We do miss out a lot of the time, and we need a really strong member. We need someone that's going to really stick up for what we deserve and the investment that we need, and I'm that person. So I'm really proud that my community saw that leadership and that determination, and that will continue in this role.
The Nationals look like they've had a particularly good night. The coalition partner, the Liberals, aren't having a particularly good night. Is it worth considering the Nationals sitting on their own in the next parliament?
Look, obviously, that's very difficult for me to comment at the moment. I just want to really get into the role.
Fresh face, you can bring some fresh ideas in.
Absolutely, and I'm sure I'm going to contribute in many ways, and I'm really looking forward to bringing something different to the party that perhaps hasn't been there before.
And what is that point of difference that you'd like to bring?
Look, I think just my true connection to the grassroots communities, and of course Nationals are doing that anyway. But as a local girl that's born and bred pretty much in regional Victoria, I see so much opportunity for us, and I want to keep pushing for that, and as do the Nats team. And I've got a great team behind me, and I know you achieve when you've got great people really supporting you, and together we'll continue to make a difference.
Congratulations, Kim, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go.
This is Victoria Votes, live from the ABC Election Centre at South Bank in Melbourne. You can see the tally board starting to fill now as the count progresses. It's 9:09 p.m. We have 32% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest now on the state of play with Antony Green.
Yeah, we'll just look at that overall first preference vote. Again, Labor's still on around 36, 33, 34% for the Coalition, 12% for the Greens, 17% with others. If we look at the change in votes since the last election, the Labor vote is down 6.5%, others up 5.9%, but as we've said a number of times, most of that loss of support is in Western Melbourne, and it's not costing the government seats. So let's have a look at the Chamber. We'll just have a quick look at the Chamber. We have been predicting that that Labor's definitely got a majority. We're up to 48. If we add a few seats, I think we can add a few likely seats, it gets Labor up to 50. That's still very doubtful, but I mean, that just points to the fact that Labor is holding on to government. And what we're about to do now is I've got a couple of those seats in Western Melbourne, which everyone was I think I said Western Sydney a minute ago, I'm very sorry. In Western Melbourne, Matthew Halakari's on 39.5. Now, he's on 39.5. The Angela New has 25.5. All the talk of Joe Gara has failed. He's only got 7% of the vote. And from there, I would expect, I think we're getting a preference count to Joe Gara, which is clearly meaningless. Our estimate is that, let's look at the change in vote there. Labor's vote is down substantially. The two-party preferred swing that we're estimating comes in at 3.9%, which is not enough to lose the seat. Now, they'll have to redo the count in that seat. Maybe the preference flows to the Liberal Party will be stronger than I expect. But at the moment, that looks as though Labor's got a whole point cook, unless there's something remarkable in the pre-polls. The next seat is Melton, which we heard so much about. Now, again, we haven't got many counts. I mean, there's 15 candidates in this seat, so pity the poor counters trying to get the votes. Steve McGee's got 35, which is what his first preference was last time. Liberals 23. Ian Birchall, now I think he got about 9%, 11% on the new boundaries and reached second place and won a preferences. That's going to be really hard for him to get ahead of the Liberal from there if he's only got 8%. To know that he can get into second place is going to take a week to work out. They're going to have to count the first preference. We need a lot more votes to start with. But the change in vote there, Labor vote's basically the same. Birchall's vote's down 5% on the polling places, so he hasn't won. The other vote's down 3%. The Liberal vote is up 8.2%. I'm not sure if we've got a preference count or not. We don't. It's an independent Labor count. I haven't turned off the preference count. I'll get it to ignore that. But at the moment, it looks like Labor's on track to win Melton. So there's Point Cook and Melton, which were seats mentioned as possible losses for Labor. Now, again, it's a low count. Again, it's 14 or 15 candidates. Very tough for the Election Commission. Tim Pallas is on 44. The Liberals are second on 29. The talk was Paul Hopper would do well. But again, he's only got 7%. So that surge to vote for independence has just frittered away amongst the whole series of candidates, and those preferences will probably flow all over the place. Labor's got twice the vote of me, Sean, at 44%. I think he's projected to be about 43%. With so many candidates, he's going to get enough preferences to get over the line. So at the moment, it's a low count, I know, but my thought would be that Tim Pallas will hold that seat. I think we've got it in doubt at the moment. But really, the push of those independents, none of those three independents have reached 10%. So they've all fizzled, and the Liberal vote hasn't surged either. So Labor's taken a huge hit on primary votes in those three seats, as they have in many others in Western Melbourne, but it hasn't turned into a change of seat.
Interesting, Jacinta Allen, that Tim Pallas is looking pretty good in the seat of Werribee. That was a seat that the Labor Party started campaigning in about 6 months ago. Such was its concern that it wasn't necessarily going to be safe. So it's obviously worked.
Oh, Tamara, I'd argue we've been representing that seat pretty well for a long time. I mean, you know, we've been removing level crossings in Werribee, investing in schools and the local community.
It's been a noticeable focus of attention, though, on that seat in particular.
Well, it goes back to the observation I was making before, and apologies if I'm repeating myself, but Tim has been a really strong local member. Yes, he's the Treasurer and that gives you statewide responsibilities, but he's been connected to his community. He's been, you know, investing in local schools and local services, and as I've mentioned, removing level crossings and building local roads, and these are all the things that quite rightly, local communities should expect from their local member of parliament.
Interesting that it's the one seat out in the west, though, that is staying with Labor, because there has been a real turn against Labor in, say for argument's sake, Melton, where a lot of people there feel abandoned by the Labor Party. A lot of lockdown-related unhappiness with the government there.
Well, again, the results that we're seeing here, I think we're seeing all the seats that Labor is holding in the West. We've just lost our board for the minute there, but I think all the seats that Labor currently hold in the West, we're looking to, we're in a really strong position in. And again, it's about making sure that we're investing in those things that matter for those local communities. And, you know, projects like making the Werribee Line level crossing free and building hospitals and building a new TAFE, which is also going into places like Melton, but also too, let's remember the other issue that was very clearly on the ballot this election, and that was people's jobs. That was people's livelihoods, and that's what Matthew Guy and David Davis and the Liberal Party were saying very clearly to Victorians, that they didn't support their jobs both in the construction industry but also more broadly in the supply chain that supports them. And that's a really important point to make, because if you're concerned about cost of living issues, if you're concerned about job security, then saying to the community we're going to cut those jobs and cut those opportunities is a really big and powerful message about why you shouldn't support the Liberal Party.
I want to show you this. We had a look at it earlier on in the evening before the count began. This is the combined major party primary vote over many years, going back 30 years to 92. You can see, you know, back then in the 90s, it was up above 90%. Coming into tonight, it had fallen below 80%. Have a look at this. This is on the latest count. Where are we? 3 and a bit hours since the close of polls. And it's really crashed there down to around 70%. Cos, Tony, over on our decision desk, you were reflecting on this earlier and I think suggesting that it might get near there. And in fact, I think it's fallen a little lower than even you were forecasting, Cos.
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, it's a trend that we've been observing across the country, but we can see it here again repeated in Victoria. And it's a product of a number of drivers. One is the voters that we've seen park their support on the Greens and move to the Greens. But also, I would say that the Liberal Party's tactics, particularly in this election, has only resulted in them driving their own votes to alt-right minor parties. So if you look at the results across all of the seats where they're suffering right now, they've got swings against them. And it's not going to the Labor Party, it's largely going to alt-right minor parties. These are the parties that stood against the lockdowns, the mandates and so on. So the end result of their effort is they've cost themselves their own votes.
Is it's spraying, though, that's right, fairly broadly. These independents that Antony mentioned this earlier, that we heard a lot about, Joe Garra, Ian Cook, Paul Hopper, they're kind of underperforming on their own, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. So when you go to the West, Labor's losing a lot of support in the West, and look, you know, there has to be some discussion internally within the Labor camp about addressing that problem, because this is now the third election in a row where Labor has absorbed swings against it in the West. It cannot keep sustaining that. So sooner or later, those chickens are going to come home to roost.
Bridget, is this something that you were witnessing on the campaign, that move away from the major parties?
I think Labor will be really disappointed in losing those inner city seats to the minor party in the Greens. They spent a lot of time and a lot of resources in seats like Northcote. We saw the former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd there handing out how to vote cards. He obviously couldn't get them over the line. Daniel Andrews was in Northcote 3 times. It was the most times he's visited any seat. He made a lot of pledges at childcare and kindergarten, so he was really targeting the family vote. In a seat like Richmond, the Premier promised a lot of money for new schools, and their candidate there, Lauren O'Dwyer, she was in the news for probably the wrong reasons. There were a lot of questions about her Aboriginality, so that probably didn't help her campaign. In those kind of seats, the demographics are 50% of those people are renters, and the Greens ran really strong campaigns on things like housing affordability. And I think integrity probably didn't help both of the parties in those kind of seats. The Greens ran really strong campaign on integrity, and that might have been one of the reasons why we're seeing these move away from the major parties, is because both leaders were caught up in integrity scandals, and that could have been one of these reasons why we're seeing that trend away.
That's a good point. David Davis, you would have wanted to be hammering Daniel Andrews on integrity issues, but of course weren't able to quite so much because of issues within your own party.
Look, Labor have a very poor record on integrity. I've never heard of a case with a Premier 4 times at IBAC. We don't know the ins and outs of these. There should have been reports tabled in the Parliament. They've not got through. These are shocking things and really central points. But
As
I wanted to bring
some
one...
of the stories that unfolded from the Liberal Party's corner as well.
Well, there was a referral of Matthew Guy and others to by the VEC, but that is a very different matter from active.
But it does go to the issue of integrity.
It is active, though, David. That is, sorry, Sam.
Well,
that is active.
They have not said they're investigating.
They were investigating. The VEC was investigating the Liberal Party, and they weren't getting satisfactory answers, so they referred it to the Anti-Corruption Commission.
I think Matthew did everything.
That is an active investigation.
Matthew did everything he could on that, but leaving that aside, the Premier and major areas of the government being investigated over a wide front by IBAC, and in fact Labor legislated in 2019 to weaken IBAC so it couldn't hold those public hearings. Now we've tried to restore those powers. Labor voted, sought to oppose those. We sought to have reports tabled early. Labor voted against those tablings early. But there was one other matter I wanted to bring up, and that is the pre-polls. Bulleen, 6% difference higher vote for the Liberal Party on pre-poll. Mordialloc, 6% difference, 8% higher for the Liberal Party on pre-polls. Williamstown, I'm told, even an 8% difference in the pre-poll primary vote. So these pre-polls are going to become very important across a number of seats. And I know I've been saying this all night, but we certainly detected a very big difference on the early voting. And that is going to make a major difference.
Sure, but David Davis,
yep.
you've made this point a few times.
I'm just giving you some
actual
figures
I just want to be clear about
this.
You're not suggesting suddenly things are going to turn around, the Liberals can win tonight?
No. Look, I'm just saying I'm wanting to see all those votes.
You agree you've lost this election?
Make a more systemic call.
You agree you've lost this election?
We're going to have quite a difficulty getting there, that's for sure.
OK. Now, Matthew Guy has fought and lost 2 elections now. Does he have to go?
I'm not going to make calls like that on air tonight. I think it's a matter of let's see where we land, and then we've got to take steps forward. Matthew has fought a very strong campaign. I take nothing away from that. A
successful campaign, though?
Well, clearly, if we don't win, it's not successful by definition. But having said that,
can you stick with someone who's lost 2 elections?
No. But let's go systematically through this, and let's look at that board as the actual final votes come in, and I want to see those.
Let's ask you that question again in about half an hour and see.
Or in about an hour when the pre-polls are starting to actually come through.
Let's go to Antony now, just to look at some seats around Melbourne. Antony, let's start with Glenn Waverley.
Well, we'll do this first, but I'll just start with this, which is the graph of the 2-party preferred in 2 parts of Melbourne. There's no swing in eastern Melbourne, and there's a 6.5% swing to the Liberals in western Melbourne, and the Liberals will make no gains from that swing. Now, what I'm looking at, sorry, let me get the map, is a seat run of a couple of seats. Let me get my seat run up. Start with Bayswater. Sorry, well, I was trying to start with... now I've completely lost it. Bayswater. 43% to 32%. But look at the change in vote, the change in first preference vote. The Liberal first preference vote is down 15% in Bayswater. So let's go on to the next seat, Ringwood. Again, Labor's ahead on first preferences. The change in vote there, the Liberal vote's down 12% on first preferences. That's the story there. Now, there was one seat I missed there, so I'll just have to go back. Glen Waverley. Where Labor is going to pick up Glen Waverley, defeating Neil Angus. Look at the change in first preference vote there. The Liberal vote's down 8%. Now, a lot of this is going to others, but it's not washing through in a 2-party preferred. That's the same trend. Now, if I go to some of those seats in Western Melbourne, Broadmeadows, now we've got 20% candidate, and Labor's under 50. That's very rare for Labor to poll under 50 in Broadmeadows. But look at the change in first preference vote. Admittedly, there's a retiring member here, but it's not 21% down on first preferences, and the 2-party preferred swing there is 15% to the Liberal Party. But Labor will hold that seat. The next seat is St Albans. Again, Labor only a low count, but Labor's on 41%. Look at the change in first preference vote in this seat. Come on. There we go. 18% down on first preferences. And the two-party preferred swing is 16% to the Liberal Party, but Labor will hold that seat. And the third seat is Cororoy. Again, it's a low count at the moment, but look at the change in first preference vote. 23% down on first preference vote, two-party preferred swing, 15%. So there's these massive double-digit swings against Labor, but in seats that Labor holds by more than 20% at the moment. And that's the story of this election. We're seeing that swing, but it's all in the wrong seats for the Liberal Party. This reminds me, I was just saying a moment ago, the 2010 South Australian election where the Rand government lost the statewide vote, but all the swing was in safe seats and the marginal seats didn't swing. And at this election, we've seen a whole bunch of marginal seats in Eastern Melbourne where the Liberal vote has gone backwards. Labor's held and, in fact, gained some seats. But in Western Melbourne, Labor's taken a bath, but it hasn't cost them any seats.
I wanted to get some thoughts from Tony Barry on what you've just said there about, we said this would be a choppy night. Boy, are we seeing that, whether the Liberals have resourced and fought the campaign in the right places. I just want to tell you, though, the Prime Minister has issued a statement. Look, Daniel Andrews hasn't yet, of course, declared victory, but the Prime Minister has congratulated him on his re-election. Anthony Albanese goes on to talk about the past 8 years, tough times, the pandemic, the Black Summer bushfires, the floods. He says Daniel Andrews and the Labor government have been there, goes through the list of promises that Labor made and so on. But the point is the Prime Minister certainly agrees that Labor's been re-elected tonight. But, Tony, back to what Antony was just showing us there, with the Liberal vote really plunging in some of those seats like Glen Waverley, Bayswater, Ringwood in the east, but surging, not enough to win seats, but surging in the west.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can look to the campaign itself and the campaign infrastructure and the way how the campaign was made, but let's park that. There's always plenty of time for recriminations in the post-election process. But let's look at the Liberal Party brand and the brand damage to the Liberal Party. And because there's two different conversations and they're both very valid. It was not a good campaign, obviously. That speaks for itself. In terms of Liberal brand damage, we've now got a succession of elections now that shows, we're losing our base. We are picking up some seats we are picking up some vote in non-traditional areas, but they're not enough. And it speaks to some of the sort of demographic problems we've got, not just millennials, but young professional women and renters, asset owners we're still holding, but we're becoming the party of landlords, not the party of renters. So the problems are manifest at the moment, and so it'd be wrong for the Liberal Party to just sort of say, well, it's a pilot error, this air crash is a pilot error, and sort of go to the leader. There's a whole range of issues that we've got to look at.
So it's the whole plane, is what you're saying, is the problem?
Like an air crash investigations episode, there's a chain reaction of things that have gone wrong.
You're the Liberal strategist, Tony. What do they need to do?
Well, it needs to sort of connect with all these different demographics that it's lost. Young professional women, in the heart of places like Hawthorn and Kew and so forth. We need more women. It's as simple as that. We've got to have the conversation about quotas. It's not something I'm, personally been in favour of in the past, but I think we're beyond that now.
You reckon they've got to do quotas?
Well, we've been talking about for 20 years and it's going nowhere. So we need to look at something like that because we aren't making any ground politically at the moment and we're just not competitive.
All right, let me just get a quick comment from David Davis. Before we get to your results, quotas, what do you think?
Well, look, I think we need more women. We need more diversity.
Quotas?
We need to talk about business people coming into the party too.
Quotas,
I think
quotas for women? Just on this point?
I'm not against quotas for women,
okay.
But I think there's actually a broader conversation on diversity too. People from Asian backgrounds, people from Indian backgrounds, and we've certainly worked very hard to engage. And also we do need to strengthen that small business base that was always a very big part of the party. And it's a major point of difference with Labor. Labor doesn't have that. Labor says we're diverse, but actually there's almost no people from real business background in that.
They've won an election, though, again.
Yeah, no. I'm making Tony's making a set of long-term points, and I'm agreeing with him on a number of those long-term points. And I agree with the issue that Redbridge has been pointing out with millennials. I think there is a very significant piece of work.
That seems to be the Liberal Party's Achilles heel.
No, I'm agreeing that there is a significant challenge for us there, and we need to be working on that.
And what can you do to work on that?
Well, I think it's a significant and complex piece of work, and one of them is the policy, and another is actual raw engagement. Another is to make sure that that they're reflected in the party's apparatus and decision making in an appropriate way.
So, what should the priority be in rebuilding the brand then?
I think that's a very complex set of, that's for tonight. I'm not sure that I have the perfect answers tonight, but I do think there's going to have to be significant rebuilding. And you had the map up on the wall before, and some of that tells the story in itself of where we have to rebuild, and we have to make sure that there's appropriate reflection of those policy ideas coming through.
OK, Federal Labor MP Josh Burns is going to join us now. Welcome to the program. And we also have the Labor Party's Leor Harrell as well. Josh Burns, the Greens are doing particularly well tonight. That's been quite a big story to emerge out of the 2022 election. You had quite a scare in your own seat at the federal election. Do we take it now that Labor has a problem in inner Melbourne? Doesn't sound like it from where we're sitting.
Sorry. Well, I've certainly got some amazing Labor people behind me here who have been a part of a really positive campaign here in Caulfield. And of course, we've got Leor Harrell, our fantastic candidate here from Caulfield. And we've got Lou Crawford as well, who's our fantastic candidate from Brighton. That is also... That's also a seat still to watch with a long way to go. So, no, look, I think tonight's really a night of extraordinary achievement for Daniel Andrews. This is someone who it looks like he's going to hold the premiership for 3 elections in a row. It's an extraordinary achievement, and yeah, I'm really proud to be a Labor person tonight.
Yet
and
despite having a fairly progressive Labor government, there still is a move away from Labor to the Greens in the inner city. How can that be addressed?
Well, I think in some parts that's true, and in other parts, when you've got fantastic candidates like Leor, the Labor Party has proven to be really strong and resilient, and we need to offer really, a positive plan for not only Victoria but for Australia. And I think the work that Daniel Andrews has done, he's been one of the most progressive governments in our state's history. He's invested in schools, he's invested in infrastructure. He's also going to make publicly owned renewable energy something of the future, which I'm really excited about. So
Josh Burns, David Spears here, just looking at the results in Albert Park, which falls in your federal electorate of Macnamara. The Labor primary vote's down 11%. How nervous does that make you?
Oh, look, I think there's a few factors there. First of all, Martin Foley was an extraordinary local member. He's been someone who has really done an amazing job for the people of Albert Park over the last 15 years, and I pay tribute to Martin Foley. Nina Taylor's run a really strong campaign. She's still got the most primary votes in Albert Park. I think she may have even done better than me, David, so she's done a really good job, and I think she's in good shape to hold that seat.
Well, she's sitting on a primary just over 32%. That's a worrying primary, isn't it, for any Labor candidate? We're seeing the Greens really wash through inner Melbourne, wherever you look at the moment. Why is that, and what should the lesson be for you and your federal Labor colleagues?
Well, look, I think the Greens have obviously done really well tonight, and I congratulate them. And that's that's something that we really need to be humble about. They've done really well, and I wish them well on this evening. But I do think that when Labor offers people a really positive vision for the future, a progressive vision, one that treats people with dignity and care, then people vote for us. And I think we've seen that in Caulfield. I think we've seen that in Albert Park, and I think we've seen that right across Victoria.
What was the lesson in there, in all of that?
The lesson is that we've got to be positive, David. We have to talk about what Labor's going to do for people. And if we do that, just like we've done in Caulfield and Albert Park, I think people will back us.
But Josh Burns, what is your plan to fend off the Greens? Because if it's not addressed, you won't be in Parliament for much longer.
Yeah, look, tonight's not about me. Tonight's about the fact that Daniel Andrews has been re-elected for a third time here in Victoria. Tonight's about the fact that this bloke has potentially done something that no other Labor person has done in the history of this seat. Leora Harrell is in great shape here in Caulfield. And we'll just have to wait and see. But I'm proud of the Labor team tonight. I'm proud of the people behind me.
All right, Josh Burns, I know you are. I know they're very happy to be there with you. Let me just try one more question if I can.
They are, David. Should
Labor federally stick with stage 3 tax cuts?
Look, they're 2 years away, David.
Come on, give us an answer.
Dan Andrews and the Victorian Labor team. It's something that obviously, I think there are Australians doing it pretty tough, and I think Daniel Andrews with his $250 for helping people get through increasing power saving.
Nice pivot, but this is where the Greens will come at you, right? The Greens will come at you over something like this.
I have a feeling the Greens will come at me in a number of different ways, David. But tonight, we'll just have to wait and see what happens in Caulfield. I'm really proud of this team. I'm proud of Leora, and I'm also extremely proud of Dan Andrews.
All right, Josh Burns, we appreciate you joining us, and the Labor crew there with you as well. We're going to go to another federal MP, Keith Wallahan, the Liberal member for Menzies federally, but he's joining us from the state seat of Box Hill tonight. I'm just going to have a look for some latest results, if I can, on Box Hill. But Keith Wallahan, thank you for joining us. Look, we are seeing some real trouble for the Liberal brand right across eastern Melbourne. That is one of the very clear stories tonight. What do you make of that?
I think it's very similar to what we saw in the federal election. When I first looked at the map of metropolitan Melbourne, it's quite frightening. There's 3 Liberals on one of 3, the other being Deakin and Aston, and there's one in Adelaide, one in Perth. That's why we started the metropolitan members group in the federal party room, and we're seeing it in the state seats as well. Tony Barry is absolutely right. Our party has a problem in metropolitan areas for the same reasons that the Labor's having a problem in the inner city areas. Demographics are creating challenges for us, and we need to face up to it and learn from it.
What do you do about that problem?
I think the first thing you do is you analyse it properly. It's very easy to say here tonight and create a headline for tomorrow about what we should do or who should lead the party or who's at fault, but it takes time to study these, and we're still learning lessons from the federal election 6 months on. So we will learn lessons from this state election, but that takes time, and we have to do the work.
Keith Wallahan, Tamara O'Dine here. Do you actually now just write off the Teal seats, or can you win them back?
We can't do that. Australia is a big, wide, brown land, but more than 50% of Australians live in cities. There's no pathway federally to hold power without winning metropolitan seats, so I'm certainly not giving up on them. Peter Dutton's not giving up on them, and we can't win power in Victoria without winning metropolitan seats.
You mentioned
so
Peter Dutton there.
We have to win them back.
You mentioned Peter Dutton there. Is he a problem for Victorian Liberals like yourself?
He's not. I've got to know Peter really well in the last 6 months, and one of the things I've noticed in politics that it's very easy to portray people as a cartoon villain, and social media amplifies that. I've got to know Peter really well. He is a decent, wonderful person, and I think the closer we get to a federal election, I think people will see that in Victoria and New South Wales and other places. But it's not easy. I do acknowledge that.
Keith Wallahan, you said Tony Barry was spot on earlier. One of the things Tony Barry said was the Liberal Party now needs to adopt quotas for women. Do you agree?
I agree we need more women. I'm here in the seat of Box Hill where Nicole Werner, a Malaysian-Chinese young woman, won pre-selection by an overwhelming amount. I think we need more women, but I also think having party democracy can get us there.
So no quotas.
And I think if we do that, well, you can be open-minded to it, but I have seen pre-selection after pre-selection elect quality women here. The division wants it to happen, and we can do it democratically.
Keith Willahan, you made some remarks, really strong remarks actually, in Parliament this week about the tone of the debate and the campaign in Victoria. What are the lessons that we can take from this?
I think the lessons are that in the age of social media, you only get a few seconds to get your message across, and social media rewards intensity and it rewards negativity. And I think it behoves all of us, my party, the Labor Party, to try and resist that and be our better selves. And that includes not, just using invective for our own personal gain. Other people will do that on Twitter and other places, but political leaders, I think, have an obligation to sometimes show our better selves. And I think Victorians and Australians are looking for us to show that leadership.
Just finally, Keith Willahan, we're expecting to see the Liberal Party review of the last federal campaign, the one earlier this year. We're expecting that review from Jane Hume and Brian Loughnane on Monday. Putting together that and now what we're witnessing tonight in this Victorian election contest, one of the big issues the party seems to struggle with is this pre-selection problem. We had another one with Renee Heath in this Liberal campaign in Victoria. What needs to be done to better vet candidates for pre-selection?
The Victorian division actually introduced a new vetting process. It's never perfect. I went through it myself in the pre-selection that I went through in Menzies. But I think there's a broader problem, which is that we're only as good as the membership that make up our party. And I think more people need to join political parties, whether it's the Labor Party, the Greens and my party. I think COVID made people more interested in politics. So I urge all Victorians, get out and join a party, including my party or any other. Our democracy is stronger if more people join political parties, and pre-selections will be better for it too.
Keith Willahan, thanks so much for joining us tonight. We were just talking there about the seat of Box Hill. Anthony, you've got some information you can share with us on Box Hill.
Look, I'm just looking at, I think most of us had this assumption that Labor would lose all its eastern suburb seats and the battle would be in southeast Melbourne and a few seats in western Melbourne. Hasn't turned out like that at all. So let's have a look. Here's Box Hill. This was, it had been in Liberal hands since '92, and there was a bit of a surprise gains for Labor last time. But Paul Hamer, 10% ahead on first preferences. The change in vote, which I was talking about, first preferences again, 10% drop in the Liberal first preference vote, and that's turning into a two-party preferred swing of 2.5% to Labor. So that's Box Hill. The other seat was Glen Waverley, which I've lost. Let's see if I can bring up Glen Waverley. I have to use the map because I can't, it's not in my rundown here. But if you come down here to Glen Waverley, now Glen Waverley, which one is it? It's that one. If you have a look at Glen Waverley, John Mullahy is well ahead, 41 to 39 for Neil Angus. The change in first preference vote, again, 9% down on first preferences, and we got 49%, so some of the pre-polls are in now. Two-party preferred swing estimate, 3.7% swing. So the Liberals not only haven't gained any seats, because Labor's held Ashwood, held Box Hill, held Ringwood, gained Bayswater, gained Glen Waverley. The Liberals are yet to win Caulfield, Hawthorn, they're still behind in. It's been a disaster for the Liberal Party in Eastern Melbourne. They have made nothing, no gains at all. And down in the southeast, Labor could still win Hastings. The Liberals are in trouble in Mornington. So, for a party that's done, the Labor Party's had a terrible result in Western Melbourne, but in Eastern Melbourne, the Liberal Party heartland, they've had a terrible result as well. So, I think was Keith Willahan was saying, there are some similarities between this and the federal election result. There's independents in the queue in the Hawthorns, and a bit further eastwards, the Labor Party's winning seats, which traditionally were held by the Liberal Party.
Antony Green, thank you. Working that touchscreen like an absolute boss, might I say as well. David Davis, just coming to you on that. Not looking great in the east, not looking great in the west.
I think Anthony's right about the significant swing in the west, but not big enough to win seats. So there's that's a very useful movement, but it doesn't translate. In the east, I would say something that I think hasn't had the focus on it as yet that it should. I think those seats with large numbers of Chinese background Australians, Victorians, people who should be supporting the Liberal Party, in my view, many in business, we've got to do better there. Despite Nicole, an amazing candidate, a Malaysian Chinese, but in Glen Waverley, very significant Asian Australian population and so forth, and the same is true into Ashwood. This is actually a very significant component of what we need to do now.
What's going wrong in that community?
Well, I actually think part of it is campaigning, and Tony's point before that it's the campaigning aspect. I think there is an issue with the campaigning. I think headquarters was not good with multicultural communities, and a lot of it was left.
Why not?
To, well, that is a complex scenario, and no doubt that'll be looked at, but I think that is one factor through some of those seats that we've got to really focus on, and that is a major rebuilding. And in this case, there was a warning sign with the federal election, and I don't think that has been sufficiently heeded.
Why wasn't it sufficiently heeded? It was writ large after the federal election.
I probably, there's a lot of reasons, and it's probably beyond tonight to explain that, but I think the lesson is there. As a firm multiculturalist and somebody who believes the very great significance of those, the breadth of the Victorian community, I think that the campaigning within those communities is something that is extremely important, and we have to do much, much better at that.
And to start with, David, you did not preference far-right anti-immigration groups.
I'm going to have to cut you off there. Anthony Green's got something that he wants to share with us. Let's go over to Antony Green at the touchscreen.
Well, this big blue blob here, it's called the seat of Polwarth. Now, it's extended in towards Torquay in the redistribution. It's been held by Richard Reardon for a number of years. Very safe Liberal seat traditionally. Here's the first preference votes at the moment. Liberals are under 40%. Hutch Hussain from the Labor Party on 31, the Greens on 18. We look at a change in first preference vote that's occurring here. Is a big drop in the Liberal vote, big rise in the Green vote. Now we have a two-party preferred count in 30 to 35 polling places, 4.4% swing to Labor. At this stage, we're predicting Labor will win Polwarth. That's with over half of the vote counted. So that's a disaster for the Liberal Party to lose Polwarth. That's not an urban seat, although it does include the Surf Coast.
What was that, David?
That is a disaster to lose Polwarth. But the seat has changed considerably, as people will understand. Torquay is now part of Polwarth. It's quite different from the rest of Polwarth. And, there are some campaigning lessons and other points that have come out of this as well.
And a local member who was very strongly critical of the government's protection measures during the pandemic. Well, a local member who made some very strong anti-vaccination took some very strong anti-vaccination positions both within and without inside and outside of the Parliament. Very strong messages to his local community about whether he was or wasn't on the side of protecting them through the pandemic. I think, David, you should have a look at that Polwarth result and not just point to the redistribution. There's certainly a whole bunch of the seats, the Torquay votes have come in, but there's a lot more going on out there in country Victoria than just a redistribution.
Hold that thought, because I want to go to Leanne Wong at the Liberal Party headquarters. She's with Georgie Crozier, the Liberals' Shadow Health Minister.
That's right, I'm currently here at Liberal Party HQ, which is really starting to fill up as people wait for Opposition Leader Matthew Guy to arrive. But joining me now is Shadow Health Minister Georgie Crozier. Georgie, thank you so much for chatting with me today. This is not the result you wanted. What do you believe went wrong?
Well, look, no, it's not the result we wanted. That's clearly the point. But there is quite a way to go. I mean, the pre-polls are still coming in, and we've seen some good signs that they are going towards us in certain areas. For instance, 5% increase in Kew on the primary vote of today's vote, 6% in Bulleen, 6% in Mordialloc. So these pre-polls are still coming in, and let's not forget there were 50% of Victorians who actually voted in that pre-poll throughout the pre-poll period. So there is, quite a way to go in terms of counting these votes.
This is Daniel Andrews' third victory as Premier. How are you and others in the Liberal Party feeling right now? What's the mood like?
Well, you know, clearly it's not the result we wanted, so we can't sugarcoat it any other way in terms of what is happening. But there is still a way to go with those pre-poll votes, and we've got some very good signs in some areas, in Mildura and Shepparton and elsewhere. So there are good signs that around the state, but we still have a long way to go in terms of counting those pre-poll votes.
Have you spoken yet to Matthew Guy?
I haven't spoken to Matthew as yet, no.
This is his second tilt at Premier. Do you believe that he should stay on as opposition leader?
Well, look, that's up to Matthew. It's, you know, Matthew will make that decision when he does, you know, make that decision. That'll be up to him, and obviously that'll be something that he'll consider in due course.
We're seeing both major parties now losing votes to, you know, minor parties, to independents. Do you believe we're now seeing a different political landscape?
I think there is a change in the political landscape, yes, and I think there is a change in demographics as well. We've seen that. We've seen that through the rising of, you know, the Greens and the Teals and other minor parties. So, you know, our challenge is very difficult in some of these areas because of that.
As Shadow Health Minister, why do you believe perhaps some of your messaging, you know, on Victoria's health crisis and the pandemic perhaps didn't cut through to voters?
Oh, look, our plan was very clear. There is a health crisis. It's been devastating for so many Victorians. So we put that plan. We said we wanted to fix the health crisis and reinvest in hospitals and the health system, shelve the Cheltenham to Box Hill rail line. We made that very clear to Victorians. We didn't think the government could do both.
Thank you so much for chatting to us, Georgie.
Thank you, Lee.
This is Victoria Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at Southbank in Melbourne. Now you can see the tally board is filling in as the count progresses. It is 10 minutes to 10. With 43% of the vote counted. Let's get the very latest on the state of play right now with Antony Green.
Well, what we're going to do is do a quick run through those seats where the Greens have been competitive for most of the night. Starting with a couple that they held. Ellen Sandell, who's here, of course, 38% ahead of Labor on 32%, and with the Liberals' change in preference strategy at this election, there's no change. There's going to be a two-party preferred swing to the Liberal Party, both to the Greens, on those two sets of numbers. The next seat is Brunswick, which Tim Reid won at the last election. He's well ahead on first preferences, 44.8. And again, look at the two-party preferred swing there. It's 12.9%. So what were two marginal Green seats against Labor are now quite safe. Third seat, Paran. This has been, this is as I expected. Labor has slipped to third place, in which case the two-party preferred swing it's a 3% swing with Labor preferences getting the Greens up over the line there. So the Greens hold Paran. Richmond, looks like it's Lauren O'Dwyer is ahead on first preferences, but with 20% there with the Liberal Party, those preferences will largely flow to the Greens. And we're getting a preference count between those two, which is indicating a 15% swing, and Labor will win. Of course, there was no Liberal candidate at the last election, so that swing's a bit built. There's a couple of things factoring in that swing. Northcote, which was the seat Labor gained back after the by-election last time. Labor's ahead on first preferences. The preferences from the Victorian Socialists and the Liberal Party will assist the Greens, and that's turning into a 3.9% swing. We're predicting that the Greens will win that seat. There's probably a bit more counting to come in that seat, but it looks like a Green gain there as well. Now, Albert Park, we're getting a preference count from the Electoral Commission, which indicates the Greens are winning. The Greens are a long way back in third place. I'm not sure that those votes will close a 6% gap there and then allow them to get ahead of Labor. Or some of that leakage will be to Labor. So there's a lot more counting to come, but I'm a bit doubtful that the Greens will win that, whatever the preference count we're getting is at the moment. Pascoe Vale, at the moment, this is not a very well progressed count. The preference count we're getting has put the Greens ahead. I think there's a lot more counting to come. That's a completely false swing. That's compared to Labor Liberal at the last election. So that's not a reliable swing figure. That's a drop in the Labor vote as it was compared to a Liberal last time. So I'm not convinced about that seat, so we'll see what happens there. Footscray, as I thought might happen, the Labor vote has improved through the night, and even though there is a strong flow of preferences to the Greens, probably not enough. I don't think it's going to be enough to get them over the line. Remains in doubt. We'll see what happens there. So you can see that the Greens have done very well, and they've certainly cut Labor's. I haven't looked at Preston, but Preston has also another seat where the Greens have had a huge swing. And so Labor's now suddenly defending a few seats out beyond that inner core of 4 against the Greens, not just the inner 4. And the Greens probably went up with 6, maybe 7 seats.
6, maybe 7 seats, Antony Green. Thank you. Ellen Sandell, before we lose you from the panel, let's get your thoughts on all of that.
Look, I think this shows that the old two-party system is dying. We are seeing big swings towards the Greens. And yes, these are in the inner city, but actually we're seeing swings like 4% in regional cities. So big swings actually right across the board and in regional areas as well. Polworth, we're seeing Labor get elected on Greens preferences in a lot of those seats as well. And I think what this shows is that the two-party system just wasn't speaking to the issues that people cared about, and it wasn't really... people weren't getting out of politics what they needed. We presented a very positive plan: climate change, housing affordability, integrity. We were very disciplined in talking about those things, and those were the things that voters really cared about, and we presented that plan, which is why I think we're seeing swings to the Greens. And also we saw Labor adopt a lot of Greens policies throughout this campaign as well. And we consider that a win as well, even if we don't pick up some of these seats.
Have you thanked David Davis for the Liberal preferences that helped you get elected in many of those seats?
If you look at something like Northcote, if you look at the Green vote plus the Socialist vote, we're actually over the Labor Party there. So we're winning these seats in our own right, in fact. And what this means is now that actually Labor can't win seats in the inner city unless they're propped up by the Liberals.
The Greens have had a good night. You're going to need a bigger party room. You've got to the minivan size now with 6 or 7 members. But if Labor has a majority, if they're governing a majority, you don't quite have that level of power that you would in a minority government. So how are you going to use this extra clout in the parliament?
Well, we've already been able to get excellent outcomes with only 4 in the lower and upper house in total. So we've been able to see Labor adopt a lot of our policies to try and defend some of these seats. We're seeing them talk about public ownership of energy now, something we put on the table a long time ago that wasn't even in the political lexicon. We're seeing them talk about climate change. We're seeing them put forward better candidates and more progressive ideas. So that's a win for us.
Is that the next one, do you think?
Native forest logging needs to end, and I think the Teals ran on that strongly, so did we. It is a completely outdated policy, but we can actually achieve outcomes in lots of different ways, including negotiating, which is what we did during the pandemic. We were there with the government at the table negotiating. So the Greens come to politics not just for winning seats, but actually getting outcomes as well.
When Richard Wynne delivered his valedictory statement a couple of months ago, he labelled the Greens as a party that sought to be 2 steps to the left of Labor while simultaneously claiming credit for its progressive policy achievements and criticising it. And he said it was a sad way to practice politics, to always be in the grandstand, never on the field of play. What do you say to that?
I don't think that's right, because we are seeing Labor adopt a lot of our policies. So that is a win for us because we're getting outcomes for the community. And I think we're talking to the issues that the community cared about: integrity, housing, climate change. And if you look at these demographic shifts that we're seeing, the Greens aren't going away. So I think it would be good for the Labor Party to actually sit down and practice a more collaborative style of politics, because the two-party system is dying. The Greens are on the up right across the state. We're here to stay. We're here putting forward our positive vision, and we'd love to work with other parties on that.
Ellen Sandell, we have to leave you. I have to let you get to your various parties. So happy birthday and probably Merry Christmas as well.
Thank you so much. It's been wonderful being here.
Let's go to Antony Green now. He's got some news for us over at the touchscreen.
Yeah, the election of Mornington, good safe Liberal seat traditionally. Now, David Morris was the member defeated for pre-selection by Chris Cruther, the former federal member for Frankston. And at this stage, he's on 38%. Kate Lardner, the Independents, on 25.7%. Labor 22%, the Greens 7%. The change in first preference vote, that's that bar, change in first preference vote, the Liberal vote's well down, the Labor vote's well down. A lot of that's gone to the Independent. And we're getting a preference count. We've got a preference count in 13 of the 16 polling places, indicating a 10% swing. And at this stage, that's without any polling place matching. That's just on raw numbers. But the Liberal Party's well behind on preference count in Mornington. So that looks like a very strong result for Kate Lardner, the Independent. Yeah, that's amazing. Let's go to Christian Silver, who's at the Kate Lardner campaign headquarters tonight, or celebration tonight. But Christian, where is Kate Lardner?
Honestly, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can.
They are all watching this broadcast, and in answer to your question as to where Kate Lardner is, let me show you where she is. And come through, Daniel.
This is great.
Dr. Kate Lardner is over here because she contracted COVID-19 earlier in the week, so she's decided to stay home, and she isn't attending her own election party. But here in Mornington, it's been some huge celebrations tonight. This result is pretty momentous. This seat has been a Liberal stronghold for decades. Let me take you through this party here. Earlier tonight, I came to from the Liberal Party at Nepean, and oysters were being served. Champagne was on the menu today. It's a little bit different here in Mornington. We've got some pizza, we've got the fruit and the beer. So it's a very different vibe, but a very jubilant mood. Let me talk to this gentleman here.
What a win, eh?
Why do you think Dr. Kate Lardner has done so well?
She's an amazing person, and she'll represent the local community, and I think you can't get better than that. And I think for a long time we've wanted someone who can do just that.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Let's find one more person to talk to. We've got these two girls here who are rather interestingly dressed. Why was Dr. Kate Lardner someone you wanted to support?
Well, she's helped out the community, and she knows her way around what she's doing pretty much. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but,
yeah, but she's just
it's
like...
inspirational seeing, like, a woman out there for once going for it.
Christian Silver, it's Tam. If you can hear me, try and, if you could, it's really much a sign of our times that somebody there has got COVID and has stayed at home. Try and see if you can interview Kate Lardner for us. Can she hear you?
Well, we can try. I'm not sure if Dr. Kate can hear us through the computer, but maybe she can give us some hand signals, or if she can't. Dr. Lardner, how are you feeling?
Maybe she can give us some hand signals.
Tam, I'm not quite sure if that's going to work.
10 points for trying, Christian.
Look, the result obviously hasn't quite been called yet by Antony, but everyone here seems to be expecting a victory, and they're waiting for Antony to call it.
Oh, I think that takes working from home to a new level.
It really does, doesn't it? What shocking timing.
Rich, they know how to celebrate those independent parties. Parties, I mean celebrations, not parties.
Teal party?
Yeah,
no.
teal party. You know what I mean. That's a surprising result, though. It's a shocking result for the Liberals.
Shocking result for the Liberals. I actually had Mornington as I thought that was the most likely teal that would pick up. Right. Because it's sort of out of sight and mind. No sitting Liberal MP. I went down there a couple of weeks ago and it just felt like something was going on. But you're right, it's not a shocking night for the coalition, it's a shocking night for the Liberal Party because the Nationals have done well. They picked up 3 seats. They pick up, I think, 1 or 2 more upper house seats. They get their party status back. The Greens could become a party as well. So it really is, they can't sort of sheet this home as a coalition problem. This is a national Liberals problem.
Yeah, it's a good point. To come back to what Tony Barry, let me ask you, Tony, you predicted this an hour or so ago that the Liberals would end up, let's leave the Nats out of this question, the Libs would end up with a net loss. That looks like what we're going to see, right?
Yeah, the Liberal Party room is starting to look a little bit like Jonestown. And,
oh dear.
And I suspect we'll keep on drinking the Kool-Aid next term as well.
Why do you say that?
Well, you know, we've gone backwards in an election environment where we should have at least picked up, 10 seats on a bad night. The Premier has done an amazing job, but on a news poll, he was net -2. So the notion that he was some wildly popular figure is, there's not enough evidence to suggest that. And yet we still managed to go backwards. And, we talked before about some of the brand problems the Liberal Party has got. With different sort of cohorts and segments, young professional women. But I noticed on the seats that have got a high concentration of Asian voters, Box Hill, Ashwood, Glen Waverley, just the killing fields for us. So it was a disastrous result. So I think there needs to be a lot of soul searching in the party. We need to look at we'll no doubt do another review. We will. you know, protect the guilty, punish the innocent, and probably do what we always do.
Tony, this seems to happen every 4 years at the moment, and this conversation seems very familiar. Do you think anyone will actually take it seriously this time, and there might be some actually proactive action? You know, we asked David earlier about quotas, and we talked about long-term solutions, but does something need to happen sooner?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Does it come down to MPs, the actual, I guess, the party room, the playing list? Do some people need to move on?
It's from branch members all the way to the executive of the party and the campaign professionals. You know, the branch members have to pick better candidates for a start. You know, too often they'll pick dud candidates and then they'll complain why we lost.
David, does the front bench need a clean out too?
Look, I think there's some strong performers there. Natural attrition, a couple have been cleaned out. Richard Reardon has...
I have some other figures on Richard, and actually Polwarth is looking different now with the full pre-polls coming in. So, you know, I'm waiting to see that. I'll be interested in what Antony says when he next runs his
But
badge.
David Davis, you've been on the front bench 20 years. Is it time for a bit of a clean out?
I think the organisation needs to look, as Tony has actually, you know, eloquently outlined, we need to look from the base all the way through, and it is also about the campaign as well.
But the front bench, you want to stick around still?
Well, look, I'll make my own decisions in terms of what is in the interest of the party, but I actually think we're going to need to rebuild on a number of fronts.
Let's bring Antony Green into the conversation now. Antony, where might Labor end up at the end of the count tonight, do you think?
I was just going to say we've got 20,000 pre-polls in with a preference count in Polwarth, and Labor's got 60%. So
OK. I'm interested to see. I'm just getting material sent to me, and
maybe that's wrong, or I don't know. Yeah, look, we'll just fill in the seats which are 1 at this stage. The Liberals have got 11, the Nationals 9, big improvement from 9, the Greens 5, Labor 49. We've turned on our predictive software, which is predictive. Labor's got 55 seats, so they could end up with roughly the same numbers they have now, while taking a bath in their own seats and not losing any of them. That's what's remarkable about what's made it rather peculiar to spot these numbers, is that Labor's taken an absolute bath in Western Melbourne and has gained seats in Eastern Melbourne and lost nothing anywhere else. I know they've slipped behind again in Pakenham, so there's a lot more counting in some of these seats. But Labor could end up with 55, and the Greens was 6, so 61 on the government, you know, the leftish parties.
Which is the 6th seat for the Greens, Antony? Sorry to interrupt.
One of them.
Okay. Albert Park or Pascoe Vale?
It's that one. I can't tell you which one either. Right. Sorry, I'll have to have a look at it more closely. The Liberals 16 and the Nationals 9. The Nationals have had a good night gaining 3 seats. So I think there'll be a lot more discussion. There's a lot more counting to come in all these seats. But clearly, I mean, look, Labor's ahead in Caulfield. I mean, in my view, they're ahead at Albert Park. Hawthorn, the Liberals are struggling to win Hawthorn. Kew they've held on to, lost Mornington, and you've seen all those seats that Labor's done well in Eastern Melbourne. So it's
16.
A bit of a bath.
That number's really jumping out. 16 in the Liberal Party room. Look, we've focused a lot, understandably, I think, on what a terrible night for the Liberals that is. But for Labor, Jacinta Allen, I mean, yes, the Labor vote is down, but if you can hold the same number of seats that you went into tonight, I mean, even you'd be surprised at that, right?
Well, we used the word patchy a lot earlier on, and we've got on the board some ins and outs along the way. But if I could just go back to those results on the Mornington Peninsula, the independent in Mornington, we're on the board, you've got us picking up Hastings. These are quite remarkable results, and we've talked a lot about the pandemic tonight from a who was affected. Well, and there was a lot of commentary coming into tonight that a place like the Mornington Peninsula was a place where people were saying we wouldn't do well in because there was this big backlash against us on the peninsula. It looks like, if you're using just the pandemic as the lens for analysing these results, there's a lot of people on the peninsula who were very pleased that the Premier took a very strong stance on protecting people's health. So you think
Labor's being rewarded for its handling of COVID tonight?
I'm wanting to put forward into the conversation, David, a frame that has been largely absent from the debate during this entire campaign. The conversation about the pandemic has all been through, Labor's going to suffer, and certainly I am not wanting to gloss over the really difficult set of circumstances for a whole bunch of people in our community during the pandemic. But there was also very clearly a large number of people in our community who understood why the Premier and the government had to make some really tough decisions to put people's health, let me finish, to put people's health front and centre. We understood very clearly that to get through this, we had to protect people's health and well-being. We had to provide support through business support and support the economy. But we had to take a position of understanding that if we didn't encourage people to get vaccinated, if we didn't go through some really difficult periods with lockdown and restrictions, we were going to be in such a worse position, and people understood that. And time and time and time again, people said to me in my electorate and around the state that they appreciated that it was hard, but they appreciated that the Premier cared about their health and well-being first and foremost.
Do you think the media got it wrong on Daniel Andrews?
Well, Richard, with being surrounded by the media, would be very brave of me to start throwing stones.
Don't hold back.
I've asked the question.
I think there were clearly aspects of the media, and I think we all know who we're talking about here, that were very clearly cheering for a team.
Who was that?
We very clearly saw through particularly the Herald Sun that they were barracking for a team. And, you know, I guess people in their reading of the newspaper factor that into that coverage. But what that missed and what that didn't take into account was, you know, there's been a lot of talk tonight about mainstream views and listening to communities. You know, what that didn't take into account was how people were feeling, how people were responding. With all due respect to everyone else in the room, I reckon I've spent more time on pre-poll than just about anyone in the last couple of weeks talking to people. And the feedback I've got through that last couple of weeks is what we're seeing on the board here.
And yet, Jacinta Allen, I'm sorry to interrupt, we find ourselves in the middle of a fourth wave. Now that you've won the election, now can we talk about it? Because the government's been very, very quiet. We've been receiving so few health directives with this huge spike in the number of hospitalisations, case numbers and deaths from COVID, yet Brett Sutton's been nowhere to be seen.
Well, let's be clear. We have a pandemic framework that passed through the Parliament, one of the most challenging and difficult debates we've had through the Parliament. Nothing but just scandalous misinformation from, and that's the kind thing I could say about the position of the opposition through the pandemic and through the passage of the Parliament. No, I accept that. But we now have a pandemic framework in place.
Would you answer it, though?
I am, Tamara, if you'd let me finish. The framework is this. The framework is that the Health Minister is responsible for these decisions. She takes advice. There is a consideration of broader socio-economic impacts as well, which is what the Parliament insisted be taken into account. And we do have at the moment settings in place for vaccination requirements and mask requirements and certain settings, particularly around the most vulnerable in our community in health and aged care and disability services sectors.
Sure, but we're in the middle of a fourth wave, so why hasn't Brett Sutton been allowed to speak?
No, well, it's about making the health minister is at the centre as required through the pandemic legislation through the Parliament, and we have at the moment. Our economy is open. We have strong economic growth in our city and state, and the health of Victorians is being supported through, yes, there is the rising cases, but Victorians know what to do, and we saw it on pre-poll. I saw it on early voting every single day. People coming through wearing masks. They knew they were going to be in crowded places and wearing masks, and that tells me that Victorians know what to do. They've listened to the advice from people like the Chief Health Officer, from the Health Minister, from the Premier, and understand what it means to be part of a community and take protective action for them and for the whole community.
OK. Anthony's trying to get back in here. What have you got?
I'm trying to make a broader point about party politics in Australia. We were talking about earlier the combined major party votes down to 70%. Now, on the Labor side of politics, much of the loss of first preference support has been to the Greens. If you look at these numbers, Labor and the Greens have got 48% between them. So the drop-off in that two-party preferred vote from the Labor side is easily explained. When the Liberal Party vote drops off, it just goes all over the place. What we're seeing in Australian politics is there's a disenchantment with the options of the major parties. But it's got nothing to coalesce to. Now, back in the late 90s, when Pauline Hanson first burst on the scene, it coalesced around her. She's not done particularly well since. Clive Palmer, One Nation, have struggled to reach 5% anywhere since. There's a lot of discontent out there, but it's got no focus. And the major parties, and I think the coalition in particular, has found it difficult to tap into that. And I think that's what we're seeing. There was a lot of focus on Labor's low primary vote at the federal election. It was also the lowest coalition primary vote at the federal election. So there's a real disenchantment with major party politics, but it has no focus, and it produces these sorts of results through preferences.
That disenchantment has definitely benefited the Greens. Mary Gearan joins us now from Greens headquarters with Samantha Ratnam, the leader of the party.
That's right. Thanks, Tam. Rejoining us now is Samantha Ratnam. Samantha, how do you feel being back here now with those results that we know about?
Well, we're really pleased with the results that we've seen so far. There are a number of seats that are still too close to call, but we've certainly retained our existing seats, picked up the seat of Richmond after a stellar campaign by Gabrielle de Vetri. Still too close to call in Northcote, but it also looks like we've increased our representation in the upper house.
Are you surprised?
Well, what we were hearing on the ground from voters for months on end as we've been campaigning across the state matches with what we've seen tonight. People moving away from the major parties towards parties like the Greens because of the issues we're talking to people about. Stronger action on climate change, stopping new gas drilling, transitioning out of coal, tackling housing affordability and strengthening integrity from day one of the next parliament.
Nonetheless, there were seats like Footscray and Preston that you weren't really talking about much before that might still change a bit.
It's been incredible to see the results coming in for seats like Footscray, Preston, Pascoe Vale, Albert Park is still in play, but a testament to our incredible campaign teams and stellar candidates who've been talking to thousands of voters about the issues that Victorians care about that the major parties have neglected. You know, housing, no announcement or support for renters, despite the housing affordability crisis that Victoria faces.
Now, you addressed this crowd and said, don't believe the spin that's going to come out about having to rely on Liberal preferences. You pointed to figures about Richmond that certainly makes it the case, but isn't it the case that with these other seats that are too close to call, that some might come down to Liberal preferences?
We always aim to win these seats in our own right, and the numbers bear that out. In places like Richmond, you look at our primary vote, where we've increased our vote. We've got progressive minor parties whose preferences might be coming to us, and that's delivered a Greens victory. That was our aim, and that's what we've delivered on tonight.
There was a big focus on the list of reforms that you would like to see in place if you held the balance of power, when everyone was talking about a minority government possibility. Now with a Labor government with a majority, where does that leave the Greens and your ability to press forward with those reforms?
Well, we'll actually be in a stronger position in the next parliament to push that next Labor government to go further and faster on climate action, housing affordability, integrity and so much more. In the upper house, we still don't know what that's going to look like, but it's on track for a big crossbench once again, increased Greens representation, and you've got to get things through both houses. But our Greens representatives, no matter what number we're in, we push governments to go further and faster. And a lot of the reform we've seen in Victoria, whether it's climate, whether it's inequality, is because Greens put the idea on the table first. We got parliamentary inquiries up, we asked questions of ministers and governments, and that's how you get change.
Thanks, man.
Back to you.
This is Victoria Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at South Bank in Melbourne. You can see the tally board starting to fill as the count progresses. It's 10:16 and we have 48% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest on the state of play with our very own Antony Green.
We'll do the primary vote again. These numbers are settling into a pattern. Labor just over 36, the Liberal Party on 29, the Nationals just under 6, the Greens 12 and others 17. What I wanted to do was go through some of the defeated members of this election. So we've got Neil Angus in Glen Waverley, Ali Cupper in Mildura, Kate Theophanous in Northcote, Richard Reardon in Polwarth, Louise Staley in Ripon. Oh, I hadn't spotted that one. It's another seat which it looks like I haven't had a... Actually, let's have a look at Ripon, because there's a whole series of these seats we just, in the end, haven't had a look at. So let's have a look at the figures in Ripon. It's just passed us by because it was a Liberal sitting member, but we hadn't looked at the figures. So Labor's well ahead on first preferences, 39 to 35. There's an independent there from the shooters, fishers and farmers. The change in primary vote there, the Labor vote's down 3, others up 2. The two-party preferred, we're seeing 38 of 43 booths is a 0.2% swing, which, given it's a notional Labor seat, makes it very difficult for Louise Staley from there. So let's go back to my list of new and defeated members. So there aren't that many defeated members, but there's quite a list of new members. If we can get it up. There we go. Annabelle Cleland is a new member of Euroa, replacing Steph Ryan. John Malahy in Glen Waverley, Ewan Walters in Greenvale, Paul Mercurio in Hastings, Jess Wilson in Kew, which is a good pickup for the Liberal Party to have a new member in Kew, and a well-credentialed woman, female MP. Luba Grigorovich in Cororoit, Ella George in Lara, where John Aaron's retiring. Jade Benham in Mildura defeating Ala Cuppa. Daniela DiMartino replacing the former Deputy Premier in Monbulk. Martin Cameron picks up Morwell. Belinda Wilson's a new member for Narrawarra North. Campbell Gome for the Greens. Hutch Hussain in Polwarth. Nathan Lambert, the new member for Preston. Gabrielle De Vietri in Richmond. Martha Haylett in Ripon. Kim O'Keefe for the Nationals in Shepparton, and Yan Yin, Lauren Carthage. So there's a lot of new members in this parliament, and a few surprising departures.
Well, a lot of red bars and green bars there, not too many blue bars.
A lot of retiring Labor members.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's a good point. But Jess Wilson's an interesting one there. I want to go to the tally board and show you here, because you can see this is the state of play at the moment. A lot of the bars have been filled in there. But just focusing on a few in particular, look, if you're thinking, why Mulgrave, Daniel Andrews' seat, why isn't that filled in yet? Apparently it's because the count is slow, but I mean, Anthony's been telling us no problem there for Daniel Andrews. He'll hold that seat. But you can see there where the Greens have made some inroads. In Northcote, they're ahead. Richmond, they've won. Hawthorn is still too close to call. Over on the Liberal side, though, you can see some of the seats they've lost, but Kew, right now, is an ABC projection that Jess Wilson, Anthony, will win the seat of Kew. Is that correct?
I have not had a look at it for a while, so let's...
I've been getting a bit of mail that that's what it looks like.
That's my view too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, she's well ahead, 44.7. About 80% of preferences are flowing to Sophie Tawney, but if the vote's about 45, it's enough to get there. Yeah, and that's two-party preferred or two-candidate preferred swing. We're seeing at the moment 2.5%, so she should get over the line with 52.
So that's one bit of good news in an otherwise very tough night, David Davis, for the Liberal Party, because as we mentioned earlier in the evening and throughout the night, that's the sort of new member that the Liberal Party really needs. That's the sort of seat the Liberal Party really needs to hold. Can I venture too that there might be a former federal treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, could be looking very closely at a couple of seats here tonight. Kew falls within his seat, or his old seat of Frydenberg that went to Monique Ryan, the Teal Independent. He might take a bit of heart from that, but perhaps might be a little concerned about some of the other territory in his seat. But anyway, that's an interesting one to note there, that the Liberals have at least managed to hold on to that seat of Kew there, Tam. Perhaps we can go over to Cos and Tony and get some thoughts from them on how things are looking there right now. Tony, what do you make of just that one on Kew, and in particular, what some of the federal implications there in terms of the Teal impact tonight?
Yeah, well, Jess is an outstanding candidate. She could probably go into as leader next week at this stage.
Well, you heard it here first.
I'm not sure who else
You are joking at the moment, Tony, yeah?
Who else would be a viable option?
I don't know. Perhaps David Davis could have an answer.
Do you have an answer?
Look, that's not my call on national television.
No, but have you got any ideas?
Tonight. Look, the truth is Matthew has run a strong campaign, and his task will be to... he's obviously got to...
is it a strong campaign,
He's got to
David?
talk about
You've
things
been
from this...
again.
Certainly there is significant problems.
But you've said it's a strong campaign. Voters have clearly disagreed. So how can you keep saying it's a strong
obviously
campaign?
have got assessments that have got to start as we've outlined from the base up.
So is it worth saying that it wasn't a strong campaign?
Look, there were very strong aspects of it, and I think we've got
Which bits?
Well, you want me to run through this in detail now? I think there's some policy strengths for sure. There's some new blood that is coming in, which I think is welcome. There's also, I think, a challenge with many of the campaigning aspects as well.
Was the campaign headquarters good enough? Did Sam McQuestion do a good enough job?
I think we're going to have a lot to say about all of that, but I'm going to reserve my judgment on that tonight.
All right, well, we'll keep trying. We'll come back to you and keep trying. But, Tony, just to continue that point we were looking at, Q, getting your thoughts on the federal implications from how the Teals have performed and what the Liberals need to do to try and fend off a Teal candidate.
Well, I think it shows that there is hope. Josh Frydenberg will be fairly pleased with tonight's result. Hawthorn remains the big problem in the Kooyong electorate. We saw that in the federal results. Lots and lots of millennials. I think it's the second highest percentage of millennials.
It's a big demographic change in Hawthorn, isn't it?
Yeah, and lots of renters, around Camberwell Junction sort of area. So that remains demographically very problematic for us. Q is more asset owners, and it's a great result for the Liberal Party that she's won because, frankly, we're pretty thin when it comes to talent at the moment. And she is the future there. Now, as far as the federal implications, I think, it means that we can't give up on those seats. It means that with a lot of effort and good candidate selection, we might make some ground there in the next federal election because we can't win federally unless we win some of those seats back.
Tony, you said Josh Frydenberg would be watching very closely tonight. Another person who would be, of course, is Peter Dutton. He really did need to see some signs of life tonight, though. Yeah, and I think Peter is someone who is a very deep thinker about these things. He knows that this notion that you've got to give up on the Teals is not real world, that the electoral arithmetic doesn't work unless we do start winning back some of those seats. So in that respect, I think the federal party can take some heart from tonight.
Well, can it? I mean, you got a Liberal primary in Victoria across the state of 29%. Doesn't the Liberal Party have a brand problem in Victoria?
Yeah, I'm clutching at straws here, but...
Thanks for your honesty.
But, in what is a pretty, bad night, that is one positive.
We'll leave you there to lick your wounds just for the time being, Tony Barry.
Thank you.
Let's join Isk Razak now. He's with Emma Voolan, the Labor candidate for Pakenham. Hi, Isk.
Hi, Tamara. Yeah, Pakenham, I guess, is part of Greater Melbourne, but it's 50 kilometres east of Melbourne and it's a rural regional area. So it's based in margins 2%. But too close to call, Emma. How close is it for you?
It's close. We always knew this seat was going to be really close. And I think the results are coming in now and it's looking that way. I mean, we expected that. Yeah.
So you told me before that you had no breakfast, a hot dog, and that's what you've eaten today. What kind of night is this going to be in the next few days?
Probably restful, I hope. After tonight, I'll sleep well. I will sleep well.
So too close to call for you. Have you heard how many votes are actually in it?
It keeps jumping between myself and my opponent. I think at one point there was only 200 in it, so I have no idea what it is now. I haven't been looking. I just know it's really, really close. So
too close for here, but you've seen a lot of the other seats. What does this mean as a Labor member to see ALP back in office with a majority?
It's great. I'm so pleased to see that we're going to get a third term in government. I think that's great for the state. I'm really happy about that. I'm really proud of all the people that have worked so hard, and it just goes to show that people are behind the government and what Dan Andrews has actually achieved for us so far.
And why is that? What were people telling you at polling booths today?
They were just talking about what we've delivered here in Pakenham. So we've got 8 new schools, 12 upgrades, level crossing removals, and community hospital on the way. There's so much happening here. Labor's very focused on education, and that's been a big thing here. It's been pretty positive.
Well, you'll sleep well tonight,
yes.
Although it is probably a restless few days as the count continues. So that's the latest from Pakenham.
Isk, thank you. There'll be celebrations at the Labor headquarters. Let's go there. Ben Knight, who's been there throughout the evening. And Ben, you're talking to Labor's James Merlino.
Until recently, a member of the government. In fact, until recently, the Deputy Premier, James Merlino. Did you pick this one?
I was always hopeful of a third-term victory, but
third terms are just so incredibly tough. They can see you on the telly. Third terms are incredibly tough, and this has been a particularly difficult campaign. You know, it's been quite toxic as well, and I know, talking to friends and colleagues campaigning, either members or candidates, this has been a really, really tough election campaign. So I was hopeful of victory, but I'm just delighted at this outcome.
Now, putting yourself as a Victorian rather than as a former member of this party, it's obviously not a great night for the Liberal Party at all, again. I mean, Labor has been the dominant force in Victoria. I think at the end of this next term, will have been in government for 23 out of 27 years and is facing its next 4 years, really, with another decimated, demoralised opposition. Is that good for Victoria? Is that good for democracy?
Oh, look, I can speak as a former member now, and I can say, you know, as you would hear if you went to a university studying politics, you know, the quality of an opposition does impact on the democracy of our state. You want a quality opposition, and you know, these are some really tough questions that need to be put to the Liberal Party. You know, they chose in this campaign to get into bed with extremists, and we've seen the result in metropolitan Melbourne. What people think about that. You know, they preference the Greens in the inner city, got into bed with extremists, and they've had the result that they can see. So, you know, I think there's some really serious questions for the Liberal Party to ask and answer themselves, because we do need a strong opposition in this state and across the country.
I mean, one of the criticisms of the Andrews government is that it is the Andrews government. Power is so centralised. You know, you'd be well aware of what the criticisms are. I mean, are there dangers for a government that is so dominant, so ascendant?
Well, I wouldn't agree with that assessment, and I worked extremely closely with Dan over a decade as his deputy, and as Lisa Neville put it well tonight. If you performed as a minister, you were allowed to deliver in your portfolio. You know, I never experienced some of those criticisms that you just referenced, Ben. You know, control, bullying. That's just not my personal experience within the government.
What's the third term going to achieve? What will it be remembered for?
Well, this is, I think, the difference ultimately between the two major parties. We put a positive vision forward about the things that do matter to Victorians: health, education, transport infrastructure, creating jobs, action on climate change, renewable energy. The thing that resonated so clearly during the campaign was the commitment to government-owned renewable energy, bringing the SEC back, and the commitment in regards to the suburban rail loop. You know, you got the Liberal Party committing to trash the suburban rail loop. Look at the seats that are going to benefit from the suburban rail loop and their support of the Andrews government.
You would be well aware of your Labor history. You'd be well aware that it was debt that was one of the massive problems for the previous ascendant Labor governments in Victoria. We're now facing a situation where debt is going to be a massive issue. Would have been no matter who took office in Victoria. What's going to happen with that? How does Labor control that when it is going to, as we know, within 4 years, be more than the other eastern states combined?
Well, Ben, the first step to stabilise debt is to get the budget back into surplus, and that's exactly what we're going to do by the 25-26 financial year. We will get the budget back into surplus without the cuts, closures and privatisation that the Liberal Party would have done if they were successful tonight.
Former Deputy Premier James Merlino, thank you. And back to you.
Thank you, Ben Knight. Let's go back to the data desk now. Bridget, I'm curious to know from you the attempted rebrand, if you like, of Matthew Guy for this election campaign. There was a very brief effort to start calling him by the name of Matt instead of Matthew, and his demeanour on the campaign trail has been noticeably different this time around, yet still didn't do enough to appeal to voters. What were your observations?
Absolutely. It's like deja vu all over again. We have the same kind of result and the same leader. The Liberal Party had a recycled leader. Matthew Guy said he'd learnt from his mistakes from last time. He said it was the loss he needed to have. He was going to come back bigger and better, but it obviously hasn't worked for them. He said he was a changed man. His demeanour, he really tried hard not to be the attack dog. Even on the campaign, we saw him really much more reserved in question time. He was usually, you know, the real attack dog, and even in the debate in the Sky Forum that was hosted, we saw him really reserved and really step back and try to change who he was, but it obviously didn't work. He also refused to commit to quotas, and I think that might be a big loss. We're seeing that the Liberal Party obviously has a real women problem, and we're losing a lot of women in the Liberal Party, and one of those is, if the seat of Ripon is gone, Louise Staley. She was a really big advocate for women in the Liberal Party, and
Correct.
she maybe even could have been a future leader, but that's someone less to be leader tonight, and we just don't know who actually will become the next Liberal leader. That's a really big question at the moment.
Tony Barry, does this spell the end for Matthew Guy in that case?
Yeah,
his political career.
Can't see how he could possibly sort of serve another term and pony up again for the next election.
Just to pick up on the points Jacinta Allen's been making, Tony, that, you know, the media has underestimated the support that's there for how Labor managed the pandemic, notwithstanding the primary vote swing we've seen and big primary vote swings against Labor in some parts. But is there something in that, do you think? And does this also suggest that the Liberals' pretty focused campaign on Dan Andrews was a mistake?
Well, they bowled up quite a lot of policy ideas, you know, a lot of ideas, quite a few big signature policies. So, with due respect to Jacinta, I think it's sort of more broader than that. And I think it comes back to some of those issues we've been talking about earlier in the night, the structural problems with our vote, the changing demographics of Victoria and Australia, and making ourselves relevant to all those different cohorts instead of sort of pitching towards somewhere between the Australia Club and Sky After Dark.
Let's go back to Antony Green now on the big screen. Anthony, let's take a look at some of the other seats that you're finding interesting there.
Caught me with a jelly snake.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
the last couple of elections...
I can talk a bit longer while you chew, if you like.
No, I've got through. I avoid the red ones on election night. The last three elections were really... Everyone was talking about the Frankston line from Bentley down to Frankston, and then also Cranbourne on the other line. I thought it'd be worthwhile having a look at those seats, seeing we've barely mentioned them. Nick Stakos easily re-elected in Bentley. Look at the swing here, 2.5% swing, so he still holds it with a 9% margin. This is the sort of seat the Liberal Party needs to be picking up to win election, those seats along this line. It's these 4 seats on the Frankston line, plus Paran, that elected the Baillieu government, and it was the loss of them in 2014 that made Dan Andrews Premier. So that's why I've just thought I'd run through these seats. Mordy Alec, the next one outwards. Come on, click. Tim Richardson, he's on 44, to the Liberal Party 32, and you look at the two-party preferred swing here, 6.1%, slightly larger, but still Labor's left with a 7% margin there. Karam, moving down the line, Sonia Kilkenny, 51%, 50% of the first preference vote, and the swing, 2%, so she still holds it with a 10% margin. Frankston at the end of the line, Paul Edbrook, 41%, 30% for the Liberal Party. You look at the two-party preferred swing there, 1.1%. So they still hold Frankston with a 9% margin. And then Cranbourne, which was a seat which a lot of people were very concerned about in the Labor Party. Porting Richards, 47%, Liberals, 26%. Look at the two-party preferred swing there, 2.5%. They still hold it with a 6.8% margin. So there's that run of seats. And for the Liberal Party to get back into government, that run of seats are some of the ones they need to win. And that's what the last election did. It put all those seats out of reach for the Liberal Party. And as we've seen tonight, I mean, they're not even close to coming back, and they've gone backwards in their own heartland.
Anthony, thanks very much. Let's bring Rich Willingham back in. Rich, Daniel Andrews dominated in 2018, and the size of that result essentially ensured a Labor victory this year too. What does this result this year mean for the Liberals in 2026, looking forward?
A lot of Liberals heading into this election, I guess the more pessimistic ones, or what turns out to be the more realistic ones, saw this election as trying to take as much ground back as possible, knowing that winning 18 seats was going to be an Everest. That's the word that Matthew Guy used. Now, they haven't even got to base camp tonight. And so they're going to have to start this in 4 years' time. They're going to have to start facing the same challenges I mean, Labor's got a big buffer. The Greens are in the middle too. So there's just less and less seats for the Liberals to make up ground, and they've got Teal challenges. So they've set themselves back another 4 years. There's been people who have been critical of one of the reasons that Matthew Guy shouldn't have come back was he got them in this position in 2018. They got absolutely belted then, and if maybe. Clearly, the electorate has already made its decision on Matthew Guy, or Matt Guy, and this has put them in this position that, again, they're staring down the same challenge in 4 years' time. They haven't made any ground up. It's got worse. And, you know, I think, as Ben was asking James Molino there about the state or a federal system needs an effective opposition, and we're not necessarily going to get it when it's only 23 out of 88 right now.
Richard, it's 10:38 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We've known for, an hour or two that...
8:20 we knew.
That the Libs have lost. Do we know what's going on, why we haven't seen Matthew Guy yet? Is he weighing up, do you think? Is he going to announce that he's stepping down as leader?
Well, his position is clearly untenable.
Yeah. Anyway.
David, probably worth asking David. Have you heard anything?
I haven't heard anything. Okay. I've put in text, but look, it's not my place to make calls.
What about the wider points that Rich was making? Do you agree with what he was saying?
Well, it's true, I think, from the outcome here that we have got enormous rebuilding to do. We haven't got far enough down that road, as Richard's painted an image there. And that's a truism. So we've got a huge amount of work to do.
We've just heard Matthew Guy's only 10 minutes away, so that was prescient. Where in fact, I think we've got a shot on the screen there of where he will be. So in about 10 minutes, we're going to see Matthew Guy conceding defeat. We assume. Barring a great surprise.
It's pretty quiet.
So looking forward, David, looking forward to 2026, is it possible to rebuild in that period of time?
Yes, it is. Of course it is. Of course it's possible in 4 years to put yourself as a party in a much stronger position. Now, there's clearly an overlay of federal matters in this too. I mean, the belting the party suffered at a federal level has clearly ricocheted in some of the geography, as we see.
So hang on, are you saying this is in part Scott Morrison's fault?
No, I'm just saying the fact is we lost a lot of seats. Scott Morrison was clearly very unpopular here in Victoria.
So what is your point on that?
My point is that if you look at some of the geography, we've clearly had major losses, and that has not assisted us in rebuilding in the way we would have wanted.
So the brand damage from the Morrison government years has hurt you tonight?
And the practical damage of actually having, sort of a presence in those areas has actually had an impact.
The resources, you mean?
Resources and people being visible and so forth.
Is it getting increasingly difficult recruiting people to the Liberal Party to actually join the party?
I'm not sure that our membership has declined in this recent period. In fact, I think there might have been some actually minor uptick in membership as people have, frankly, had a great concern about where the state is heading.
Is the membership in touch with, I guess, the mainstream views of Victorians? Is that a concern in terms when it comes to pre-selections?
I think that's the point that Tony was making, and I agree with, that there's actually there are significant demographics that are not well represented in the party, and we've got to do something to make sure they are more adequately reflected.
And what kind of feedback are you getting from your contacts tonight around that?
I'm getting a whole range of things. There's obviously sadness, and I look at a couple of the WhatsApp groups that I spent a lot of time watching. In Oakley, people like Jim Grivis and his team have done an enormous job and clearly not got the outcome they would want. Or in Paran, Matt Lucas and his team have done a magnificent job, huge amount of work, and have not got the result that they would like. Or in my area, Debbie, down further south, Debbie Taylor-Haynes, a great candidate, very personable, very good on the booths, very good talking to people. I mean, this is very tough.
Yeah, it's a tough. I appreciate that. It's a difficult.
Those candidates who put their genuine heart and soul into these matters. Philip Peace, we saw. Further south, I went down to the one of the Parkdale booths this morning. Spent some time down there. Again, that's very tough for candidates like Philip.
Was the decision to preference the Greens ahead of Labor the right call?
I think it was, and obviously that has got to be analysed amongst the whole constellation of other. I actually do, and you know, I think that there are real reasons why we need to, you know, be prepared to put Labor last in many respects. But you know, that is obviously one of the things that will be up for discussion.
What about the Teals? I mean, have you done enough to take them on?
There is a lot of work to be done in that space too, and I think it's inside the party. It's contested as to how we manage and respond to the Teals. Now,
can that be turned around though?
Well, you know, let's wait and see. I see good things on the texts about Hawthorn, but I don't know the final result on Hawthorn. Clearly, there's a result in Mornington that we would not want to see. And that is a bad outcome with losing Chris Cruther as the candidate and his team of people. So, you know, this is a night where I'm, you know, clearly incredibly sad on a personal level, but more importantly for the many candidates who've really put their heart and soul. Asher Judah and his campaign team in Ashwood, again in my area, a huge group working very, very hard. And you can understand the incredible sadness and distress for many of those people who've, you know, volunteers who've given up weeks and weeks of time trying to put the very best foot forward that they can.
We're waiting for Matthew Guy to arrive at the venue where he'll be speaking. We're just looking at some live pictures there at the moment on the big screen. Have you heard from Matthew Guy or been in touch with him tonight?
I've sent him a few texts. He did text me earlier in the night, but I don't have anything recent, and I suspect he's been analysing the results very closely.
Labor still hasn't heard from Matthew Guy.
He hasn't called the Premier to concede?
No, not yet. That's what we're hearing.
All right, well...
and we're expecting him soon, obviously, so they're still...
Presumably he makes the call before standing up in front of the cameras. Let me just, Coles, I want to ask you about polling here, not just the published polls, but the polling you were doing as well. Did it underestimate the support for Labor?
It would have underestimated the support for Labor, I think, in seats in the east, so the outer east. I think the polling that was done, the seat-based polling that was done in Melbourne's west was pretty accurate, and we could see that the results tonight. The public polling that we did, Newspoll, Resolve, pretty much has actually showed the trend, which is both major political parties are sitting around, in terms of the coalition and Labor, in the mid-30s. And
has the Liberal vote been overestimated in some of the polling, though, compared to where it sits right now?
No.
So the polling was quite accurate this time around?
It was pretty accurate at so
I didn't mean to sound really surprised there.
No, that's right, exactly. So we're talking about the coalition votes. The National Party's had a really good return. So if the coalition vote at the moment sitting around 35, Labor's at the moment around 36. It's relatively sitting pretty close to what most public polls have predicted. It's 54. Anthony tells me it's 54.4 at the moment, two-party preferred. Most public polls were predicting anything between 53 to 54, so it's within the margin.
Tony Barry, you're quite good friends with Matthew Guy. Have you heard from him tonight?
No, I haven't heard from him. But just the one point I'd like to make is it looks like the coalition is going to end on around somewhere between 25, 26 seats total, and that's thanks to the Nats picking up 3. So that's a net -1, -2, which means at the next election we're probably looking at having to win up to 21 seats to get government. Around 45 is the magic number.
Scaling Everest is looking even harder, isn't
We can see Matthew Guy arriving now. Let's go straight to
Marican becomes important.
We've got Peter Walsh there with him too, the Nationals leader.
Here he enters the room, putting on a brave face by the looks of things there. But a very difficult night for
David,
two-time election loser.
Matthew Guy has called the Premiers.
He has?
Yep, and conceded.
Here we are about to hear from the opposition leader, Matthew Guy.
Smile on his face.
Be so interesting to see if he comes back again.
To be introduced. Will we hear Matthew Guy stand down as leader, or will he defer that decision for another day?
Thanks, guys. It's my very great pleasure to welcome Matthew and Renee here. You could not have found someone to work harder for this election, someone to put his heart and soul into it, and I thank you, Renee, and the boys for what you've put up with over the journey. Matthew's done a fantastic job leading us, please. It hasn't been the result we all had hoped for, but please welcome Matthew to the podium.
Well, thanks, Walshy. Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, a short time ago I did ring Premier Daniel Andrews and offered the Liberal and National Parties congratulations to him on his and the Labor Party's re-election to government tonight. On behalf of all Victorians, I think it's important now that post this election that we come together as Victorians knowing that the best of our state should be ahead of us, not behind us. It is, as Peter said, a disappointing night for all of us. But what we can see is that with a swing of around 4% to us and many pre-poll votes to come, we will finish, despite what many commentators say, we will finish with more seats in the Parliament in both the lower house and the upper house. There have been some truly tremendous swings to our side of politics in Melbourne's north and west. Swings above 15, approaching 20% in Melbourne's northern and western suburbs. And that alone, I just say, is a message that in this term of government, I hope that the Labor Party, who will form the government, will heed that message and will have a change in style, a change in attitude, a more approach focused more on uniting Victorians, not just dividing them, as has been the case. I hope and trust that the next term of office for the government will be a different one, because Victorians need to hear that. Folks, we do not shy away from the important messages we've raised in this last term around health and the state of our health system, and I want to particularly acknowledge here tonight the immense work of our Shadow Health Minister, Georgie Crozier. One of the reasons that we have obtained a swing which is more than halfway to government on paper is because of the work Georgie has done. And Georgie, can I put on behalf of the entire Liberal and National parties our appreciation for the work you have done over the last 4 years. Can I also just say, ladies and gentlemen, we respect the right of every Victorian to choose their government. We respect the right of Victorians to vote how they vote and respect the outcome of this election. We say to each and every Victorian, the choice you make is yours, and we respect that. We intend to, as you'd expect, hold the government in the next term to account for what they've committed and for the important issues that are raised on behalf of Victorians to them in the Parliament. But I just say this, I'm immensely proud of all of the Liberal and National Party candidates around the state. They've put in a tremendous effort. And where we've been around the state, whether it's in Shepparton, new seat for the Nats, Mildura, new seat for the Nats, a few there for the Nats, Morwell as well. But also places like Nepean with Sam Groth, and right around the state where we've been. We can feel with Victorians those issues that they want us to raise. And I just want to say again, on behalf of the Liberal and National parties, thank you to all our candidates, to their volunteers, to their families for the work they've put in over the last, not just month, but the work they've put in before that as well. I know. Look, I know secretariats always get a bad rap in politics, but I want to put on record my deep appreciation to Sam and Brad and the team in our secretariat, and to Matt as well for the Nats. They've worked incredibly efficiently, particularly over the last month, and they deserve to have all thanks put on to them on record. So thank you, guys, and thank you to our entire secretariat team and the work they have done. And finally, folks, can I just say to my beautiful wife and my boys at home, Joey, Sam and Alex, who've never lived with me outside of politics, but they're home tonight. I hope they're not still up. Well, my eldest will be. To my in-laws, Steve and Lorraine, for their great support. My parents, Vera and Chris. I better say to my mum, I love you very, very much. To all of you as well as a Liberal family, and to all of the great support you've been during this campaign. Folks, every election concludes itself, but there's another one to fight for as well. We've got a lot of work to do. We know that. But we also know that our time in the sun will come again. Thank you very much.
Matthew Guy there, taking a rather glass-half-full approach on this pretty terrible result for the Liberals. No regrets expressed there by the Liberal leader, no concession of any campaign or policy failures, and no suggestions that he's going to stand down even, but presumably that pressure will come to bear, and no acknowledgement of why he thinks Labor's now been re-elected for an historic third term.
He did concede, though, that the Liberal Party does have a lot of work to do. So it would be interesting to see how that plays out in terms of the fresh ideas that the Liberal Party might bring. Yeah, but Rich, what did you make of that?
It felt like it from a man who is pretty bruised. This is his second loss. He's taken it pretty personally, I would imagine. There was a story in The Age a couple of weeks ago about Matthew Guy, and he described the call he had to make to Daniel Andrews 4 years ago, and he basically read between the lines. It was an extremely unpleasant experience. Clearly it was again tonight. They thought they were in with a chance, and they've got nowhere near it. So that must be hard. And maybe it hasn't sunk in yet about the gravity of the loss and the fact that whatever they tried did not work. And, you know, some people would describe that as an ungracious concession speech, but this, as, you know, it's a raw moment. Politics is tough. The reality is his political career is all but over. And the question now does turn to who does become the leader.
Was it also a little, look, the line about swing halfway to government on paper?
On paper means nothing.
Is it a little diluted about what's actually happened?
Well, exactly, because you only get a goal if you kick it between the big sticks. It doesn't matter if you get it, you know, to the top of the square. And, you know, basically he's saying, well, the numbers are good, but the victory's not there.
Aren't there.
Yeah.
Were you surprised at all, Rich, that there was no word whatsoever on his political future?
No, not really. Not really. I think it goes back to the point I just made about him being, you know, 'cause this is a raw emotion. Politicians are people, believe it or not. Most of them. But there's a raw, and I think he knows. He would know, as we all know, that he's no longer going to be the leader. And if he is, well, that would be remarkable. I mean, David could probably shed more light on that. But
does he know that?
I should just say Richard is absolutely right. The truth is these are very raw political moments, and I want to put on record the party's thanks to Matthew and Renee and their family for the enormous work that they've put in. This is actually something that people do and put their, you know, enormous. It's not just it's a vocation more than a 9-to-5 job, if I can be honest. And clearly, this is not the result that any of us would have wanted. I do feel incredibly sad that Matthew and Renee have put so much in without the return that we would have all wanted.
The loss 4 years ago was a devastating blow to Matthew Guy. What impact is this going to have on him, do you think?
Well, I'm sure he will be feeling that incredibly, and who wouldn't? We all are, and the truth is it's a very sad you know, outcome for the state. I think a strong opposition from a position where the numbers are able to be in a position where you can more directly hold the government to account is important for democracy too.
I just note that we're a few minutes away from hearing from Daniel Andrews with the victory speech, but would it have helped to have... I appreciate this is personally very tough, and I appreciate, you know, there are friendships here and all of that is stressful, but would it have helped for Matthew Guy to say, I accept responsibility, of course I'm going to stand aside?
Look, you know, we will all as a collective group have discussions about where we go forward, but, you know, Matthew, you know, still has a lot to give in my view. He may well, you know, continue in a range of positions, and whether he's leader, I don't. It's not for me to call that at this point, but he's a person who is a young person, in fact, still.
He did give a shout out to the Nationals who've done very well in 3 seats. He says the coalition will end up with more seats in the lower house. Shouldn't they be thanking the Nats for that, though?
Well, this was a collective effort in each of those seats. I think the Nationals can't claim credit on them on their own. In each case, there's a Liberal candidate who has directed preferences to them, and a campaign that's been run, you know, in important synergy. So, you know, there may be some minor differences, and obviously there's personalities and individuals who campaign differently, but our policies have been the same. So in that sense, it is a matter for the coalition as a whole.
What happens, David Davis, in the immediate aftermath of a loss like this?
Well, there are the general party meetings and decisions are made on a whole range of matters. But, I mean, in this case, we will want to see some of the votes counted. There's still a big tranche of postal votes, so a number of seats still do hang in the balance, in fact.
They do, but it's a pretty clear message from the electorate.
Oh, yes,
by
but
this
I mean,
point.
there's individuals involved there and individuals who should have a role in shaping the party's future.
So you can't make decisions on leadership and so on until you know the full makeup of the party?
Well, you want to be in a position where there's reasonable clarity, and in this case we know that there's big tranches of postals that are coming through, and...
Do you expect that they'll soften the blow somewhat?
Well, there's a number of seats still up on your board, not now, literally, but until very recently, that were actually shaded to indicate that there's no decision as yet.
Right, we are at the moment on our board. We're standing by to see the re-elected Premier Daniel Andrews appear.
And I should say, you know, for the very clear record, congratulations to Daniel Andrews and Labor on the fact that they have won.
Thank you, David.
Indeed, congratulations to Labor, Jacinta Allen, and we'll see Daniel Andrews appear there shortly. You can see the room warming up. But Tony Barry, I'm sure you're not chewing on a snake there as I cross to you. But what did you make of the speech from Matthew Guy?
I'm just eating some emotions. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, well, he's got a bit of practice in doing them, so that went well. Yeah, look, I think, you know, it's always tough for any politician, you know, when they lose, whether you're Labor or Liberal. So, you know, you always, your heart goes out to them because it's tough. And, you know, if I lose my job, no one reads about it. But of course, it's on the front page of every newspaper tomorrow, and that's tough. So, you know, I think he did a good job under the circumstances.
Bridget, you've watched him day in, day out for a long time now. What's your sense of how tough that moment would have been there for Matthew Guy?
I think it would definitely be really tough for them because the Liberal MPs I was speaking to really thought that they were in with a chance of winning, not just gaining ground. But the ones I was speaking to, including Matthew Guy when we spoke to him in press conferences, were actually confident that they were going to win government. So for him to come out and barely gain any seats, I think would just be absolutely gut-wrenching for them. And they probably need to... I can hear Cos saying they need a new pollster, and I think that's exactly right. They were talking about winning safe seats in Ballarat and Geelong and down on the Bellarine Peninsula, and that was never going to happen, but they were convinced that this was going to happen. So they were really built up, I think, that anti-Dan hate that we just really haven't seen in those kind of areas. What else I think will be interesting is looking at the Liberal Party in Australia as a whole. We saw at the federal election the Liberal Party went backwards. In WA this year, there was an absolute annihilation of the Liberal Party. And I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in the New South Wales election in March next year, I think the Liberal Party there will be watching this election quite closely.
Well, yeah, they will. I mean, it's sometimes put to me by various people that the Liberal Party in Victoria is actually more conservative than the Liberal Party in New South Wales, and yet the electorate in Victoria, this is why they keep getting punished, because the electorate is more to the left than in New South Wales. But we shall see. We're just looking on the screen at the where Daniel Andrews is going to speak. Sometimes you do hear the criticism that Labor's too command and control. You can see a fair bit of command and control going there, lining everybody up, Rich.
I mean, I guess one question is we're focused a lot on the Liberals' failures.
Yeah.
Have we, I guess, underestimated Labor's strength? There have been criticism throughout the campaigns that their campaign was no good. Coles has certainly talked about that. Do we think that maybe we've missed that?
Well, I think, Jacinta Allen, you've been expressing that view for the last couple of hours.
Well, look, firstly, can I acknowledge David Davis's congratulations earlier, and also I did just want to make an observation about Matthew's speech. I mean, that's hard. That's really, really hard. And I think the comments that others have made tonight, that he's a dad, he's a husband, he's a person. There's been a bit of talk tonight about some of the toxicity around politics. Let's carry that memory forward and reflect on. We all need to do sometimes.
You include yourself in that?
Of course, sometimes in the heat of the moment you can get a bit excited, but I always try and be as absolutely respectful as I can.
And you've spoken strongly on that, and then, I can see some movement here.
We can. We'll come back to that.
This is Daniel Andrews' daughter and sons, we believe, so he's moments away from stepping out of the car and coming to give his victory speech. There is his wife.
Yeah, there he is. We should underline here, Rich, the historic nature of this moment. Re-elected for a third term, the first Premier to do so since the 4-year fixed terms were introduced in Victoria.
And he will get his statue, David.
He'll get his statue.
It's not about the statue.
Yep, we should explain to people what that means, Tam, those who don't understand.
All 3-term premiers in Victoria get a statue.
No, 3,000 days?
It's a certain number of days.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think it's 3,000 days.
3,000
and it's never been about the statue.
No, but, maybe a
so he could do a Tubby Taylor and pull a pin on 2,999 and not get his statue?
Let's have the Premier enjoy this moment.
No, but it is an historic moment, and the first Labor Premier to win 3 elections since Steve Bracks, and only the third Labor Premier to do so. Look,
maybe following the Premier's speech, there might be more time for this, but as historic a outcome it has been for the Liberal Party, it's equally an historic outcome for the Labor Party. Winning a third term is tough, and this is the first time it's been done with a 4-year fixed term election cycle, and so that's been tough.
And not to ignore too the point that you've been raising, that we've been discussing, COVID as well, and the difficulty that posed for the state, but for the government as well, to win an election after all that's happened in Victoria over the last few years.
We all experienced that COVID years were like dog years. They seem to go forever, and in politics that felt like that as well. But and maybe again we come back to this following the Premier's speech. We put a very strong plan to the Victorian community, a very strong positive agenda. Others were wanting to present an agenda that was from a negative, tearing down approach. The Premier's drive and policy and passion came through clearly during the campaign.
Look at that emotion there from Premier Andrews.
You don't see that very often.
Both fists in the air, a moment of sheer celebration. Somebody in the crowd there, perhaps speaking what's on the mind of many in that room.
Friends and fellow true believers. What an incredible moment. What a historic moment. I'm so proud of the hardest working person I have ever known, and I'm even prouder to introduce him. Please welcome my husband, the leader of the Labor Party, the member for Mulgrave, and the Premier of Victoria.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Reforming giant and Labor icon Paul Keating once said to me, "Son, leadership isn't about doing what's popular. Leadership is about doing what's right." Essentially, he was telling me that leadership is about doing what matters. And that's exactly what the people of this great state have endorsed today in resoundingly re-electing our strong, stable, majority Labor government. Friends, these last few years have been incredibly challenging. We've had to make some very difficult decisions, some very tough decisions, and Victorian families and businesses right across our state have had a very difficult time. This was a 1 in 100 year event. And because of the tough decisions that we made, and as important, in some respects even more importantly, the fact that Victorians stuck together, the fact that Victorians, through kindness and compassion, through connection and care, looked out for each other, went and got vaccinated, because vaccines work. Because as a community, we were not, as some would say, divided. We were instead united in our faith in science and in our faith and care for and in each other. Yes. That too, that sense of kindness, that sense of connection, that sense that we are all in this together has been confirmed today as well. Friends, hope always defeats hate. Yes. And part of leadership, doing what's right, not being dominated and fixated into doing the popular thing. The other part of leadership is to move the state forward. And that's why it was so important that we put to the Victorian community a positive and optimistic plan for things like free kinder, adding to the free TAFE list so that every Victorian can get the skills they need for the job they want. A positive plan that also includes more nurses. We'll give our nurses a big round of applause. And keep the applause coming, because our positive plan also includes more AMBOs as well. Our positive plan, so comprehensively endorsed by the Victorian community, also includes more schools, more hospitals. It includes many different elements, but perhaps most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, it includes, and we will now deliver, bringing back the SEC. And you know why we're bringing back the SEC? To cut emissions, because it'll be 100% renewable energy. To cut household bills, because these big greedy companies have told us they're leaving, and goodbye to them. They'll be replaced with something better. And so our political opponents can't at some point in the future sell the new SEC like they sold the old one. We'll write it into the Constitution as well. creates 59,000 jobs, and at a personal level, perhaps the most important part, 6,000 of those 59,000 jobs will be apprentices. Now, none of us get to stand here and give a speech like this. None of us get the opportunity and the obligation to do what matters on our own. So I've got a few thank yous to offer up. First of all, can I thank our amazing volunteers. True believers and a true inspiration. Can I thank each and every member of the mighty trade union movement? Can I thank two of the most incredible people that I've ever had the great pleasure of working with. People who work so hard to make possible the delivery of the agenda, those positive plans we've put forward in 14 and 18, and they'll work just as hard to get the job done with this positive plan so resoundingly endorsed today. To Lissy Ratcliffe and Jessie McCrone. For some in the media who like to write things about them, let me say it again. Lissy Ratcliffe and Jessie McCrone. To our outstanding State Secretary and Campaign Director, Chris Ford. Fordy, you've done a great job. Fordy, you've done a great job, and to all your team, thank you so very much. At a local level, I want to thank Barb Cool and all my elected office team. They have had to deal with quite a lot. And I thank them very much for their hard work. Can I, of course, thank the people of Mulgrave? I'm a little bit biased, but this is the best electorate in our state. And I'm truly humbled to have been, yet again, comprehensively endorsed by my neighbours, my constituents, to be your voice in the Victorian Parliament. Just before I get to the people who need the greatest level of thanks, they're standing with me here. I do want to thank Campaign Chairman James Molino. He was of course, before becoming the campaign chairman, an outstanding Deputy Premier and Education and Mental Health Minister, and I thank you, James, for your friendship and for your leadership and your work. I wish you, Megan, and the kids all the best for the future. Can I, of course, also thank Deputy Premier Jacinta Allen. And so as not to have forgotten anyone, can I thank all of my staff? Can I thank everyone who worked hard and believed in us and always was out there putting that positive plan to friends and neighbours and family and teammates and workmates, telling your stories about why you were voting Labor to help other people discover the reasons why they should too. It matters. Community-based campaigning matters. I'm looking at it right now. At a very personal level, I want to thank the strongest person that I know, my wife and my best friend, Catherine. And together, both of us want to thank the three most important people to us. Absolutely. The future three people we're very proud of, Noah, Grace and Joseph. Victorians today have re-elected, in comprehensive terms, a strong, stable majority Labor government. But there were some Victorians who could not see their way clear to support our plan. I want to be very clear. We will govern for all Victorians. We will deliver each and every element of our positive plan to benefit each and every Victorian. No matter how you voted, no matter what your views or opinions, that's what our job is. We take our responsibility seriously because Labor does what matters. Thank you.
Premier Daniel Andrews there on his historic election win, delivering him a third term as Premier of Victoria, claiming victory in the election. A stable majority Labor government. He had been adamant that he would not be drawn into any deals with the Greens, and now he will not have to be. In the 4 years since the last election was won by the Labor Party and what became known as the Dan slide, the world really has shifted on its axis, and Daniel Andrews referenced the hard decisions that were taken during the pandemic and what that meant for Victorians, and he spoke of kindness and a connection that was witnessed during that time to, I guess, put some distance between the at times nasty election campaign and the result for Labor tonight. What did you make of this speech?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that he went back to those COVID years, perhaps in a way that we haven't seen him to that degree during the course of the campaign.
Well, it's been too triggering, I guess, to talk about.
It's been a really difficult one, in a way, for both sides to speak so explicitly about it. But I thought that was notable. You know, a clear sense of celebration, relief, and a little edge of satisfaction coming there too. You know, you saw him really pumping those fists before he started speaking and making a bit of a reference to some in the media along the way as well. All of that's been tough for Labor during this campaign. Daniel Andrews' authority within the Labor Party and the re-elected government is now cemented, no doubt about that.
As confirmed by Jacinta Allen this evening. Yeah,
well, a little earlier this evening, and a shout-out for the Deputy Premier as well. But it cements your policy platform as well, like the suburban rail loop, which was on the ballot, in a sense, here as well in this election. But before I do hear from you, Rich, let's get your take on the Premier's victory speech.
I thought it was pretty interesting. He opening up, talking about vaccines. They work. I think there was a bit of a backhander there too. People who have been campaigning against him directly who may have the anti-vax slant, and I think there's probably also a bit of a backhander there too. I think the coalition, in Labor's view, probably cozied up to some of those anti-vaxxers. Not everyone in the Liberal Party, but some people, and I think there was probably a bit of a backhander there. He sort of stressed he stressed community a lot. You know, we did this, we did that. It was about community, and I think that was probably a signal to the fact that, you know, they've got another thumping win.
I might have missed it, but did he pay tribute at all or thank Matthew Guy?
No, he didn't. I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't hear it. Did you hear it, Jacinta Allen? And is that, in the spirit of harmony and unity after an election and governing for all, do you at least thank your opponent or at least give some tribute?
Look, I could also follow you down this path and say we didn't hear the opposition leader congratulate the Premier. David graciously did earlier, but we didn't hear that from the opposition leader.
I thought he did, but
I'm just going to check.
I'm happy to stand corrected.
He said a short time ago I rang Daniel Andrews.
Sorry, my apologies.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I thought he did.
That was the first thing he said.
I think what we saw in the Premier's speech just now was perhaps the Premier in one of his more letting his emotions come to the front more than what we've normally seen over the past 8 years. And I think it reflects that the past 4 years have been so incredibly difficult. And we've spent a lot of time tonight talking about the pandemic and talking about some of the failings of the Liberal Party and where the Liberal Party is going. What we haven't talked about tonight a lot has been the really strong focus we've had on delivery and putting forward new policies, new ideas. There's been some criticism of this campaign that there hasn't been big policy ideas. Well, I say nonsense to that. There has been bringing back the SEC and an investment in renewables and taking climate action. There's been the discussion we had earlier about the investment in early childhood education. There's been the work we're doing on the suburban rail loop and broader transport infrastructure agenda. There's the work on treaty. There's the work on implementing the Mental Health Royal Commission. I could go on and on and on about the policy agenda, the program agenda we've driven for the past 8 years. And that's what was on the ballot. As much as some of the negative aspects of the pandemic and the negative aspects that some wanted to put about the Premier and his personality, that has quite frankly been appallingly toxic in its presentation, what was also on the ballot was that really strong forward positive look about what's the state going to look like in the next 4, 10, 15, 20 years' time. How are we going to move around the state? Is everyone going to have an opportunity to have a job, access to a good public education, access to a good public hospital? That's what Labor was putting forward to the Victorian community, and we're seeing that is what the Victorian community have responded to very, very strongly, that strong positive agenda. Yes, we've had a tough time, but gee, we've got so much more that brings us together and unites us, and we can march forward off the back of that than going down rabbit holes of toxicity.
David Davis, your thoughts on the Premier's victory speech?
Look, I don't want to get into to and fro. It reminded me of Paul Keating's speech in 1993.
Well, he did reference it at the very top there.
You know, I just... but anyway, let's leave that for today. I think this is about the future. You know, democracy has operated, a decision has been made, and we will, as an opposition, rebuild our program and our offerings to the community, and that's our task. You know, and that's really the truth of the matter.
Are you going to have to rethink some of the big policy positions, just to pick up on what Jacinta Allen said there, the suburban rail loop? Do you have to rethink your position on that?
We think the suburban rail loop is a problem for the country, a problem for the state, because it's not fully funded. It's only 1/3 funded.
But do you now review all of your policy positions?
Nothing will get around this difficult fact that there's 2/3 of it where there is no money. And this is going to be a very big problem for the government and for the Victorian community. If the government does proceed with it, as they've indicated they will, and they in one sense, they do have a mandate to do that now.
They sure do. I don't want to re-prosecute this campaign argument.
That won't get around the finances.
I'm just wondering, in light of what the Victorian people have decided,
billions of dollars to be funded.
Sure, but
and they have to come from somewhere. Now, you know, I floated earlier in the night that the first target the government might put on that list is the Future Fund, to target that, not to pay down debt, but to spend more money. And, you know, the government may well put significant taxes on local communities to fund it. They will certainly go to the federal government, and I note that this project is still not...
We've publicly said we have, and they're funding it.
No, I'm agreeing with that. I'm not disputing
David,
that.
the Victorian community have voted for this project twice now in the last two elections, and we are a government that will deliver what the Victorian community has voted for.
Yeah, but you've still got to fund it. You've still got, you know, a $20+ billion hole that is not funded. And that is the problem for the state, and that is the problem. And we still have the problem in the health system. You know, actually, the election win doesn't fix the problems in the health system. It doesn't fix the ambulance crisis, and it doesn't fix the fact that there's an enormous waiting list of people who are not getting the service and support they deserve.
Let's check in with our data desk now for final thoughts. Cos Samaris.
Yeah, look, I would sum up the Liberal Party's problem is more than just having a review. It's more than just going back to the drawing board and working out what went wrong with their campaign. They are possibly a political movement that no longer talks to a significant number of Victorians, full stop. So political parties come and go. It's a historical fact. And I think the Liberal Party has been pitching to a particular constituency that doesn't really live in Victoria all that much.
Cos, what about Labor? What's Daniel Andrews done right?
Well, basically, we'll go back to the point I think that Jacinta was making around making the right decisions during the pandemic, for example. So Polwarth is in play right now because of a township called Torquay. If you look at Torquay, 35% of residents have got, are high educated professionals. Most of them work in the health sector. So if you think about what happened to Polwarth is after redistribution, that township was moved into Polwarth, and lo and behold, the Liberals are again in trouble. Every time a bit of Liberal real estate is pushed into either a growth corridor where there are young people that live or young professionals who are highly educated, they get in trouble. And that's a lot of people in Victoria.
Tony Barry.
I think, you know, there's been a lot of discussion tonight about policies and which policies need to go and so forth. Values are more important than policies. Policies are a reflection of those values, and they should be interlinked so that your campaign is a reflection of those values and the policies speak to those values. And I think that's a major disconnect that we had in the last federal government and that we have in the Victorian Liberal Party today. And so we need to get back to those core values and communicate those core values, and they have to be the shared values of the community. And to do that, we need to be representative of the community. We need a better cross-section of the community in our party room. And I think that will go a long way to connecting those values to the community.
Bridget Rollison, what's your take on the tone and the content of that victory speech from Daniel Andrews?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time with Daniel Andrews over the past few years, and that's the first time I've ever seen him show such raw emotion like that. I've never seen that before. I think it was a really sweet victory for Daniel Andrews because it has been a tumultuous 4 years for him. He is a popular premier, but at times he's also the pandemic premier. At times he wasn't popular during the pandemic, and he also had the life-changing experience of his accident. I think the question now is, will he still be the premier? How much longer he'll still be the premier for? Because we know there's talk of him not lasting this term. There was talk of him not even coming back for the last term, but he wanted to make sure his legacy was more about just the pandemic. So are we going to see him last after March when he gets his statue? What's going to happen next? Are we going to see Jacinta Allen become the heir in the next term? I'm not sure.
Jacinta Allen?
Oh, we answered this hours ago. Come on.
It was like yesterday.
Yeah. I suspect
well, it does feel like a long time ago. It's been a long night. I mean, it's the same answer as it was about 3 or 4 hours ago.
He'll go on his terms now, right, after this result? Well,
the Premier has made it clear, and in fact, I think I was standing next to him the day he made this very clear in Melton a few weeks ago. He absolutely intends to serve the next 4 years, and I'm very confident that the caucus will be very pleased with that, given the results we've seen. As I said earlier, this is an historic night for Labor to win a third term on a fixed four-year election cycle. Has never been done before. It is remarkable when you look back over the course of history how little Labor had been in government before the early 1980s, and how, as off the back of a strong community connection, Labor movement connection, because you know what? Unionists are part of the community too. Union members are part of their community as well, and they're proud Victorians. We have been able to work with the Victorian community. We have come together through the tough times. We've formulated policies that have responded to the future needs and the future aspirations of the Victorian community, and that is the agenda that Labor will continue to progress, a progressive agenda that is based on sitting down, listening to Victorians and then putting it into practice.
Jacinta Allen, thank you. Antony Green has some final observations to tie tonight up in a big bow.
Well, I'll start with this graph we've used several times. Swing of 1.3% towards Labor in eastern Melbourne and a swing of 6.6% against to the Liberal Party in northern and western Melbourne. So all the loss of Labor support has been west of the Yarra, where they weren't going to lose any seats. Let's just have a final look at the overall results for the election. Unfortunately, I've just gone. Let me do statewide. 36.8% for Labor, Liberals just under 30, Nationals 5, Greens 11.5, others 16.9. The change in vote that occurred is the Labor votes down 6, Liberal votes also down, Nationals slightly up, Greens slightly up, and others 5.7. That's all translated into a two-party preferred swing. Come on up. There we go. 3.4% swing overall, and Labor's on about 54%. Just wanted to, last thing I wanted to do was to look at some of the seats that remain in doubt at the end of the night, because I'll do the chamber as well afterwards. I forgot to do that. We think Albert Park will fall to Labor. We're getting a Labor-Green count tonight, but I think the Greens are clearly third, so Albert Park's likely to stay with Labor. Bass Labor's ahead. Caulfield, the Liberals are ahead. A lot more counting to go, and I think David Southwick will be happy to be ahead in a seat like Caulfield.
Huge numbers of postals.
With postals to come, Footscray's Labor's ahead. Hawthorn, the Independent, is ahead, though the Independent will not do well with absence and postals. The Labor Party's ahead in Melton. It's a very slowly progressed count. Mornington, the Independent, is ahead. Again, postals and absence may not work in their favour. And Pakenham, the Labor's ahead. A lot more counting to come. And we'll have one last look at the chamber, and then I might have a quick word about the upper house as well. What we're looking at, these are the likely numbers. Labor's 53, Greens 5, one other, 9 Nationals, 15 Liberals, 24, 25, 30, 80, 5 seats remaining in doubt, including the likelies. Just a quick comment on the upper house. There seems to have been a changing of the crossbench. I think we might have 2 legalised cannabis candidates. Last time I had a look, One Nation were getting up as well. The Liberals, Nationals have increased their numbers. Labor's numbers are down. But to be honest, the count's not very well progressed, and it'll take we'll have to look at how many above and below the line votes are. But I think it'll be a long time before we know the full result of the Legislative Council. But overall, in the lower house, government's back easily.
Antony Green, thank you very much for all of your work at that touchscreen tonight. And that draws to a close our coverage of Victoria Votes 2022. The government's handling of COVID and its long lockdowns has not forced a change of government. Daniel Andrews and his Labor Party have been returned for a third term. Labor has now won 9 of the past 11 elections in Victoria.
It is the first time Victoria's had a 3-term premier since fixed terms were introduced in the state. The ABC is projecting, as we saw, that Labor's won at least 51 seats in the lower house, but as counting continues, they're likely to get close to where they started the night, with a majority of around 10 seats. But the result was patchy, with wildly different swings across Melbourne, as we've seen. Labor's primary vote down 9% in Melbourne's west and north.
The other big story tonight was the Greens and Independents. Labor has lost seats to the Greens in the inner city, with the minor party now projected to hold at least 5 seats in the Legislative Assembly. 2 Teal Independents were ahead when counting ended and could take their place in an expanded crossbench. Liberal leader Matthew Guy has lost to Dan Andrews for a second time now, unable to convince enough people in enough seats to vote for him and the coalition. He did not stand down as leader tonight, but pressure will surely mount on him to stand down in the days to come.
Big thanks to our panel, Jacinta Allen and David Davis, Richard Willingham as well, for all of your insights throughout the night, plus Samantha Ratnam and Ellen Sandell joining us a little earlier.
As well as Bridget Rollison, Tony Barry and Cos Samaras, and of course the ABC's chief election analyst Antony Green for keeping us across all of the numbers tonight. Thank you all at home too for choosing the ABC to bring you tonight's count.
For ongoing analysis of tonight's result, head to abc.net.au/elections, and I'll be hosting a special post-election episode of Insiders tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. For now, from the ABC's Election Centre, it's good night.
Good night.